Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well today. Got just a little bit of a task to do before I walk away neat. you know, you see one of them took a little step. They're on a ramp. And so I did that to try to force them to try to step forward. And it's going slow. So I'm thinking about adding a little force to one of the random feet. Give them a little bump on the first go so they know what the hell's going on. So let us proceed. Where'd I put you at, you little goofball? It's on one of the players. Grid walk 2. Let me think. Okay, and I think we're cutting these people off at 20. Mm, let me see. Alright, if the step count awake is equal to the step kill count. Mm, let's see if you're halfway through and you haven't moved yet, then let's kick you up. Boom, 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 boom. Is upside down. No. Dominate side left. All right. So F equals true. Okay, so if it's true, then what we're wanting to do is to see, we want to get Walker rebuild dot foot left. Ba, 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 ba. Mm, let me see. Okay, I want it to go up and at an angle. Okie dokie, artichoke. All right, so, and then let us also know about these things. Verbos. It's not the foot L, we're gonna do it to the foot R. Instead of doing that, I could do the fourth up here, yo. Actually, no, I can't do that there, but I will put it up here. Boom, boom, ba-ba-da-dum, ba-ba-da-dum, boom, boom. We're gonna do it the right way. Hoorah, hoorah, ooh-ah, ooh-ah. It's actually due just one person, so I know what's going fuck on. I don't need all 5 people just to see, and I don't wanna have to put their name on it either. It'd be easier for one to be. Smack my game up. Smack my game up. That was not enough false. Ooh, yeah. That didn't seem like much force either. It's a little late in the game. I'm pain. 10 times more. Oh, yeah. Kicked that damn foot out that time, didn't I, Billy? That wasn't enough force either. Come on, Billy. What do you think? Oh, yeah. Need you. Hope you guess my name. Ooh, yeah. What's puzzling you is the nature of my game. Oh, yeah. Boom, look at that foot kick up. I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about right there, Billy. Get your damn foot off the ground. You think maybe that was too much there? I think it might have been. I think I might need just a little bit more upper too. Troubadour, beach of Bombay. Please meet you. Hope you guess my name. Puzzling you is the nature of my name. All right. Oh, that looks like magic right there, Billy. Maybe it was even a little too much. We'll see. Let's see what's going on here. Using you is just the nature of my name. That's a hell of a thump. Straight. Boop-doo. Woo-hoo. I'm going to reduce the forward even more. Even if I get him up on 1 foot, just a slight forward, I think that should help him understand. I don't have to make him make a full step just yet. Oops. Oops. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba. Ooh. Wait, where's the foot going to come on? Come on now. I must have missed it. So why'd you crash out? Let me scoot the timing of that up just a little bit. That it is. Let me see if I can do it a little earlier today. Need cooling. I ain't fooling. It's in jail. Gonna fool ya. Way on the inside. Billy, I think that might be a little piece of gold right there. I think that might do the thing I want it to be doing. What do you think? It's pretty hardcore when it's standing on a ramp, though. That's good, baby, baby. I've been way down inside. Gonna give you my love. Gonna give you my love. Oh, a whole lot of love. Alright, so this is lower the force. Kick that foot out, little Billy. Pwah. I feel like 100 is too small now. What made you die? I'm going to turn that back on so I can see what's making you die. I've been cooling. You're good, baby. I've been misusing. You think down inside. My. Thorny girl, wanna be your backdoor man. Oh, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Texture. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, be on in just 1 second. Thank you. All right, as you are, I'm gonna compile this and get going upstairs and eat me some food. The time is now. Sing my song. 10 years to the day when I'm gone. They make all my dreams. I left a message up that I didn't want. I do that every round. Damn it. Yeah, 10 years to the day I'm rambling on. Hey, hey, bum, 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 bum. Hey, hey, hey. Hopefully, I'll see someone take a step, but it will be running for at least a day, I would imagine, probably. It'd be nice if it was less than that, but being for realsies. That's why I sure would like a new video card where I can do more faster. But as you can see, they get randomized people every time the tournament starts. They get different hair and different eye colors and different genders and different sexes and different dominant sides of their body. They have different clothes, but I haven't reincorporated that since I updated the little humanoid model body shape. Mm. Also, every single one of their joints feels and has pain and stamina and stuff. They blink, their eyes move around. They have cameras, but I don't have them turned on because I need a better video card. I need more power. In the back. In case I'm intact. About to switch over my guitar show. I think I might want to play a little guitar. Might play a little guitar right here. What do you think? Patois, mes amis. I'm afraid of Americans. That military parade, like $94 million. Not very many people came to it. I wonder how much money per person that costs. Y'all be sure to check out my guitaring streams too. I get on there and play guitar a lot. I don't think I feel like doing it right now. My elbow's been hurting. I think I'm gonna go lay around.
A Letter Concerning Toleration, by John Locke, 1689. Honoured Sir, since you are pleased to inquire what are my thoughts about the mutual toleration of Christians in their different professions of religion, I must needs answer you freely that I esteem that toleration to be the chief characteristic mark of the true Church. For whatsoever some people boast of the antiquity of places and names, or of the pomp of their outward worship, others of the reformation of their discipline, all of the orthodoxy of their faith, for everyone is orthodox to himself. These things and all others of this nature are much rather marks of men striving for power and empire over one another than of the Church of Christ. Let anyone have never so true a claim to all these things, yet if he be destitute of charity, meekness, and goodwill in general towards all mankind, even to those that are not Christians, he is certainly yet short of being a true Christian himself. The kings of the Gentiles exercise leadership over them, said our Saviour to his disciples. But ye shall not be so. The business of true religion is quite another thing. It is not instituted in order to the erecting of an external pomp, nor to the obtaining of ecclesiastical dominion, nor to the exercising of compulsive force, but to the regulating of men's lives according to the rules of virtue and piety. Whosoever will list himself under the banner of Christ must, in the first place and above all things, make war upon his own lusts and vices. It is in vain for any man to usurp the name of Christian without holiness of life, purity of manners, benignity and meekness of spirit. Let everyone that nameth the name of Christ depart from iniquity. Thou, when thou art converted, strengthen thy brethren, said our Lord to Peter. It would indeed be very hard for one that appears careless about his own salvation to persuade me that he were extremely concerned for mine. For it is impossible that those should sincerely and heartily apply themselves to make other people Christians who have not really embraced the Christian religion in their own hearts. If the gospel and the apostles may be credited, no man can be a Christian without charity, and without that faith which works, not by force, but by love. Now I appeal to the consciences of those that persecute, torment, destroy, and kill other men upon pretence of religion, whether they do it out of friendship and kindness towards them or no. And I shall then indeed, and not until then, believe they do so. When I shall see those fiery zealots correcting in the same manner their friends and familiar acquaintance for the manifest sins they commit against the precepts of the gospel, when I shall see them persecute with fire and sword the members of their own communion that are tainted with enormous vices, and without amendment are in danger of eternal perdition, and when I shall see them thus express their love and desire of the salvation of their souls by the infliction of torments and exercise of all manner of cruelties. For if it be out of a principle of charity, as they pretend, and love to men's souls that they deprive them of their estates, maim them with corporal punishments, starve and torment them in noisome prisons, and in the end even take away their lives, I say, if all this be done merely to make men Christians and procure their salvation, why then do they suffer whoredom, fraud, malice, and such like enormities, which, according to the apostle, manifestly relish of heathenish corruption, to predominate so much and abound amongst their flocks and people? These and such like things are certainly more contrary to the glory of God, to the purity of the Church, and to the salvation of souls, than any conscientious dissent from ecclesiastical decisions or separation from public worship, whilst accompanied with innocence of life. Why then does this burning zeal for God, for the Church, and for the salvation of souls, burning, I say, literally with fire and faggot, pass by those moral vices and wickednesses, without any chastisement, which are acknowledged by all men to be diametrically opposite to the profession of Christianity, and bend all its nerves either to the introducing of ceremonies or to the establishment of opinions, which for the most part are about nice and intricate matters that exceed the capacity of ordinary understandings? Which of the parties contending about these things is in the right? Which of them is guilty of schism or heresy? Whether those that domineer or those that suffer will then at last be manifest when the causes of their separation comes to be judged of he, certainly, that follows Christ, embraces his doctrine, and bears his yoke, though he forsake both father and mother, separate from the public assemblies and ceremonies of his country, or whomsoever or whatsoever else he relinquishes, will not then be judged a heretic. Now, though the divisions that are amongst sects should be allowed to be never so obstructive of the salvation of souls, yet, nevertheless, adultery, fornication, uncleanliness, lasciviousness, idolatry, and such like things, cannot be denied to be works of the flesh, concerning which the Apostle has expressly declared that they who do them shall not inherit the kingdom of God. Whosoever therefore is sincerely solicitous about the kingdom of God, and thinks it his duty to endeavour the enlargement of it amongst men, ought to apply himself with no less care and industry to the rooting out of these immoralities than to the extirpation of sects. But if anyone do otherwise, and whilst he is cruel and implacable towards those that differ from him in opinion, he be indulgent to such iniquities and immoralities as are unbecoming the name of a Christian, let such a one talk never so much of the church. He plainly demonstrates by his actions that it is another kingdom he aims at, and not the advancement of the kingdom of God. That any man should think fit to cause another man, whose salvation he heartily desires, to expire in torments, and that even in an unconverted state would, I confess, seem very strange to me, and I think to any other also. But nobody surely will ever believe that such a carriage can proceed from charity, love, or goodwill. If anyone maintain that men ought to be compelled by fire and sword to profess certain doctrines, and conform to this or that exterior worship, without any regard had unto their morals, if anyone endeavour to convert those that are erroneous unto the faith, by forcing them to profess things that they do not believe and allowing them to practice things that the gospel does not permit, it cannot be doubted indeed but such a one is desirous to have a numerous assembly joined in the same profession with himself, but that he principally intends by those means to compose a truly Christian church is altogether incredible. It is not therefore to be wondered at if those who do not really contend for the advancement of the true religion and of the Church of Christ make use of arms that do not belong to the Christian warfare. If, like the captain of our salvation, they sincerely desired the good of souls, they would tread in the steps and follow the perfect example of that Prince of Peace, who sent out his soldiers to the subduing of nations, and gathering them into his church, not armed with the sword or other instruments of force, but prepared with the gospel of peace and with the exemplary holiness of their conversation. This was his method, though if infidels were to be converted by force, if those that are either blind or obstinate were to be drawn off from their errors by armed soldiers, we know very well that it was much more easy for him to do it with armies of heavenly legions than for any son of the church, how potent soever, with all his dragoons. The toleration of those that differ from others in matters of religion is so agreeable to the gospel of Jesus Christ, and to the genuine reason of mankind, that it seems monstrous for men to be so blind as not to perceive the necessity and advantage of it in so clear a light. I will not here tax the pride and ambition of some, the passion and uncharitable zeal of others. These are faults from which human affairs can perhaps scarce ever be perfectly freed, but yet such as nobody will bear the plain imputation of without covering them with some specious colour, and so pretend to commendation whilst they are carried away by their own irregular passions. But however, that some may not colour their spirit of persecution and unchristian cruelty with a pretence of care of the public weal and observation of the laws, and that others under pretence of religion may not seek impunity for their libertinism and licentiousness. In a word, that none may impose either upon himself or others by the pretences of loyalty and obedience to the prince, or of tenderness and sincerity in the worship of God. I esteem it above all things necessary to distinguish exactly the business of civil government from that of religion, and to settle the just bounds that lie between the one and the other. If this be not done, there can be no end put to the controversies that will be always arising between those that have, or at least pretend to have, on the one side, a concernment for the interest of men's souls, and on the other side, a care of the commonwealth. The commonwealth seems to me to be a society of men constituted only for the procuring, preserving, and advancing their own civil interests. Civil interests I call life, liberty, health, and indolency of body, and the possession of outward things, such as money, lands, houses, furniture, and the like. It is the duty of the civil magistrate, by the impartial execution of equal laws, to secure unto all the people in general, and to every one of his subjects in particular, the just possession of these things belonging to this life. If anyone presume to violate the laws of public justice and equity, established for the preservation of those things, his presumption is to be checked by the fear of punishment, consisting of the deprivation or diminution of those civil interests or goods, which otherwise he might and ought to enjoy. But seeing no man does willingly suffer himself to be punished by the deprivation of any part of his goods, and much less of his liberty or life, therefore, is the magistrate armed with the force and strength of all his subjects, in order to the punishment of those that violate any other man's rights. Now that the whole jurisdiction of the magistrate reaches only to these civil concernments, and that all civil power, right, and dominion is bounded and confined to the only care of promoting these things, and that it neither can nor ought in any manner to be extended to the salvation of souls, these following considerations seem unto me abundantly to demonstrate. First, because the care of souls is not committed to the civil magistrate, any more than to other men. It is not committed unto him, I say, by God, because it appears not that God has ever given any such authority to one man over another as to compel anyone to his religion. Nor can any such power be vested in the magistrate by the consent of the people, because no man can so far abandon the care of his own salvation as blindly to leave to the choice of any other, whether prince or subject, to prescribe to him what faith or worship he shall embrace. For no man can, if he would, conform his faith to the dictates of another. All the life and power of true religion consist in the inward and full persuasion of the mind, and faith is not faith without believing. Whatever profession we make, to whatever outward worship we conform, if we are not fully satisfied in our own mind that the one is true and the other well-pleasing unto God, such profession and such practice, far from being any furtherance, are indeed great obstacles to our salvation. For in this manner, instead of expiating other sins by the exercise of religion, I say, in offering thus unto God Almighty such a worship as we esteem to be displeasing unto him, we add unto the number of our other sins those also of hypocrisy and contempt of his divine majesty. In the second place, the care of souls cannot belong to the civil magistrate, because his power consists only in outward force, but true and saving religion consists in the inward persuasion of the mind, without which nothing can be acceptable to God. And such is the nature of the understanding that it cannot be compelled to the belief of anything by outward force. Confiscation of estate, imprisonment, torments, nothing of that nature can have any such efficacy as to make men change the inward judgment that they have framed of things. It may indeed be alleged that the magistrate may make use of arguments, and thereby draw the heterodox into the way of truth and procure their salvation. I grant it, but this is common to him with other men. In teaching, instructing, and redressing the erroneous by reason, he may certainly do what becomes any good man to do. Magistracy does not oblige him to put off either humanity or Christianity, but it is one thing to persuade, another to command, one thing to press with arguments, another with penalties. This civil power alone has a right to do. To the other, goodwill is authority enough. Every man has commission to admonish, exhort, convince another of error, and by reasoning to draw him into truth, but to give laws, receive obedience, and compel with the sword belongs to none but the magistrate. And upon this ground I affirm that the magistrate's power extends not to the establishing of any articles of faith or forms of worship by the force of his laws. For laws are of no force at all without penalties, and penalties in this case are absolutely impertinent, because they are not proper to convince the mind. Neither the profession of any articles of faith, nor the conformity to any outward form of worship, as has been already said, can be available to the salvation of souls, unless the truth of the one and the acceptableness of the other unto God be thoroughly believed by those that so profess and practice. But penalties are no way capable to produce such belief. It is only light and evidence that can work a change in men's opinions, which light can in no manner proceed from corporal sufferings or any other outward penalties. In the third place, the care of the salvation of men's souls cannot belong to the magistrate, because though the rigour of laws and the force of penalties were capable to convince and change men's minds, yet would not that help at all to the salvation of their souls. For there being but one truth, one way to heaven, what hope is there that more men would be led into it if they had no rule but the religion of the court, and were put under the necessity to quit the light of their own reason, and oppose the dictates of their own consciences, and blindly to resign themselves up to the will of their governors, and to the religion which either ignorance, ambition, or superstition had chanced to establish in the countries where they were born? In the variety and contradiction of opinions in religion, wherein the princes of the world are as much divided as in their secular interests, the narrow way would be much straitened. One country alone would be in the right, and all the rest of the world put under an obligation of following their princes in the ways that lead to destruction. And that which heightens the absurdity and very ill suits the notion of a deity, men would owe their eternal happiness or misery to the places of their nativity. These considerations, to omit many others that might have been urged to the same purpose, seem unto me sufficient to conclude that all the power of civil government relates only to men's civil interests, is confined to the care of the things of this world, and hath nothing to do with the world to come. Let us now consider what a church is. A church, then, I take to be a voluntary society of men, joining themselves together of their own accord in order to the public worshipping of God in such manner as they judge acceptable to him, and effectual to the salvation of their souls. Light and evidence that can work. I say it is a free and voluntary society. Which light can in nobody is born a member of any church. Otherwise the religion of parents would descend unto children by the same right of inheritance as their temporal estates, and everyone would hold his faith by the same tenure he does his lands, than which nothing can be imagined more absurd. Thus therefore that matter stands. No man by nature is bound unto any particular church or sect, but everyone joins himself voluntarily to that society in which he believes he has found that profession and worship, which is truly acceptable to God. The hope of salvation, as it was the only cause of his entrance into that communion, so it can be the only reason of his stay there. For if afterwards he discover anything either erroneous in the doctrine or incongruous in the worship of that society to which he has joined himself, why should it not be as free for him to go out as it was to enter? No member of a religious society can be tied with any other bonds but what proceed from the certain expectation of eternal life. A church, then, is a society of members voluntarily uniting to that end. It follows now that we consider what is the power of this church and unto what laws it is subject. Forasmuch as no society, how free soever, or upon whatsoever slight occasion instituted, whether of philosophers for learning, of merchants for commerce, or of men of leisure for mutual conversation and discourse, no church or company, I say, can in the least subsist and hold together, but will presently dissolve and break in pieces, unless it be regulated by some laws, and the members all consent to observe some order. Place and time of meeting must be agreed on. Rules for admitting and excluding members must be established. Distinction of officers and putting things into a regular course and such like cannot be omitted. But since the joining together of several members into this church society, as has already been demonstrated, is absolutely free and spontaneous, it necessarily follows that the right of making its laws can belong to none but the society itself, or at least, which is the same thing, to those whom the society by common consent has authorized thereunto. Some perhaps may object that no such society can be said to be a true church unless it have in it a bishop or presbyter, with ruling authority derived from the very apostles, and continued down to the present times by an uninterrupted succession. To these I answer, in the first place, let them show me the edict by which Christ has imposed that law upon his church. And let not any man think me impertinent, if in a thing of this consequence I require that the terms of that edict be very express and positive. For the promise he has made us that, wheresoever 2 or 3 are gathered together in his name, he will be in the midst of them, seems to imply the contrary. Whether such an assembly want anything necessary to a true church, pray do you consider. Certain I am that nothing can be there wanting unto the salvation of souls, which is sufficient to our purpose. Next pray observe how great have always been the divisions amongst even those who lay so much stress upon the divine institution, and continued succession of a certain order of rulers in the church. Now their very dissension unavoidably puts us upon a necessity of deliberating, and, consequently, allows a liberty of choosing that which upon consideration we prefer. And in the last place I consent that these men have a ruler in their church, established by such a long series of succession as they judge necessary, provided I may have liberty at the same time to join myself to that society in which I am persuaded those things are to be found which are necessary to the salvation of my soul. In this manner ecclesiastical liberty will be preserved on all sides, and no man will have a legislator imposed upon him but whom himself has chosen. But since men are so solicitous about the true church, I would only ask them here, by the way, if it be not more agreeable to the Church of Christ to make the conditions of her communion consist in such things, and such things only as the Holy Spirit has in the Holy Scriptures declared, in express words, to be necessary to salvation. I ask, I say, whether this be not more agreeable to the Church of Christ than for men to impose their own inventions and interpretations upon others as if they were of divine authority, and to establish by ecclesiastical laws as absolutely necessary to the profession of Christianity such things as the Holy Scriptures do either not mention or at least not expressly command. Whosoever requires those things in order to ecclesiastical communion, which Christ does not require in order to life eternal, he may perhaps indeed constitute a society accommodated to his own opinion and his own advantage. But how that can be called the Church of Christ, which is established upon laws that are not his, and which excludes such persons from its communion as he will one day receive into the kingdom of heaven, I understand not. But this being not a proper place to inquire into the marks of the true Church, I will only mind those that contend so earnestly for the decrees of their own society, and that cry out continually, "The Church! The Church!" with as much noise and perhaps upon the same principle as the Ephesian silversmiths did for their Diana. This, I say, I desire to mind them of, that the gospel frequently declares that the true disciples of Christ must suffer persecution, but that the Church of Christ should persecute others, and force others by fire and sword to embrace her faith and doctrine, I could never yet find in any of the books of the New Testament. The end of a religious society, as has already been said, is the public worship of God, and by means thereof the acquisition of eternal life. All discipline ought therefore to tend to that end, and all ecclesiastical laws to be thereunto confined. Nothing ought, nor can be transacted in this society relating to the possession of civil and worldly goods. No force is here to be made use of upon any occasion whatsoever, for force belongs wholly to the civil magistrate, and the possession of all outward goods is subject to his jurisdiction. But it may be asked, by what means then shall ecclesiastical laws be established, if they must be thus destitute of all compulsive power? I answer, they must be established by means suitable to the nature of such things, whereof the external profession and observation, if not proceeding from a thorough conviction and approbation of the mind, is altogether useless and unprofitable. The arms by which the members of this society are to be kept within their duty are exhortations, admonitions, and advices. If by these means the offenders will not be reclaimed and the erroneous convinced, there remains nothing further to be done but that such stubborn and obstinate persons, who give no ground to hope for their reformation, should be cast out and separated from the society. This is the last and utmost force of ecclesiastical authority. No other punishment can thereby be inflicted than that, the relation ceasing between the body and the member which is cut off. The person so condemned ceases to be a part of that church. These things being thus determined, let us inquire in the next place how far the duty of toleration extends and what is required from everyone by it. And first, I hold that no church is bound by the duty of toleration to retain any such person in her bosom as, after admonition, continues obstinately to offend against the laws of the society. For these being the condition of communion and the bond of the society, if the breach of them were permitted without any animadversion, the society would immediately be thereby dissolved. But nevertheless, in all such cases, care is to be taken that the sentence of excommunication and the execution thereof carry with it no rough usage of word or action, whereby the ejected person may anywise be damnified in body or estate. For all force, as has often been said, belongs only to the magistrate, nor ought any private persons at any time to use force unless it be in self-defense against unjust violence. Excommunication neither does nor can deprive the excommunicated person of any of those civil goods that he formerly possessed. All those things belong to the civil government and are under the magistrate's protection. The whole force of excommunication consists only in this, that the resolution of the society in that respect being declared, the union that was between the body and some member comes thereby to be dissolved, and that relation ceasing, the participation of some certain things which the society communicated to its members, and unto which no man has any civil right, comes also to cease. For there is no civil injury done unto the excommunicated person by the church ministers refusing him that bread and wine in the celebration of the Lord's Supper, which was not bought with his but other men's money. Secondly, no private person has any right in any manner to prejudice another person in his civil enjoyments because he is of another church or religion. All the rights and franchises that belong to him as a man or as a denizen are inviolably to be preserved to him. These are not the business of religion. No violence nor injury is to be offered him, whether he be Christian or pagan. Nay, we must not content ourselves with the narrow measures of bare justice. Charity, bounty, and liberality must be added to it. This the gospel enjoins, this reason directs, and this that natural fellowship we are born into requires of us. If any man err from the right way, it is his own misfortune, no injury to thee. Nor therefore art thou to punish him in the things of this life, because thou supposest he will be miserable in that which is to come. What I say concerning the mutual toleration of private persons differing from one another in religion, I understand also of particular churches which stand, as it were, in the same relation to each other as private persons among themselves, nor has any one of them any manner of jurisdiction over any other. No, not even when the civil magistrate, as it sometimes happens, comes to be of this or the other communion. For the civil government can give no new right to the church, nor the church to the civil government. So that whether the magistrate join himself to any church or separate from it, the church remains always as it was before, a free and voluntary society. It neither requires the power of the sword by the magistrate's coming to it, nor does it lose the right of instruction and excommunication by his going from it. This is the fundamental and immutable right of a spontaneous society, that it has power to remove any of its members who transgress the rules of its institution, but it cannot, by the accession of any new members, acquire any right of jurisdiction over those that are not joined with it. And therefore peace, equity, and friendship are always mutually to be observed by particular churches, in the same manner as by private persons, without any pretense of superiority or jurisdiction over one another. That the thing may be made clearer by an example, let us suppose two churches, the one of Arminians, the other of Calvinists, residing in the city of Constantinople. Will anyone say that either of these churches has right to deprive the members of the other of their estates and liberty, as we see practiced elsewhere, because of their differing from it in some doctrines and ceremonies, whilst the Turks in the meanwhile silently stand by and laugh to see with what inhuman cruelty Christians thus rage against Christians? But if one of these churches hath this power of treating the other ill, I ask which of them it is to whom that power belongs, and by what right? It will be answered undoubtedly that it is the Orthodox Church which has the right of authority over the erroneous or heretical. This is, in great and specious words, to say just nothing at all, for every church is orthodox to itself, to others erroneous or heretical. For whatsoever any church believes, it believes to be true, and the contrary unto those things it pronounce to be error. So that the controversy between these churches about the truth of their doctrines and the purity of their worship is on both sides equal. Nor is there any judge, either at Constantinople or elsewhere upon earth, by whose sentence it can be determined. The decision of that question belongs only to the supreme judge of all men, to whom also alone belongs the punishment of the erroneous. In the meanwhile let those men consider how heinously they sin, who, adding injustice, if not to their error, yet certainly to their pride, do rashly and arrogantly take upon them to misuse the servants of another master, who are not at all accountable to them. Nay, further, if it could be manifest which of these two dissenting churches were in the right, there would not accrue thereby unto the orthodox any right of destroying the other. For churches have neither any jurisdiction in worldly matters, nor are fire and sword any proper instruments wherewith to convince men's minds of error, and inform them of the truth. Let us suppose, nevertheless, that the civil magistrate inclined to favour one of them, and to put his sword into their hands, that, by his consent, they might chastise the dissenters as they pleased. Will any man say that any right can be derived unto a Christian church over its brethren from a Turkish emperor? An infidel, who has himself no authority to punish Christians for the articles of their faith, cannot confer such an authority upon any society of Christians, nor give unto them a right which he has not himself. This would be the case at Constantinople, and the reason of the thing is the same in any Christian kingdom. The civil power is the same in every place. Nor can that power in the hands of a Christian prince confer any greater authority upon the church than in the hands of a heathen, which is to say just none at all. Nevertheless, it is worthy to be observed and lamented that the most violent of these defenders of the truth, the opposers of errors, the exclaimers against schism, do hardly ever let loose this their zeal for God, with which they are so warmed and inflamed, unless where they have the civil magistrate on their side. But so soon as ever court favour has given them the better end of the staff, and they begin to feel themselves the stronger, then presently peace and charity are to be laid aside. Otherwise they are religiously to be observed. Where they have not the power to carry on persecution and to become masters, there they desire to live upon fair terms and preach up toleration. When they are not strengthened with the civil power, then they can bear most patiently and unmovedly the contagion of idolatry, superstition, and heresy in their neighbourhood, of which on other occasions the interest of religion makes them to be extremely apprehensive. They do not forwardly attack those errors which are in fashion at court, or are countenanced by the government. Here they can be content to spare their arguments, which yet, with their leave, is the only right method of propagating truth, which has no such way of prevailing as when strong arguments and good reason are joined with the softness of civility and good usage. Nobody, therefore, in fine, neither single persons nor churches, nay, nor even commonwealths, have any just title to invade the civil rights and worldly goods of each other upon pretence of religion. Those that are of another opinion would do well to consider with themselves how pernicious a seed of discord and war, how powerful a provocation to endless hatreds, rapines, and slaughters they thereby furnish unto mankind. No peace and security, no, not so much as common friendship, can ever be established or preserved amongst men so long as this opinion prevails, that dominion is founded in grace, and that religion is to be propagated by force of arms. In the third place, let us see what the duty of toleration requires from those who are distinguished from the rest of mankind, from the laity, as they please to call us, by some ecclesiastical character and office, whether they be bishops, priests, presbyters, ministers, or however else dignified or distinguished. It is not my business to inquire here into the original of the power or dignity of the clergy. This only I say, that whencesoever their authority be sprung, since it is ecclesiastical, it ought to be confined within the bounds of the Church, nor can it in any manner be extended to civil affairs, because the Church itself is a thing absolutely separate and distinct from the Commonwealth. The boundaries on both sides are fixed and immovable. He jumbles heaven and earth together, the things most remote and opposite, who mixes these two societies, which are in their original end business, and in everything perfectly distinct and infinitely different from each other. No man, therefore, with whatsoever ecclesiastical office he be dignified, can deprive another man that is not of his church and faith either of liberty or of any part of his worldly goods, upon the account of that difference between them in religion. For whatsoever is not lawful to the whole church cannot by any ecclesiastical right become lawful to any of its members. But this is not all. It is not enough that ecclesiastical men abstain from violence and rapine and all manner of persecution. He that pretends to be a successor of the apostles, and takes upon him the office of teaching, is obliged also to admonish his hearers of the duties of peace and goodwill towards all men, as well towards the erroneous as the orthodox, towards those that differ from them in faith and worship, as well as towards those that agree with them therein. And he ought industriously to exhort all men, whether private persons or magistrates, if any such there be in his church, to charity, meekness, and toleration, and diligently endeavour to allay and temper all that heat and unreasonable averseness of mind, which either any man's fiery zeal for his own sect, or the craft of others has kindled against dissenters. I will not undertake to represent how happy and how great would be the fruit, both in church and state, if the pulpits everywhere sounded with this doctrine of peace and toleration, lest I should seem to reflect too severely upon those men whose dignity I desire not to detract from, nor would have it diminished either by others or themselves. But this I say, that thus it ought to be. And if anyone that professes himself to be a minister of the word of God, a preacher of the gospel of peace, teach otherwise, he either understands not, or neglects the business of his calling, and shall one day give account thereof unto the Prince of Peace. If Christians are to be admonished that they abstain from all manner of revenge, even after repeated provocations and multiplied injuries, how much more ought they who suffer nothing, who have had no harm done them, forbear violence and abstain from all manner of ill usage towards those from whom they have received none? This caution and temper they ought certainly to use towards those who mind only their own business and are solicitous for nothing but that, whatever men think of them, they may worship God in that manner which they are persuaded is acceptable to him, and in which they have the strongest hopes of eternal salvation. In private domestic affairs, in the management of estates, in the conservation of bodily health, Every man may consider what suits his own convenience and follow what course he likes best. No man complains of the ill management of his neighbour's affairs. No man is angry with another for an error committed in sowing his land or in marrying his daughter. Nobody corrects a spendthrift for consuming his substance in taverns. Let any man pull down or build or make whatsoever expenses he pleases. Nobody murmurs, nobody controls him. He has his liberty. But if any man do not frequent the church, if he do not, there conform his behaviour exactly to the accustomed ceremonies, or if he brings not his children to be initiated in the sacred mysteries of this or the other congregation, this immediately causes an uproar. The neighbourhood is filled with noise and clamour. Everyone is ready to be the avenger of so great a crime, and the zealots hardly have the patience to refrain from violence and rapine so long till the cause be heard, and the poor man be, according to form, condemned to the loss of liberty, goods, or life. Oh, that our ecclesiastical orators of every sect would apply themselves with all the strength of arguments that they are able to the confounding of men's errors. But let them spare their persons. Let them not supply their want of reasons with the instruments of force, which belong to another jurisdiction, and do ill become a churchman's hands. Let them not call in the magistrate's authority to the aid of their eloquence or learning, lest perhaps whilst they pretend only love for the truth, this their intemperate zeal, breathing nothing but fire and sword, betray their ambition and show that what they desire is temporal dominion. For it will be very difficult to persuade men of sense that he who, with dry eyes and satisfaction of mind, can deliver his brother to the executioner to be burnt alive, does sincerely and heartily concern himself to save that brother from the flames of hell in the world to come. In the last place, let us now consider what is the magistrate's duty in the business of toleration, which certainly is very considerable. We have already proved that the care of souls does not belong to the magistrate. Not a magisterial care, I mean, if I may so call it, which consists in prescribing by laws and compelling by punishments, but a charitable care which consists in teaching, admonishing, and persuading, cannot be denied unto any man. The care, therefore, of every man's soul belongs unto himself, and is to be left unto himself. But what if he neglect the care of his soul? I answer, what if he neglect the care of his health or of his estate, which things are nearlier related to the government of the magistrate than the other? Will the magistrate provide by an express law that such a one shall not become poor or sick? Laws provide as much as is possible that the goods and health of subjects be not injured by the fraud and violence of others. They do not guard them from the negligence or ill husbandry of the possessors themselves. No man can be forced to be rich or healthful whether he will or no. Nay, God himself will not save men against their wills. Let us suppose, however, that some prince were desirous to force his subjects to accumulate riches, or to preserve the health and strength of their bodies. Shall it be provided by law that they must consult none but Roman physicians, and shall every one be bound to live according to their prescriptions? What? Shall no potion, no broth be taken, but what is prepared either in the Vatican, suppose, or in a Geneva shop? Or to make these subjects rich, shall they all be obliged by law to become merchants or musicians? Or shall every one turn victualler or smith, because there are some that maintain their families plentifully and grow rich in those professions? But, it may be said, there are 1,000 ways to wealth, but one only way to heaven. It is well said, indeed, especially by those that plead for compelling men into this or the other way. For if there were several ways that led thither, there would not be so much as a pretence left for compulsion. But now, if I be marching on with my utmost vigour in that way which, according to the sacred geography, leads straight to Jerusalem, why am I beaten and ill-used by others, because perhaps I wear not buskins, because my hair is not of the right cut, because perhaps I have not been dipped in the right fashion, because I eat flesh upon the road, or some other food which agrees with my stomach, because I avoid certain byways which seem unto me to lead into briars or precipices, because amongst the several paths that are in the same road, I choose that to walk in which seems to be the straightest and cleanest, because I avoid to keep company with some travellers that are less grave, and others that are more sour than they ought to be, or in fine, because I follow a guide that either is or is not clothed in white, or crowned with a mitre. Certainly, if we consider right, we shall find that for the most part they are such frivolous things as these that, without any prejudice to religion or the salvation of souls, if not accompanied with superstition or hypocrisy, might either be observed or omitted. I say they are such like things as these which breed implacable enmities amongst Christian brethren, who are all agreed in the substantial and truly fundamental part of religion. But let us grant unto these zealots, who condemn all things that are not of their mode, that from these circumstances are different ends. What shall we conclude from thence? There is only one of these which is the true way to eternal happiness, but in this great variety of ways that men follow, it is still doubted which is the right one. Now neither the care of the commonwealth nor the right enacting of laws does discover this way that leads to heaven more certainly to the magistrate than every private man's search and study discovers it unto himself. I have a weak body, sunk under a languishing disease, for which, I suppose, there is one only remedy, but that unknown. Does it therefore belong unto the magistrate to prescribe me a remedy, because there is but one, and because it is unknown? Because there is but one way for me to escape death, will it therefore be safe for me to do whatsoever the magistrate ordains? Those things that every man ought sincerely to inquire into himself, and by meditation, study, search, and his own endeavours, attain the knowledge of, cannot be looked upon as the peculiar possession of any sort of men. Princes indeed are born superior unto other men in power, but in nature equal. Neither the right nor the art of ruling does necessarily carry along with it the certain knowledge of other things, and least of all of true religion. For if it were so, how could it come to pass that the lords of the earth should differ so vastly as they do in religious matters? But let us grant that it is probable the way to eternal life may be better known by a prince than by his subjects, or at least that in this incertitude of things the safest and most commodious way for private persons is to follow his dictates. You will say, what then? If he should bid you follow merchandise for your livelihood, would you decline that course for fear it should not succeed? I answer, I would turn merchant upon the prince's command, because in case I should have ill success in trade, he is abundantly able to make up my loss some other way. If it be true, as he pretends, that he desires I should thrive and grow rich, he can set me up again when unsuccessful voyages have broken me. But this is not the case in the things that regard the life to come. If there I take a wrong course, if in that respect I am once undone, it is not in the magistrate's power to repair my loss, to ease my suffering, nor to restore me in any measure, much less entirely, to a good estate. What security can be given for the kingdom of heaven? Perhaps some will say that they do not suppose this infallible judgment, that all men are bound to follow in the affairs of religion, to be in the civil magistrate, but in the church. What the church has determined, that the civil magistrate orders to be observed, and he provides by his authority that nobody shall either act or believe in the business of religion otherwise than the church teaches, so that the judgment of those things is in the church. The magistrate himself yields obedience thereunto, and requires the like obedience from others. I answer, who sees not how frequently the name of the church, which was venerable in time of the apostles, has been made use of to throw dust in the people's eyes in the following ages? But however in the present case it helps us not. The one only narrow way which leads to heaven is not better known to the magistrate than to private persons, and therefore I cannot safely take him for my guide, who may probably be as ignorant of the way as myself, and who certainly is less concerned for my salvation than I myself am. Amongst so many kings of the Jews, how many of them were there whom any Israelite, thus blindly following, had not fallen into idolatry and thereby into destruction? Yet nevertheless you bid me be of good courage and tell me that all is now safe and secure, because the magistrate does not now enjoin the observance of his own decrees in matters of religion, but only the decrees of the church. Of what church, I beseech you? Of that, certainly, which likes him best, as if he that compels me by laws and penalties to enter into this or the other church did not interpose his own judgment in the matter. What difference is there whether he lead me himself, or deliver me over to be led by others? I depend both ways upon his will, and it is he that determines both ways of my eternal state. Would an Israelite that had worshipped Baal upon the command of his king have been in any better condition because somebody had told him that the king ordered nothing in religion upon his own head, nor commanded anything to be done by his subjects in divine worship, but what was approved by the council of priests and declared to be of divine right by the doctors of their church? If the religion of any church become therefore true and saving, because the head of that sect, the prelates and priests and those of that tribe, do all of them, with all their might extol and praise it, what religion can ever be accounted erroneous, false, and destructive? I am doubtful concerning the doctrine of the Socinians. I am suspicious of the way of worship practiced by the Papists or Lutherans. Will it be ever a jot safer for me to join either unto the one or the other of those churches upon the magistrate's command, because he commands nothing in religion but by the authority and counsel of the doctors of that church? But to speak the truth, we must acknowledge that the church, if a convention of clergymen making canons must be called by that name, is for the most part more apt to be influenced by the court than the court by the church. How the church was under the vicissitude of Orthodox and Arian emperors is very well known. Or if those things be too remote, our modern English history affords us fresh examples in the reigns of Henry VIII, Edward VI, Mary and Elizabeth. How easily and smoothly the clergy changed their decrees, their articles of faith, their form of worship, everything according to the inclination of those kings and queens. Yet were those kings and queens of such different minds in point of religion, and enjoined thereupon such different things that no man in his wits, I had almost said none but an atheist, will presume to say that any sincere and upright worshipper of God could with a safe conscience obey their several decrees. To conclude, it is the same thing whether a king that prescribes laws to another man's religion pretend to do it by his own judgment, or by the ecclesiastical authority and advice of others. The decisions of churchmen, whose differences and disputes are sufficiently known, cannot be any sounder or safer than his, nor can all their suffrages joined together add a new strength to the civil power. Though this also must be taken notice of, that princes seldom have any regard to the suffrages of ecclesiastics that are not favourers of their own faith and way of worship. But after all, the principal consideration, and which absolutely determines this controversy, is this. Although the magistrate's opinion in religion be sound, and the way that he appoints be truly evangelical, yet, if I be not thoroughly persuaded thereof in my own mind, there will be no safety for me in following it. No way whatsoever that I shall walk in against the dictates of my conscience will ever bring me to the mansions of the blessed. I may grow rich by an art that I take not delight in. I may be cured of some disease by remedies that I have not faith in, but I cannot be saved by a religion that I distrust, and by a worship that I abhor. It is in vain for an unbeliever to take up the outward show of another man's profession. Faith only and inward sincerity are the things that procure acceptance with God. The most likely and most approved remedy can have no effect upon the patient, if his stomach reject it as soon as taken. And you will in vain cram a medicine down a sick man's throat, which his particular constitution will be sure to turn into poison. In a word, whatsoever may be doubtful in religion, yet this at least is certain, that no religion which I believe not to be true can be either true or profitable unto me. In vain, therefore, do princes compel their subjects to come into their church communion, under pretence of saving their souls. If they believe, they will come of their own accord. If they believe not, their coming will nothing avail them. How great soever, in fine, may be the pretence of goodwill and charity, and concern for the salvation of men's souls, men cannot be forced to be saved whether they will or no, and therefore, when all is done, they must be left to their own consciences. Having thus at length freed men from all dominion over one another in matters of religion, let us now consider what they are to do. All men know and acknowledge that God ought to be publicly worshipped. Why otherwise do they compel one another unto the public assemblies? Men, therefore, constituted in this liberty, are to enter into some religious society, that they meet together not only for mutual edification, but to own to the world that they worship God and offer unto his divine majesty such service as they themselves are not ashamed of, and such as they think not unworthy of him, nor unacceptable to him. And finally, that by the purity of doctrine, holiness of life, and decent form of worship, they may draw others unto the love of the true religion, and perform such other things in religion as cannot be done by each private man apart. These religious societies I call churches, and these, I say, the magistrate ought to tolerate, for the business of these assemblies of the people is nothing but what is lawful for every man in particular to take care of. I mean the salvation of their souls. Nor in this case is there any difference between the national church and other separated congregations. But as in every church, there are two things especially to be considered. The outward form and rites of worship, and the doctrines and articles of things must be handled each distinctly, that so the whole matter of toleration may the more clearly be understood. Concerning outward worship, I say in the first place, that the magistrate has no power to enforce by law, either in his own church or much less in another, the use of any rites or ceremonies whatsoever in the worship of God. And this not only because these churches are free societies, but because whatsoever is practiced in the worship of God is only so far justifiable as it is believed by those that practice it to be acceptable unto him. Whatsoever is not done with that assurance of faith is neither well in itself, nor can it be acceptable to God. To impose such things, therefore, upon any people, contrary to their own judgment, is in effect to command them to offend God, which, considering that the end of all religion is to please him, and that liberty is essentially necessary to that end, appears to be absurd beyond expression. But perhaps it may be concluded from hence that I deny unto the magistrate all manner of power about indifferent things, which, if it be not granted, the whole subject matter of law-making is taken away. No, I readily grant that indifferent things, and perhaps none but such, are subjected to the legislative power. But it does not therefore follow that the magistrate may ordain whatsoever he pleases concerning anything that is indifferent. The public good is the rule and measure of all law-making. If a thing be not useful to the commonwealth, though it be never so indifferent, it may not presently be established by law. And further, things never so indifferent in their own nature, when they are brought into the church and worship of God, are removed out of the reach of the magistrate's jurisdiction, because in that use they have no connection at all with civil affairs. The only business of the church is the salvation of souls, and it no way concerns the commonwealth, or any member of it, that this or the other ceremony be there made use of. Neither the use nor the omission of any ceremonies in those religious assemblies does either advantage or prejudice the life, liberty, or estate of any man. For example, let it be granted that the washing of an infant with water is in itself an indifferent thing. Let it be granted also that the magistrate understand such washing to be profitable to the curing or preventing of any disease the children are subject unto, and esteem the matter weighty enough to be taken care of by a law. In that case he may order it to be done. But will anyone therefore say that a magistrate has the same right to ordain by law that all children shall be baptized by priests in the sacred font in order to the purification of their souls? The extreme difference of these two cases is visible to everyone at first sight. Or let us apply the last case to the child of a Jew, and the thing speaks itself. For what hinders but a Christian magistrate may have subjects that are Jews? Now, if we acknowledge that such an injury may not be done unto a Jew as to compel him, against his own opinion, to practice in his religion a thing that is in its nature indifferent, how can we maintain that anything of this kind may be done to a Christian? Again, things in their own nature indifferent cannot by any human authority be made any part of the worship of God, for this very reason, because they are indifferent. For since indifferent things are not capable by any virtue of their own to propitiate the deity, no human power or authority can confer on them so much dignity and excellency as to enable them to do it. In the common affairs of life, that use of indifferent things which God has not forbidden is free and lawful, and therefore in those things human authority has place. But it is not so in matters of religion. Things indifferent are not otherwise lawful in the worship of God, than as they are instituted by God himself, and as he, by some positive command, has ordained them to be made a part of that worship, which he will vouchsafe to accept at the hands of poor, sinful men. Nor, when an incensed deity shall ask us, "Who has required these or such like things at your hands?" will it be enough to answer him that the magistrate commanded them. If civil jurisdiction extend thus far, what might not lawfully be introduced into religion? What hodgepodge of ceremonies, what superstitious inventions built upon the magistrate's authority might not, against conscience, be imposed upon the worshippers of God? For the greatest part of these ceremonies and superstitions consists in the religious use of such things as are in their own nature indifferent, nor are they sinful upon any other account than because God is not the author of them. The sprinkling of water and the use of bread and wine are both in their own nature and in the ordinary occasions of life altogether indifferent. Will any man therefore say that these things could have been introduced into religion and made a part of divine worship, if not by divine institution? If any human authority or civil power could have done this, why might it not also enjoin the eating of fish and drinking of ale in the holy banquet as a part of divine worship? Why not the sprinkling of the blood of beasts in churches, and expiations by water or fire, and abundance more of this kind? But these things, how indifferent soever they be in common uses, when they come to be annexed unto divine worship, without divine authority, They are as abominable to God as the sacrifice of a dog. And why is a dog so abominable? What difference is there between a dog and a goat in respect of the divine nature, equally and infinitely distant from all affinity with matter, unless it be that God required the use of one in his worship and not of the other? We see therefore that in different things, how much soever they be under the power of the civil magistrate, yet cannot upon that pretence be introduced into religion, and imposed upon religious assemblies, because in the worship of God they wholly cease to be indifferent. He that worships God does it with design to please him and procure his favour. But that cannot be done by him who, upon the command of another, offers unto God that which he knows will be displeasing to him, because not commanded by himself. This is not to please God or appease his wrath, but willingly and knowingly to provoke him by a manifest contempt, which is a thing absolutely repugnant to the nature and end of worship. But it will be here asked, if nothing belonging to divine worship be left to human discretion, how is it then that churches themselves have the power of ordering anything about the time and place of worship and the like? To this I answer that in religious worship we must distinguish between what is part of the worship itself and what is but a circumstance. That is a part of the worship which is believed to be appointed by God and to be well-pleasing to him, and therefore that is necessary. Circumstances are such things which, though in general they cannot be separated from worship, yet the particular instances or modifications of them are not determined, and therefore they are indifferent. Of this sort are the time and place of worship, habit and posture of him that worships. These are circumstances, and perfectly indifferent, where God has not given any express command about them. For example, amongst the Jews the time and place of their worship and the habits of those that officiated in it were not mere circumstances, but a part of the worship itself, in which if anything were defective or different from the institution, they could not hope that it would be accepted by God. But these, to Christians under the liberty of the gospel, are mere circumstances of worship, which the prudence of every church may bring into such use as shall be judged most subservient to the end of order, decency, and edification. But even under the gospel, those who believe the first or the seventh day to be set apart by God, and consecrated still to his worship, to them that portion of time is not a simple circumstance, but a real part of divine worship, which can neither be changed nor neglected. In the next place, as the magistrate has no power to impose by his laws the use of any rites and ceremonies in any church, so neither has he any power to forbid the use of such rites and ceremonies as are already received, approved, and practiced by any church, because if he did so, he would destroy the church itself, the end of whose institution is only to worship God with freedom after its own manner. You will say, by this rule, if some congregations should have a mind to sacrifice infants, or, as the primitive Christians were falsely accused, lustfully pollute themselves in promiscuous uncleanness, or practice any other such heinous enormities, is the magistrate obliged to tolerate them, because they are committed in a religious assembly? I answer, no. These things are not lawful in the ordinary course of life, nor in any private house, and therefore neither are they so in the worship of God, or in any religious meeting. But indeed, if any people congregated upon account of religion should be desirous to sacrifice a calf, I deny that that ought to be prohibited by a law. Melibœus, whose calf it is, may lawfully kill his calf at home and burn any part of it that he thinks fit. For no injury is thereby done to anyone, no prejudice to another man's goods. And for the same reason he may kill his calf also in a religious meeting. Whether the doing so be well-pleasing to God or no, it is their part to consider that do it. The part of the magistrate is only to take care that the commonwealth receive no prejudice, and that there be no injury done to any man, either in life or estate. And thus what may be spent on a feast may be spent on a sacrifice. But if peradventure such were the state of things that the interest of the commonwealth required, all slaughter of beasts should be forborne for some while, in order to the increasing of the stock of cattle that had been destroyed by some extraordinary murrain. Who sees not that the magistrate in such a case may forbid all his subjects to kill any calves for any use whatsoever? Only it is to be observed that in this case the law is not made about a religious but a political matter, nor is the sacrifice but the slaughter of calves thereby prohibited. By this we see what difference there is between the church and the commonwealth. Whatsoever is lawful in the commonwealth cannot be prohibited by the magistrate in the church. Whatsoever is permitted unto any of his subjects for their ordinary use, neither can nor ought to be forbidden by him to any sect of people for their religious uses. If any man may lawfully take bread or wine, either sitting or kneeling in his own house, the law ought not to abridge him of the same liberty in his religious worship. Though in the church the use of bread and wine be very different, and be there applied to the mysteries of faith and rites of divine worship. But those things that are prejudicial to the commonweal of a people in their ordinary use, and are therefore forbidden by laws, those things ought not to be permitted to churches in their sacred rites. Only the magistrate ought always to be very careful that he do not misuse his authority to the oppression of any church, under pretence of public good. It may be said, what if a church be idolatrous? Is that also to be tolerated by the magistrate? I answer, what power can be given to the magistrate for the suppression of an idolatrous church, which may not in time and place be made use of to the ruin of an orthodox one? For it must be remembered that the civil power is the same everywhere, and the religion of every prince is orthodox to himself. If, therefore, such a power be granted unto the civil magistrate in spirituals as that at Geneva, for example, he may extirpate by violence and blood the religion which is there reputed idolatrous. By the same rule another magistrate, in some neighbouring country, may oppress the reformed religion, and in India, the Christian. The civil power can either change everything in religion, according to the prince's pleasure, or it can change nothing. If it be once permitted to introduce anything into religion by the means of laws and penalties, there can be no bounds put to it. But it will in the same manner be lawful to alter everything, according to that rule of truth which the magistrate has framed unto himself. No man whatsoever ought therefore to be deprived of his terrestrial enjoyments upon account of his religion. Not even Americans, subjected unto a Christian prince, are to be punished either in body or goods for not embracing our faith and worship. If they are persuaded that they please God in observing the rites of their own country, and that they shall obtain happiness by that means, they are to be left unto God and themselves. Let us trace this matter to the bottom. Thus it is. An inconsiderable and weak number of Christians, destitute of everything, arrive in a pagan country. These foreigners beseech the inhabitants by the bowels of humanity that they would succour them with the necessaries of life. Those necessaries are given them, habitations are granted, and they all join together and grow up into one body of people. The Christian religion by this means takes root in that country and spreads itself, but does not suddenly grow the strongest. While things are in this condition, peace, friendship, faith, and equal justice are preserved amongst them. At length the magistrate becomes a Christian, and by that means their party becomes the most powerful. Then immediately all compacts are to be broken, all civil rights to be violated, that idolatry may be extirpated, and unless these innocent pagans, strict observers of the rules of equity and the law of nature, and no ways offending against the laws of the society, I say, unless they will forsake their ancient religion and embrace a new and strange one, they are to be turned out of the lands and possessions of their forefathers, and perhaps deprived of life itself. Then at last it appears what zeal for the church, joined with the desire of dominion, is capable to produce, and how easily the pretence of religion and of the care of souls serves for a cloak to covetousness, rapine, and ambition. Now whosoever maintains that idolatry is to be rooted out of any place by laws, punishments, fire, and sword, may apply this story to himself. For the reason of the thing is equal, both in America and Europe, and neither pagans there nor any dissenting Christians here can with any right be deprived of their worldly goods by the predominating faction of a court church. Nor are any civil rights to be either changed or violated upon account of religion in one place more than another. But idolatry, say some, is a sin, and therefore not to be tolerated. If they said it were therefore to be avoided, the inference were good. But it does not follow that because it is a sin, it ought therefore to be punished by the magistrate. For it does not belong unto the magistrate to make use of his sword in punishing everything indifferently that he takes to be a sin against God. Covetousness, uncharitableness, idleness, and many other things are sins by the consent of men, which yet no man ever said were to be punished by the magistrate. The reason is because they are not prejudicial to other men's rights, nor do they break the public peace of societies. Nay, even the sins of lying and perjury are nowhere punishable by laws, unless in certain cases in which the real turpitude of the thing and the offence against God are not considered, but only the injury done unto men's neighbours and to the commonwealth. And what if in another country, to a Mahometan or a pagan prince, the Christian religion seem false and offensive to God? May not the Christians for the same reason and after the same manner be extirpated there? But it may be urged farther that by the law of Moses idolaters were to be rooted out. True indeed by the law of Moses, but that is not obligatory to us Christians. Nobody pretends that everything generally enjoined by the law of Moses ought to be practiced by Christians. But there is nothing more frivolous than that common distinction of moral, judicial, and ceremonial law, which men ordinarily make use of. For no positive law whatsoever can oblige any people but those to whom it is given. Here, O Israel, sufficiently restrains the obligations of the law of Moses only to that people. And this consideration alone is answer enough unto those that urge the authority of the law of Moses for the inflicting of capital punishment upon idolaters. But, however, I will examine this argument a little more particularly. The case of idolaters in respect of the Jewish commonwealth falls under a double consideration. The first is of those who, being initiated in the Mosaical rites and made citizens of that commonwealth, did afterwards apostatize from the worship of the God of Israel. These were proceeded against as traitors and rebels, guilty of no less than high treason. For the commonwealth of the Jews, different in that from all others, was an absolute theocracy. Nor was there, or could there be, any difference between that commonwealth and the church. The laws established there concerning the worship of one invisible deity were the civil laws of that people, and a part of their political government, in which God himself was the legislator. Now, if anyone can show me where there is a commonwealth at this time, constituted upon that foundation, I will acknowledge that the ecclesiastical laws do there unavoidably become a part of the civil, and that the subjects of that government both may and ought to be kept in strict conformity with that church by the civil power. But there is absolutely no such thing under the gospel as a Christian commonwealth. There are indeed many cities and kingdoms that have embraced the faith of Christ, but they have retained their ancient form of government with which the law of Christ hath not at all meddled. He indeed hath taught men how by faith and good works they may obtain eternal life. But he instituted no commonwealth. He prescribed unto his followers no new and peculiar form of government, nor put he the sword into any magistrate's hand, with commission to make use of it in forcing men to forsake their former religion and receive his. Secondly, foreigners, and such as were strangers to the commonwealth of Israel, were not compelled by force to observe the rites of the Mosaical law, but on the contrary, in the very same place where it is ordered that an Israelite that was an idolater should be put to death, there it is provided that strangers should not be vexed nor oppressed. I confess that the 7 nations that possessed the land which was promised to the Israelites were utterly to be cut off. But this was not singly because they were idolaters, for if that had been the reason, why were the Moabites and other nations to be spared? No, the reason is this. God being in a peculiar manner the King of the Jews, he could not suffer the adoration of any other deity, which was properly an act of high treason against himself, in the land of Canaan, which was his kingdom. For such a manifest revolt could no ways consist with his dominion, which was perfectly political in that country. All idolatry was therefore to be rooted out of the bounds of his kingdom, because it was an acknowledgment of another god, that is say, another king, against the laws of empire. The inhabitants were also to be driven out, that the entire possession of the land might be given to the Israelites. And for the like reason the Emims and the Horims were driven out of their countries by the children of Esau and Lot, and their lands upon the same grounds given by God to the invaders. But though all idolatry was thus rooted out of the land of Canaan, yet every idolater was not brought to execution. The whole family of Rahab, the whole nation of the Gibeonites, articled with Joshua, and were allowed by treaty. And there were many captives amongst the Jews who were idolaters. David and Solomon subdued many countries without the confines of the land of promise, and carried their conquests as far as Euphrates. Amongst so many captives taken, so many nations reduced under their obedience, we find not one man forced into the Jewish religion and the worship of the true God, and punished for idolatry, though all of them were certainly guilty of it. If anyone indeed becoming a proselyte desired to be made a denizen of their commonwealth, he was obliged to submit to their laws, that is, to embrace their religion. But this he did willingly on his own accord, not by constraint. He did not unwillingly submit to show his obedience, but he sought and solicited for it as a privilege, and as soon as he was admitted he became subject to the laws of the commonwealth. by which all idolatry was forbidden within the borders of the land of Canaan. But that law, as I have said, did not reach to any of those regions, however subjected unto the Jews, that were situated without those bounds. Thus far concerning outward worship. Let us now consider articles of faith. The articles of religion are some of them practical and some speculative. Now, though both sorts consist in the knowledge of truth, yet these terminate simply in the understanding. Those influence the will and manners. Speculative opinions, therefore, and articles of faith, as they are called, which are required only to be believed, cannot be imposed on any church by the law of the land. For it is absurd that things should be enjoined by laws which are not in men's power to perform. And to believe this or that to be true does not depend upon our will. But of this enough has been said already. But, will some say, let men at least profess that they believe. A sweet religion indeed, that obliges men to dissemble and tell lies both to God and man for the salvation of their souls. If the magistrate thinks to save men thus, he seems to understand little of the way of salvation. And if he does it not in order to save them, why is he so solicitous about the articles of faith as to enact them by a law? Further, the magistrate ought not to forbid the preaching or professing of any speculative opinions in any church, because they have no manner of relation to the civil rights of the subjects. If a Roman Catholic believe that to be really the body of Christ which another man calls bread, he does no injury thereby to his neighbor. If a Jew do not believe the New Testament to be the word of God, he does not thereby alter anything in men's civil rights. If a heathen doubt of both testaments, he is not therefore to be punished as a pernicious citizen. The power of the magistrate and the estates of the people may be equally secure whether any man believe these things or no. I readily grant that these opinions are false and absurd. But the business of laws is not to provide for the truth of opinions, but for the safety and security of the commonwealth, and of every particular man's goods and person. And so it ought to be, for the truth certainly would do well enough if she were once left to shift for herself. She seldom has received, and I fear never will receive, much assistance from the power of great men, to whom she is but rarely known and more rarely welcome. She is not taught by laws, nor has she any need of force to procure her entrance into the minds of men. Errors indeed prevail by the assistance of foreign and borrowed succours. But if truth makes not her way into the understanding by her own light, she will be but the weaker for any borrowed force violence can add to her. Thus much for speculative opinions. Let us now proceed to practical ones. A good life, in which consist not the least part of religion and true piety, concerns also the civil government, and in it lies the safety both of men's souls and of the commonwealth. Moral actions belong, therefore, to the jurisdiction both of the outward and inward court, both of the civil and domestic governor, I mean both of the magistrate and conscience. Here, therefore, is great danger, lest one of these jurisdictions entrench upon the other, and discord arise between the keeper of the public peace and the overseers of souls. But if what has been already said concerning the limits of both these governments be rightly considered, it will easily remove all difficulty in this matter. Every man has an immortal soul capable of eternal happiness or misery, whose happiness depending upon his believing and doing those things in this life which are necessary to the obtaining of God's favour, and are prescribed by God to that end. It follows from thence first that the observance of these things is the highest obligation that lies upon mankind, and that our utmost care, application, and diligence ought to be exercised in the search and performance of them, because there is nothing in this world that is of any consideration in comparison with eternity. Secondly, that seeing one man does not violate the right of another by his erroneous opinions and undue manner of worship, nor is his perdition any prejudice to another man's affairs. Therefore the care of each man's salvation belongs only to himself. But I would not have this understood as if I meant hereby to condemn all charitable admonitions and affectionate endeavours to reduce men from errors, which are indeed the greatest duty of a Christian. Any one may employ as many exhortations and arguments as he pleases towards the promoting of another man's salvation, but all force and compulsion are to be forborne. Nothing is to be done imperiously. Nobody is obliged in that matter to yield obedience unto the admonitions or injunctions of another, further than he himself is persuaded. Every man in that has the supreme and absolute authority of judging for himself, and the reason is because nobody else is concerned in it, nor can receive any prejudice from his conduct therein. But besides their souls, which are immortal, men have also their temporal lives here upon earth. the state whereof being frail and fleeting, and the duration uncertain, they have need of several outward conveniences to the support thereof, which are to be procured or preserved by pains and industry. For those things that are necessary to the comfortable support of our lives are not the spontaneous products of nature, nor do offer themselves fit and prepared for our use. This part, therefore, draws on another care and necessarily gives another employment. But the pravity of mankind being such that they had rather injuriously prey upon the fruits of other men's labours than take pains to provide for themselves, the necessity of preserving men in the possession of what honest industry has already acquired, and also of preserving their liberty and strength, whereby they may acquire what they farther want, obliges men to enter into society with one another, that by mutual assistance and joint force they may secure unto each other their properties, in the things that contribute to the comfort and happiness of this life, leaving in the meanwhile to every man the care of his own eternal happiness, the attainment whereof can neither be facilitated by another man's industry, nor can the loss of it turn to another man's prejudice, nor the hope of it be forced from him by any external violence. But forasmuch as men thus entering into societies, grounded upon their mutual compacts of assistance for the defence of their temporal goods, may nevertheless be deprived of them, either by the rapine and fraud of their fellow citizens, or by the hostile violence of foreigners, the remedy of this evil consists in arms, riches, and multitude of citizens. The remedy of the other in laws, and the care of all things relating both to one and the other is committed by the society to the civil magistrate. This is the original, this is the use, and these are the bounds of the legislative, which is the supreme power in every commonwealth. I mean that provision may be made for the security of each man's private possessions, for the peace, riches, and public commodities of the whole people, and as much as possible for the increase of their inward strength against foreign invasions. These things being thus explained, it is easy to understand to what end the legislative power ought to be directed, and by what measures regulated. And that is the temporal good and outward prosperity of the society, which is the sole reason of men's entering into society, and the only thing they seek and aim at in it. And it is also evident what liberty remains to men in reference to their eternal salvation, and that is that every one should do what he in his conscience is persuaded to be acceptable to the Almighty, on whose good pleasure and acceptance depends their eternal happiness. For obedience is due, in the first place, to God, and afterwards to the laws. But some may ask, what if the magistrate should enjoin anything by his authority that appears unlawful to the conscience of a private person? I answer that, if government be faithfully administered, and the counsels of the magistrates be indeed directed to the public good, this will seldom happen. But if perhaps it do so fall out, I say that such a private person is to abstain from the action that he judges unlawful, and he is to undergo the punishment which it is not unlawful for him to bear. For the private judgment of any person concerning a law enacted in political matters for the public good does not take away the obligation of that law, nor deserve a dispensation. But if the law indeed be concerning things that lie not within the verge of the magistrate's authority, as for example that the people or any party amongst them should be compelled to embrace a strange religion and join in the worship and ceremonies of another church, men are not in these cases obliged by that law, against their consciences. For the political society is instituted for no other end, but only to secure every man's possession of the things of this life, the care of each man's soul and of the things of heaven, which neither does belong to the commonwealth nor can be subjected to it, is left entirely to every man's self. Thus the safeguard of men's lives and of the things that belong unto this life is the business of the commonwealth, and the preserving of those things unto their owners is the duty of the magistrate. And therefore the magistrate cannot take away these worldly things from this man or party and give them to that, nor change propriety amongst fellow subjects, no, not even by a law. For a cause that has no relation to the end of civil government, I mean for their religion, which whether it be true or false does no prejudice to the worldly concerns of their fellow subjects, which are the things that only belong unto the care of the commonwealth. But what if the magistrate believe such a law as this to be for the public good? I answer, as the private judgment of any particular person, if erroneous, does not exempt him from the obligation of law, so the private judgment, as I may call it, of the magistrate does not give him any new right of imposing laws upon his subjects, which neither was in the constitution of the government granted him, nor ever was in the power of the people to grant, much less if he make it his business to enrich and advance his followers and fellow sectaries with the spoils of others. But what if the magistrate believe that he has a right to make such laws, and that they are for the public good, and his subjects believe the contrary? Who shall be judge between them? I answer, God alone. For there is no judge upon earth between the supreme magistrate and the people. God, I say, is the only judge in this case, who will retribute unto everyone at the last day according to his deserts, that is, according to his sincerity and uprightness in endeavouring to promote piety, and the public weal, and peace of mankind. But what shall be done in the meanwhile? I answer, the principal and chief care of everyone ought to be of his own soul first, and in the next place of the public peace, though yet there are very few will think it is peace there, where they see all laid waste. There are two sorts of contests amongst men, the one managed by law, the other by force, and these are of that nature that where the one ends, the other always begins. But it is not my business to inquire into the power of the magistrate in the different constitutions of nations. I only know what usually happens where controversies arise without a judge to determine them. You will say then the magistrate being the stronger will have his will and carry his point, without doubt. But the question is not here concerning the doubtfulness of the event, but the rule of right. But to come to particulars, I say first, no opinions contrary to human society, or to those moral rules which are necessary to the preservation of civil society, are to be tolerated by the magistrate. But of these indeed examples in any church are rare, for no sect can easily arrive to such a degree of madness as that it should think fit to teach. For doctrines of religion such things as manifestly undermine the foundations of society and are therefore condemned by the judgment of all mankind. Because their own interest, peace, reputation, everything would be thereby endangered. Another more secret evil, but more dangerous to the commonwealth, is when men arrogate to themselves and to those of their own sect some peculiar prerogative covered over with a specious show of deceitful words, but in effect opposite to the civil right of the community. For example, we cannot find any sect that teaches expressly and openly that men are not obliged to keep their promise, that princes may be dethroned by those that differ from them in religion, or that the dominion of all things belongs only to themselves. For these things, proposed thus nakedly and plainly, would soon draw on them the eye and hand of the magistrate, and awaken all the care of the commonwealth to a watchfulness against the spreading of so dangerous an evil. But nevertheless, we find those that say the same things in other words. What else do they mean who teach that faith is not to be kept with heretics? Their meaning, forsooth, is that the privilege of breaking faith belongs unto themselves, for they declare all that are not of their communion to be heretics, or at least may declare them so whensoever they think fit. What can be the meaning of their asserting that kings excommunicated forfeit their crowns and kingdoms? It is evident that they thereby arrogate unto themselves the power of deposing kings, because they challenge the power of excommunication as the peculiar right of their hierarchy. That dominion is founded in grace is also an assertion by which those that maintain it do plainly lay claim to the possession of all things. For they are not so wanting to themselves as not to believe, or at least as not to profess themselves to be the truly pious and faithful. These, therefore, and the like, who attribute unto the faithful, religious, and orthodox, that is, in plain terms, unto themselves, any peculiar privilege or power above other mortals in civil concernments, or who upon pretence of religion do challenge any manner of authority over such as are not associated with them in their ecclesiastical communion, I say these have no right to be tolerated by the magistrate, as neither those that will not own and teach the duty of tolerating all men in matters of mere religion. For what do all these and the like doctrines signify, but that they may and are ready upon any occasion to seize the government and possess themselves of the estates and fortunes of their fellow subjects, and that they only ask leave to be tolerated by the magistrate so long until they find themselves strong enough to effect it? Again, that church can have no right to be tolerated by the magistrate which is constituted upon such a bottom, that all those who enter into it do thereby ipso facto deliver themselves up to the protection and service of another prince. For by this means the magistrate would give way to the settling of a foreign jurisdiction in his own country, and suffer his own people to be listed, as it were, for soldiers against his own government. Nor does the frivolous and fallacious distinction between the court and the church afford any remedy to this inconvenience, especially when both the one and the other are equally subject to the absolute authority of the same person, who has not only power to persuade the members of his church to whatsoever he lists, either as purely religious or in order thereunto, but can also enjoin it them on pain of eternal fire. It is ridiculous for anyone to profess himself to be a Mahometan only in his religion, but in everything else a faithful subject to a Christian magistrate, whilst at the same time he acknowledges himself bound to yield blind obedience to the Mufti of Constantinople, who himself is entirely obedient to the Ottoman Emperor, and frames the feigned oracles of that religion according to his pleasure. But this Mahometan living amongst Christians would yet more apparently renounce their government, if he acknowledged the same person to be head of his church, who is the supreme magistrate in the state. Lastly, those are not at all to be tolerated who deny the being of a god. Promises, covenants, and oaths, which are the bonds of human society, can have no hold upon an atheist. The taking away of God, though but even in thought, dissolves all. Besides also those that by their atheism undermine and destroy all religion, can have no pretence of religion whereupon to challenge the privilege of a toleration. As for other practical opinions, though not absolutely free from all error, if they do not tend to establish domination over others, or civil impunity to the church in which they are taught, there can be no reason why they should not be tolerated. It remains that I say something concerning those assemblies which, being vulgarly called, and perhaps having sometimes been conventicles and nurseries of factions and seditions, are thought to afford against this doctrine of toleration. But this has not happened by anything peculiar unto the genius of such assemblies, but by the unhappy circumstances of an oppressed or ill-settled liberty. These accusations would soon cease if the law of toleration were once so settled that all churches were obliged to lay down toleration as the foundation of their own liberty, and teach that liberty of conscience is every man's natural right, equally belonging to dissenters as to themselves, and that nobody ought to be compelled in matters of religion either by law or force. The establishment of this one thing would take away all ground of complaints and tumults upon account of conscience, and these causes of discontents and animosities being once removed, there would remain nothing in these assemblies that were not more peaceable and less apt to produce disturbance of state than in any other meetings whatsoever. But let us examine particularly the heads of these accusations. You will say that assemblies and meetings endanger the public peace and threaten the commonwealth. I answer, if this be so, why are there daily such numerous meetings in markets and courts of judicature? Why are crowds upon the exchange and a concourse of people in cities suffered? You will reply, those are civil assemblies, but these we object against are ecclesiastical. I answer, it is a likely thing indeed that such assemblies as are altogether remote from civil affairs should be most apt to embroil them. Oh, but civil assemblies are composed of men that differ from one another in matters of religion, but these ecclesiastical meetings are of persons that are all of one opinion, as if an agreement in matters of religion were in effect a conspiracy against the commonwealth, or as if men would not be so much the more warmly unanimous in religion the less liberty they had of assembling. But it will be urged still that civil assemblies are open and free for anyone to enter into, whereas religious conventicles are more private and thereby give opportunity to clandestine machinations. I answer that this is not strictly true, for many civil assemblies are not open to everyone. And if some religious meetings be private, who are they, I beseech you, that are to be blamed for it, those that desire, or those that forbid their being public? Again, you will say that religious communion does exceedingly unite men's minds and affections to one another, and is therefore the more dangerous. But if this be so, why is not the magistrate afraid of his own church? And why does he not forbid their assemblies as things dangerous to his government? You will say because he himself is a part and even the head of them, as if he were not also a part of the commonwealth and the head of the whole people. Let us therefore deal plainly. The magistrate is afraid of other churches, but not of his own, because he is kind and favourable to the one, but severe and cruel to the other. These he treats like children, and indulges them even to wantonness. Those he uses as slaves, and how blamelessly soever they demean themselves, recompenses them no otherwise than by galleys, prisons, confiscations, and death. These he cherishes and defends. Those he continually scourges and oppresses. Let him turn the tables, or let those dissenters enjoy but the same privileges in civils as his other subjects, and he will quickly find that these religious meetings will be no longer dangerous. For if men enter into seditious conspiracies, it is not religion inspires them to it in their meetings, but their sufferings and oppressions that make them willing to ease themselves. Just and moderate governments are everywhere quiet, everywhere safe. But oppression raises ferments and makes men struggle to cast off an uneasy and tyrannical yoke. I know that seditions are very frequently raised upon pretense of religion, but it is as true that for religion, subjects are frequently ill-treated and live miserably. Believe me, the stirs that are made proceed not from any peculiar temper of this or that church or religious society, but from the common disposition of all mankind, who, when they groan under any heavy burthen, endeavour naturally to shake off the yoke that galls their necks. Suppose this business of religion were let alone, and that there were some other distinction made between men and men upon account of their different complexions, shapes, and features, so that those who have black hair, for example, or grey eyes, should not enjoy the same privileges as other citizens, that they should not be permitted either to buy or sell, or live by their callings, that parents should not have the government and education of their own children, that all should either be excluded from the benefit of the laws, or meet with partial judges. Can it be doubted but these persons, thus distinguished from others by the colour of their hair and eyes, and united together by one common persecution, would be as dangerous to the magistrate as any others that had associated themselves merely upon the account of religion? Some enter into company for trade and profit. Others, for want of business, have their clubs for claret. Neighbourhood joins some, and religion others. But there is only one thing which gathers people into seditious commotions, and that is oppression. You will say, what? Will you have people to meet at divine service against the magistrate's will? I answer, why, I pray, against his will? Is it not both lawful and necessary that they should meet? Against his will, do you say? That is what I complain of. That is the very root of all the mischief. Why are assemblies less sufferable in a church than in a theatre or market? Those that meet there are not either more vicious or more turbulent than those that meet elsewhere. The business in that is that they are ill-used, and therefore they are not to be suffered. Take away the partiality that is used towards them in matters of common right. Change the laws. Take away the penalties unto which they are subjected, and all things will immediately become safe and peaceable. Nay, those that are averse to the religion of the magistrate will think themselves so much the more bound to maintain the peace of the commonwealth, as their condition is better in that place than elsewhere. And all the several separate congregations, like so many guardians of the public peace, will watch one another, that nothing may be innovated or changed in the form of the government, because they can hope for nothing better than what they already enjoy, that is, an equal condition with their fellow subjects under a just and moderate government. Now if that church which agrees in religion with the prince be esteemed the chief support of any civil government, and that for no other reason, as has already been shown, than because the prince is kind and the laws are favourable to it, how much greater will be the security of government where all good subjects of whatsoever church they be, without any distinction upon account of religion, enjoying the same favour of the prince and the same benefit of the laws, shall become the common support and guard of it, and where none will have any occasion to fear the severity of the laws, but those that do injuries to their neighbours and offend against the civil peace. That we may draw towards a conclusion, the sum of all we drive at is that every man may enjoy the same rights that are granted to others. Is it permitted to worship God in the Roman manner? Let it be permitted to do it in the Geneva form also. Is it permitted to speak Latin in the marketplace? Let those that have a mind to it be permitted to do it also in the church. Is it lawful for any man in his own house to kneel, stand, sit, or use any other posture, and to clothe himself in white or black, in short or in long garments? Let it not be made unlawful to eat bread, drink wine, or wash with water in the church. In a word, whatsoever things are left free by law in the common occasions of life, let them remain free unto every church in divine worship. Let no man's life, or body, or house, or estate suffer any manner of prejudice upon these accounts. Can you allow of the Presbyterian discipline? Why should not the Episcopal also have what they like? Ecclesiastical authority, whether it be administered by the hands of a single person or many, is everywhere the same, and neither has any jurisdiction in things civil, nor any manner of power of compulsion, nor anything at all to do with riches and revenues. Ecclesiastical assemblies and sermons are justified by daily experience and public allowance. These are allowed to people of some one persuasion. Why not to all? If anything pass in a religious meeting seditiously and contrary to the public peace, It is to be punished in the same manner, and no otherwise than as if it had happened in a fair or market. These meetings ought not to be sanctuaries for factious and flagitious fellows. Nor ought it to be less lawful for men to meet in churches than in halls. Nor are one part of the subjects to be esteemed more blamable for their meeting together than others. Everyone is to be accountable for his own actions, and no man is to be laid under a suspicion or odium for the fault of another. Those that are seditious, murderers, thieves, robbers, adulterers, slanderers, etc., of whatsoever church, whether national or not, ought to be punished and suppressed. But those whose doctrine is peaceable, and whose manners are pure and blameless, ought to be upon equal terms with their fellow subjects. Thus, if solemn assemblies, observations of festivals, public worship be permitted to any one sort of professors, all these things ought to be permitted to the Presbyterians, Independents, Anabaptists, Arminians, Quakers, and others with the same liberty. Nay, if we may openly speak the truth, and as becomes one man to another, neither pagan nor Mahometan nor Jew ought to be excluded from the civil rights of the Commonwealth because of his religion. The Gospel commands no such thing. The Church which judgeth not those that are without wants it not. And the Commonwealth, which embraces indifferently all men that are honest, peaceable, and industrious, requires it not. Shall we suffer a pagan to deal and trade with us, and shall we not suffer him to pray unto and worship God? If we allow the Jews to have private houses and dwellings amongst us, why should we not allow them to have synagogues? Is their doctrine more false, their worship more abominable? Or is the civil peace more endangered by their meeting in public than in their private houses? But if these things may be granted to Jews and pagans, surely the condition of any Christians ought not to be worse than theirs in a Christian commonwealth. You will say perhaps, yes, it ought to be, because they are more inclinable to factions, tumults, and civil wars. I answer, is this the fault of the Christian religion? If it be so, truly the Christian religion is the worst of all religions, and ought neither to be embraced by any particular person, nor tolerated by any commonwealth. For if this be the genius, this the nature of the Christian religion, to be turbulent and destructive to the civil peace, that church itself which the magistrate indulges will not always be innocent. But far be it from us to say any such thing of that religion which carries the greatest opposition to covetousness, ambition, discord, contention, and all manner of inordinate desires, and is the most modest and peaceable religion that ever was. We must therefore seek another cause of those evils that are charged upon religion. And if we consider right, we shall find it to consist wholly in the subject that I am treating of. It is not the diversity of opinions which cannot be avoided, but the refusal of toleration to those that are of different opinions, which might have been granted, that has produced all the bustles and wars that have been in the Christian world upon account of religion. The heads and leaders of the Church, moved by avarice and insatiable desire of dominion, making use of the immoderate ambition of magistrates, and the credulous superstition of the giddy multitude, have incensed and animated them against those that dissent from themselves, by preaching unto them, contrary to the laws of the gospel and to the precepts of charity, that schismatics and heretics are to be outed of their possessions and destroyed. And thus have they mixed together and confounded two things that are in themselves most different, the Church and the Commonwealth. Now as it is very difficult for men patiently to suffer themselves to be stripped of the goods which they have got by their honest industry, and contrary to all the laws of equity, both human and divine, to be delivered up for a prey to other men's violence and rapine, especially when they are otherwise altogether blameless, and that the occasion for which they are thus treated does not at all belong to the jurisdiction of the magistrate, but entirely to the conscience of every particular man for the conduct of which he is accountable to God only. What else can be expected but that these men, growing weary of the evils under which they labor, should in the end think it lawful for them to resist force with force and to defend their natural rights, which are not forfeitable upon account of religion, with arms as well as they can. That this has been hitherto the ordinary course of things is abundantly evident in history, and that it will continue to be so hereafter is but too apparent in reason. It cannot indeed be otherwise so long as the principle of persecution for religion shall prevail, as it has done hitherto, with magistrate and people, and so long as those that ought to be the preachers of peace and concord shall continue with all their art and strength to excite men to arms and sound the trumpet of war. But that magistrates should thus suffer these incendiaries and disturbers of the public peace might justly be wondered at if it did not appear that they have been invited by them unto a participation of the spoil, and have therefore thought fit to make use of their covetousness and pride as means whereby to increase their own power. For who does not see that these good men are indeed more ministers of the government than ministers of the gospel, and that, by flattering the ambition and favouring the dominion of princes and men in authority, they endeavour with all their might to promote that tyranny in the commonwealth which otherwise they should not be able to establish in the church. This is the unhappy agreement that we see between the church and state, whereas if each of them would contain itself within its own bounds, the one attending to the worldly welfare of the commonwealth, the other to the salvation of souls, it is impossible that any discord should ever have happened between them. Sed pudet hoec opprobria, etc. God Almighty grant, I beseech him, that the gospel of peace may at length be preached, and that civil magistrates, growing more careful to conform their own consciences to the law of God, and less solicitous about the binding of other men's consciences by human laws, may, like fathers of their country, direct all their counsels and endeavours to promote universally the civil welfare of all their children, except only of such as are arrogant, ungovernable, and injurious to their brethren. And that all ecclesiastical men who boast themselves to be the successors of the apostles, walking peaceably and modestly in the apostles' steps, without intermeddling with state affairs, may apply themselves wholly to promote the salvation of souls. Farewell. Perhaps it may not be amiss to add a few things concerning heresy and schism. A Turk is not, nor can be, either heretic or schismatic to a Christian. And if any man fall off from the Christian faith to Mahometism, he does not thereby become a heretic or schismatic, but an apostate and an infidel. This nobody doubts of, and by this it appears that men of different religions cannot be heretics or schismatics to one another. We are to inquire, therefore, what men are of the same religion, concerning which it is manifest that those who have one and the same rule of faith and worship are of the same religion, and those who have not the same rule of faith and worship are of different religions. For since all things that belong unto that religion are contained in that rule, it follows necessarily that those who agree in one rule are of one and the same religion, and vice versa. Thus Turks and Christians are of different religions, because these take the Holy Scriptures to be the rule of their religion, and those the Alcoran, and for the same reason there may be different religions also even amongst Christians. The Papists and Lutherans, though both of them profess faith in Christ and are therefore called Christians, yet are not both of the same religion, because these acknowledge nothing but the Holy Scriptures to be the rule and foundation of their religion. Those take in also traditions and the decrees of popes, and of these together make the rule of their religion. And thus the Christians of St. John, as they are called, and the Christians of Geneva are of different religions, because these also take only the Scriptures, and those I know not what traditions, for the rule of their religion. This being settled, it follows first that heresy is a separation made in ecclesiastical communion between men of the same religion for some opinions no way contained in the rule itself, and secondly, that amongst those who acknowledge nothing but the Holy Scriptures to be their rule of faith, heresy is a separation made in their Christian communion for opinions not contained in the express words of Scripture. Now this separation may be made in a twofold manner. 1. When the greater part, or by the magistrate's patronage the stronger part, of the Church separates itself from others by excluding them out of her communion, because they will not profess their belief of certain opinions which are not the express words of the Scripture. For it is not the paucity of those that are separated, nor the authority of the magistrate that can make any man guilty of heresy, but he only is a heretic who divides the Church into parts, introduces names and marks of distinction, and voluntarily makes a separation because of such opinions. 2. When anyone separates himself from the communion of a church because that church does not publicly profess some certain opinions which the Holy Scriptures do not expressly teach. Both these are heretics because they err in fundamentals, and they err obstinately against knowledge. For when they have determined the Holy Scriptures to be the only foundation of faith, they nevertheless lay down certain propositions as fundamental which are not in the Scripture. And because others will not acknowledge these additional opinions of theirs, nor build upon them as if they were necessary and fundamental, they therefore make a separation in the Church, either by withdrawing themselves from others, or expelling the others from them. Nor does it signify anything for them to say that their confessions and symbols are agreeable to Scripture and to the analogy of faith. For if they be conceived in the express words of Scripture, there can be no question about them, because those things are acknowledged by all Christians to be of divine inspiration and therefore fundamental. But if they say that the articles which they require to be professed are consequences deduced from the Scripture, it is undoubtedly well done of them who believe and profess such things as seem unto them so agreeable to the rule of faith. But it would be very ill done to obtrude those things upon others unto whom they do not seem to be the indubitable doctrines of the Scripture, and to make a separation for such things as these, which neither are nor can be fundamental, is to become heretics. For I do not think there is any man arrived to that degree of madness as that he dare give out his consequences and interpretations of Scripture as divine inspirations, and compare the articles of faith that he has framed according to his own fancy with the authority of Scripture. I know there are some propositions so evidently agreeable to Scripture that nobody can deny them to be drawn from thence, but about those, therefore, there can be no difference. This only I say, that however clearly we may think this or the other doctrine to be deduced from Scripture, we ought not therefore to impose it upon others as a necessary article of faith, because we believe it to be agreeable to the rule of faith, unless we would be content also that other doctrines should be imposed upon us in the same manner, and that we should be compelled to receive and profess all the different and contradictory opinions of Lutherans, Calvinists, Remonstrants, Anabaptists, and other sects, which the contrivers of symbols, systems, and confessions are accustomed to deliver to their followers as genuine and necessary deductions from the Holy Scripture. I cannot but wonder at the extravagant arrogance of those men who think that they themselves can explain things necessary to salvation more clearly than the Holy Ghost, the eternal and infinite wisdom of God. Thus much concerning heresy, which word in common use is applied only to the doctrinal part of religion. Let us now consider schism, which is a crime near akin to it. For both these words seem unto me to signify an ill-grounded separation in ecclesiastical communion made about things not necessary. But since use, which is the supreme law in matter of language, has determined that heresy relates to errors in faith, and schism to those in worship or discipline, we must consider them under that distinction. Schism, then, for the same reasons that have already been alleged, is nothing else but a separation made in the communion of the Church upon account of something in divine worship or ecclesiastical discipline that is not any necessary part of it. Now, nothing in worship or discipline can be necessary to Christian communion, but what Christ our legislator, or the apostles, by inspiration of the Holy Spirit, have commanded in express words. In a word, he that denies not anything that the Holy Scriptures teach in express words, nor makes a separation upon occasion of anything that is not manifestly contained in the sacred text, however he may be nicknamed by any sect of Christians and declared by some or all of them to be utterly void of true Christianity. Yet in deed and in truth, this man cannot be either a heretic or schismatic. These things might have been explained more largely and more advantageously, but it is enough to have hinted at them thus briefly to a person of your parts.
Oh, hey there. It's education time. Sorry, I was getting a little psyched up with some Mastodon. Going to talk to you today about two very important early modern European philosophers, Thomas Hobbes and John Locke. Now, this one goes out to @OneRepublican79, who asked on Twitter, "Hello, I was wondering if I could request a video on Thomas Hobbes versus John Locke. My test is coming up at the end of this week." All right, so there you have it. So Hobbes and Locke, you've probably already heard about the divine right of kings. If you haven't, check out my video lecture on that. But you've likely been exposed to Jacques Bossuet, however you say that, it's French, and he was a proponent of divine right absolutism. Now, this isn't going to be about Bossuet, okay? This is going to be about something different. Both Hobbes and Locke reject the idea of divine right, and Hobbes is going to advocate for absolutism like Bossuet does, but it's going to be a philosophical absolutism, where John Locke is going to advocate for constitutional government, a limited government, and he is going to use both philosophical and biblical justifications for his argument for constitutionalism. So Hobbes and Locke are both going to give us two versions of a social contract. Now keep in mind that Rousseau wrote a book called The Social Contract, but he's not the first philosopher to address this subject. What the social contract essentially is, it covers two things. First of all, what is the origin of government? How did people decide to have government? And second, how much authority should the state have over the individual? And Hobbes and Locke are going to sort of agree on the first part, but they're going to disagree on the second part. Let's start off with Thomas Hobbes, who wrote a book called Leviathan in 1651. Remember that, Leviathan. Same as Mastodon's second album, which I'm kind of introducing you to little by little in this lecture. And in Leviathan, Hobbes is defending philosophical absolutism, the idea that absolute government is not best because it's mandated by God, it's best because, well, because it's best. Let Hobbes explain to you why. Now, what is a Leviathan? A Leviathan is a sea monster mentioned several times in the Old Testament. And it's mentioned in detail, described in very much detail in the book of Job. Specifically in Job 41. Now, let me go ahead and read a little bit to you from Job 41 with a little bit of Mastodon theme music, if you don't mind. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with a hook, or his tongue with a cord? Will he make many supplications unto thee? Will he speak soft words unto thee? The answer to all those questions is unequivocally no. The Leviathan is not going to be caught with a hook, and he's not going to beg you for things, and he's not going to make requests. Wilt thou play with him as with a bird, or wilt thou bind him for thy maidens? No, don't try that. I wouldn't recommend it. Lay thine hand upon him. Remember the battle. Do no more. You may try to cross the Leviathan, but you will learn your lesson, and if you battle with that Leviathan one time, you will not do it again. Now, Hobbes is writing about this Leviathan because this is the sort of ruler that he would like to see, the sort of ruler that he thinks is necessary in order to keep us from destroying each other. Hobbes' view of the world before government was a state of nature, which Hobbes refers to specifically as a state of war of all against all. Those of you who have trouble with the English language and would like to see it translated into Latin, here it is. Bellum omnium contra omnes, a war of all against all. But if you could write this on your AP Euro FRQ or something like that, that would really make an impression. Bellum omnium contra omnes. And Hobbes believed that before government, life in this state of nature, in this state of war, all against all, that life was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. 5 things: solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Richie, what's that pony doing up there? Well, this was my pony before a janitor erased it at the end of last year. Rest in peace, my pony. But this actually comes from an acronym that my students came up with. If it helps you, great. If it doesn't, whatever. Super ponies need back scratches. super ponies. That's a super pony right there. So super ponies need back scratches. Solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. So the idea here is that we need a ruler who is strong enough that he is beyond challenge, that people think I could not possibly mess with that guy, because that is the only thing that keeps us from tearing each other apart. That this Leviathan, who is so large, you can see him looming large over everything, larger than the city, and you see that his garments, his chainmail is made of people, and he's so big as to be beyond challenge, and that will make us behave ourselves when we otherwise would not, and it will keep us from destroying one another. And this comes down to Hobbes's view of human nature, which really isn't that far away from John Calvin's, who said that man is totally depraved and incapable of really doing any good unless his heart is quickened by the Holy Spirit. And yes, that's kind of the inspiration for the Calvin and Hobbes cartoon. These two philosophers, one religious, one political, that tend to think like each other when it comes to human nature. They have a very pessimistic view of who we are. Then again, we might say, oh, well, yeah, I trust people. I generally think that people are good, kind of in the vein of the Italian Renaissance humanist. But Hobbes asked, if you think so much of people and you trust your fellow man so much, why do you lock your door? And everybody says, oh, yeah. Think about it. How about give me your social security number? Just send me an email, tr@tomritchie.net. Tweet it to me, @TomRitchie. Let the whole world see it. I mean, what do you have to fear by giving out your private information? Wait, what? You don't trust me? Good call. Because really, if it weren't for the law and all of that stuff, I would be the first person to slit your throat and drink your blood for breakfast. Actually, I wouldn't drink your blood because that would make me a vampire. And if I were a vampire, I would not be able to drink this. But anyway, yeah, humans can be pretty cruel at times. Now, keep in mind that Hobbes is specifically writing against the backdrop of the English Civil War. Hobbes saw absolute government in England break down and lead to this long civil war, at the end of which the king is beheaded. We see the end of civil government as we know it. And so Hobbes didn't really see any evidence that people can live together without some sort of absolute authority binding them down. So remember that Hobbes doesn't see this as God wills absolute government, but just that absolute government is the only way that we will survive without destroying each other. Okay, now let's talk for a bit about John Locke's philosophical constitutionalism. Constitutionalism, as we've already talked about in another lecture, is the limitation of government by law. And constitutionalism is what eventually won out in England, and John Locke was its biggest advocate. He outlined his constitutionalist philosophy in his two treatises of government, published in 1689. Remember that title, Great FRQ Fodder. And he is writing in defense of constitutionalism. And in this, John Locke is talking about natural rights, which he believed that God gave to Adam in the book of Genesis. So keep in mind that Locke is using a biblical justification for his argument in addition to logic. And so he believed that God gave Adam natural rights and thus gave these natural rights to every human being. These natural rights are life, liberty, and property. Now remember, pursuit of happiness, this is Jefferson trying to change the wording around a little bit so that he doesn't get caught on turnitin.com or whatever. So he's only partially plagiarizing Locke. But these natural rights are given to human beings, but it's very difficult for us to defend them in the state of nature. I can say all I want that I've got a right to be alive, I've got a right to be free, I've got a right to the fruits of my labor, but in the state of nature, somebody can just come take that away from me. So people get involved in a social contract in order to preserve what they can of their life, liberty, and property. And it's the government's job to protect these natural rights. The whole point of government is so that we can enjoy these things to a greater extent than we would if we didn't have government. So this government can be limited by law. And furthermore, if this government is not preserving the lives, the liberties, the properties of their citizens, then the citizens have a right of revolution. They have a right to overthrow the government. This is why Jefferson is making so much use of Locke in the Declaration of Independence. This is all about Locke's philosophy, that when government has failed to protect natural rights, then the people can revert back to the state of nature. They may alter or abolish their government, as Jefferson says, so that they can recreate the government in a way that will better protect the lives, liberties, and properties of the people. Now, keep in mind that John Locke is writing against a different backdrop. While Thomas Hobbes was writing against the backdrop of the English Civil War, John Locke was writing against the backdrop of the glorious and almost bloodless revolution, comparatively bloodless as far as revolutions are concerned. But this was a revolution that didn't see a lot of fighting. The king just was kind of ousted. There's William III, William and Mary fame, and he's on his horse acting like he's about to go to battle, but sorry, William, there's no battle. Oh, what was that? Well, then, it's graphic organizer time. If you'd like, you can download a copy of this graphic organizer from my website, www.tomricci.net/euro, or you can just follow along with us. We are going to compare and contrast Hobbes and Locke in a simple graphic organizer. Now, first of all, we're going to make some comparisons. Keep in mind that when AP asks us to compare, they're asking for similarities. So let's talk first about how Hobbes and Locke are similar. First of all, the original state of mankind was the state of nature, or the state of war, as Hobbes would call it. And is government established by divine right or by social contract? It's established by a social contract. So in both of these, Hobbes and Locke are in agreement. Now, how governments are established, they agree. Well, what do we do from then? That is where they disagree. Now we're going to contrast. Keep in mind that when AP says to contrast, they want differences. So why government? Hobbes says that we have government because this is to protect us from ourselves, while Locke says that the purpose of government is to protect our natural rights of life, liberty, and property. They disagree on this point. As far as where sovereignty resides, where is the ultimate power? Do people give up their sovereignty when they institute a government? Does government rule over them, or is government their agent? Hobbes says that people give up sovereignty for their own good to an absolute ruler, and they cannot take it back. When they have created a government, they have crossed a Rubicon, so to speak. While Locke says that the people maintain sovereignty, that the people create a government to protect their natural rights, and if that government ceases to protect their natural rights in a way that's better than if they were in the state of nature, then they have a right to overthrow the government. So that's the point of disagreement. Can a government's power be limited? Hobbes says no. Locke says yes. So this makes Hobbes an absolutist and Locke a constitutionalist. When government is not doing what it's supposed to do we have a right to overthrow it? Hobbes, who says that sovereignty resides in the monarch, says that no, there is no revolutionary right. Whereas John Locke says that if there is a long train of abuses and usurpations, if government is not doing as good of a job protecting our natural rights as we could do ourselves, then yes, we do have a revolutionary right. Well, that about sums it up for Hobbs and Locke. If you like what you heard, want to hear more historical goodness, then please subscribe to my channel. I'll be posting more stuff soon for those of you preparing for the AP European History exam. Stay tuned for some recommended videos. Until next time.
Make a pit stop for one of 4 delicious $7 Phillips from KFC and see F1 the movie in theaters June 27th.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey, we're How Ridiculous, 3 childhood friends and digital content creators that do epic stuff from Perth, Australia.
We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views, and we're a small team.
We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we now get unbelievable opportunities to do things like film balloon popping races with Manchester City. I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
Civil War done, Roundheads won, Charles the First beheaded and done. Thomas Hobbes wrote a book that he called Leviathan, a state of war with every man against every other man, and in the state we're miserable. What does Hobbes say?
The natural state of man is a state of war in which we would all kill each other without an absolute ruler.
What does Hobbes say?
Every man against every man! Every man against every man! Every man against every man!
What does Hobbes say?
Nasty, nasty, brute ashore. Nasty, nasty, brute ashore. Nasty, nasty, brute ashore.
What does Hobbes say?
Yup, 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 yup. Yup, 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 yup.
What does Hobbes say?
To survive, we give up our right to self-government. Sovereign holds us in awe. Out of fear we keep his laws. He's absolute, so powerful that no one can challenge him. And if you try to overthrow, he will put you down by force, and he'll feed you to his horse. What does Hobbes say?
There is no right of revolution. Only a stable government can keep us from the state of war.
What does Hobbes say?
Bellum omnium contra omnes. Bellum omnium contra omnes. Bellum omnium contra omnes.
What does Hobbes say?
You give up sovereignty. You give up sovereignty. You give up sovereignty.
What does Hobbes say? What does Hobbes say?
This is Podium Series, a collaboration between Armor All and Oracle Red Bull Racing. precision-engineered products that bring out the best in every car.
The Armor All Podium Series, engineered for exceptional results.
The holy grail of theoretical physics is to come up with a quantum theory of gravity. But after a century of trying, we really have no idea how close we are, or if it's even possible. But we shouldn't feel bad, because it turns out that the universe is doing everything in its power to make this as difficult as possible. Or perhaps it's just telling us that quantum gravity isn't possible. Should we take the hint? Our modern theory of gravity was discovered a little over a century ago with Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity. And then just a little under a century ago, we discovered quantum mechanics, which would become our modern theory of everything except gravity. It was an exciting decade or so for physics, but then things slowed down. We've spent the following 100 years trying to reconcile these two theories and bring them together into a single master theory of everything. The most common approach to this reconciliation has been to try to make gravity quantum. After all, we got a theory of quantum electromagnetism by quantizing the electromagnetic field. The result was quantum electrodynamics, in which the force of electromagnetism can be described by the exchange of a single quantum of this field, which turns out to be the photon. The same basic procedure led to the discovery and quantization of the strong and weak nuclear forces, with their associated particles, gluons carrying the strong force and W and Z bosons carrying the weak. So if 3 of the 4 forces of nature are quantum, surely quantizing gravity is an essential step on the path to a final theory. And if the gravitational field is quantized, then it should be made up of quanta. Gravity should be mediated by its own force-carrying particle. We call this hypothetical particle the graviton. Detection of the graviton would allow us to confirm gravity's quantum nature and even test our theories of quantum gravity, such as string theory and loop quantum gravity. We've talked about these theories in the past. They are mathematically very dense and involve quite a bit of speculation, and some have argued that we are getting way ahead of ourselves with these theories. So today, we're going to get right back to the basics. To do that, we'll follow some of the thinking of Freeman Dyson, who helped shape quantum theory from near the beginning and thought about the most fundamental questions for all his long life. We'll see what he had to say about whether it's even possible to detect a graviton, something we need to do in order to verify that gravity really is quantum. But first, we're going to follow another musing of Dyson's, in which he asks whether the same trick that told us that electromagnetism must be a quantum force can also be applied to gravity. The quantum nature of electromagnetism was the very first clue that led to the quantum revolution. It first showed up in the mathematical trick that Max Planck used to explain thermal radiation, and this inspired Einstein to take the quantization of electromagnetism seriously in order to explain the photoelectric effect. Now, we understand that the electromagnetic field and electromagnetic waves, aka light, can be described as being composed of countless tiny and individual packets of energy called photons. Planck and Einstein's discoveries were clues that led to the full development of quantum mechanics in the mid-1920s, which was followed quickly by our full quantum theory of electromagnetism, quantum electrodynamics. But even before electromagnetism was properly quantized, Niels Bohr and Leon Rosenfeld came up with a strong argument that this force must be fundamentally quantum. I'm going to go through this thought experiment, because maybe if it works for electromagnetism, we can also use it to argue for gravity being quantum.
This Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy edges.
It's no ordinary square. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better, with more cushiony softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Cats lose their cool for Temptation's dry cat food.
Let's start with a simple particle in motion. At any point in time, the particle has a position and a momentum. If this is a quantum particle, then it's impossible to simultaneously measure both of these properties with perfect precision. If we try to measure the position very precisely, then the uncertainty in the momentum increases. If we try to measure the momentum as perfectly as possible, then the position becomes undefined. And it's not just that we lost the certainty in one property by bumping it or whatever when we tried to measure the other. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle is a fundamental limit to the knowability of the quantum world, and we talk about this fundamentalness in this video. This trade-off between the knowledge we can possess about a quantum system applies to many pairs of properties: position versus momentum, energy versus time, one axis of polarization or spin versus a perpendicular axis, and many more. So if the electromagnetic field is quantum in nature, the uncertainty principle should apply to our attempts to measure this field. Okay, back to our particle. In fact, let's have two particles and give them both a negative electric charge. We start them off moving towards each other. We know that like charges repel, so these particles will interact by the electromagnetic field when they get close and be deflected back. We know that there's a quantum restriction on how precisely we can measure the position and momentum of these particles. But we also know that the particles' motions are entirely defined by their interactions via the electromagnetic field. So Bohr and Rosenfeld argued that the same restrictions on measurement of particle motion have to apply to the field that governs that motion. After all, measurements of the electromagnetic field can only happen by observing its interactions. If those interactions are subject to fundamental quantum uncertainty, then the field must be also. And if that's true, then it's reasonable to think that the electromagnetic field is truly a quantum entity, as indeed it turns out to be. Okay, so if this argument applies to electromagnetism, why can't it also apply to the gravitational field? If we can only measure the gravitational field through the interaction of massive particles, and those particles are subject to quantum uncertainty, then surely our measurement of gravity is subject to the same. Here, it's important to pay attention to the details of the Bohr-Rosenfeld arguments. They realized that in order to confidently state that the Heisenberg uncertainty principle applies to electromagnetism, we need to consider only a pristine electromagnetic interaction between the two particles. The interaction needs to be mediated by the most quantum possible influence of the EM field, a so-called quantum of action. That's the part of the EM field that we're trying to measure. If there are any extra bits of electromagnetic field, then they'll add to our uncertainty in measuring the field responsible for the interaction. But electromagnetism is pretty messy. For example, we know that moving charges create magnetic fields. Those extraneous components of the EM field prevent us from concluding that our knowledge of the EM field is limited to the same degree as our knowledge of particle motion. Only with a pristine interaction can we show that electromagnetism also obeys the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. But Bohr and Rosenfeld came up with a clever trick to clean up the EM field in their thought experiment. Instead of individual particles moving towards each other, they imagined pairs of particles, one positive and one negative. That cancels out any electromagnetic field emerging from the particle motion, allowing us to describe the most fundamentally quantum interaction via the EM field. And it allows us to show that the EM field really is subject to true quantum uncertainty. But this is where we get stuck with gravity. Particles with electric charge are subject to the electromagnetic force. The analogous charge for gravity is mass. We can imagine a pair of massive particles moving towards each other and interacting via a quantum of gravity. Our ability to measure that gravitational interaction should be limited by our ability to measure the motion of those particles. But in order to show that the limit is truly the Heisenberg limit, we need to rule out complex interactions for the gravitational field, just as we did for the EM field. So why not apply the same trick as Bohr and Rosenfeld? Just add an opposite gravitational charge to each particle. But that means adding negative masses. And as far as we know, negative mass doesn't exist. And it's not just that we haven't discovered it yet. There are very good reasons to believe that negative mass is fundamentally impossible. Its existence would lead to major paradoxes. So it seems that the very nature of gravity forbids us from using Bohr and Rosenfeld's argument. That might on the surface sound like a bit of bad luck, but follow me through the next thought experiment and it starts to feel like the universe is really conspiring to prevent us from finding evidence of quantum gravity. Perhaps the most direct evidence of quantum gravity would be the observation of a graviton, or at least of its effect. After all, the observation of the influence of individual photons in the photoelectric effect was a pretty clear demonstration of the quantization of electromagnetism. So, on to the next thought experiment from Freeman Dyson. He figured out what it would take to detect an individual graviton with a gravitational wave detector.
They told me that I would need to pay for Mom's medicine, and that prescription was $7,000. When I called CVS Specialty Pharmacy, Eileen answered the phone. Your mom is going to get her medicine.
Ziploc Freezer Bag's exclusive 9-point protection helps keep your stellar treats from becoming unidentified frozen objects. Yes! For the love of food, Ziploc.
S.C. Johnson.
Disney and Pixar's Elio, only in theaters June 20th. Rated PG.
Gravitational waves are ripples in the fabric of spacetime caused by massive objects undergoing certain types of motion. When a gravitational wave passes by, it causes distances to change as space is alternately stretched and compacted by a very tiny amount. At least, that's how gravitational waves look in general relativity, Einstein's very unquantum theory of gravity. In classical electromagnetism, electromagnetic waves are caused by accelerating charges, but we now know that those waves are really made up of individual photons, so if gravity is quantum, then a gravitational wave should be made up of many gravitons. In 2015, we detected our first gravitational waves caused by the merger of black holes with the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. The two LIGO facilities sense the extremely tiny relative changes in the lengths between their 4-kilometer arms by bouncing lasers many times along each arm and watching for subtle changes in how those beams recombined. So, what would it take to measure a single graviton? Probably is quite a bit more difficult than measuring a single photon, but there must be some far future gravitational wave detector that could do it. That's what Dyson wanted to find out. So we'll start by estimating how many gravitons are in a typical gravitational wave like the ones detected by LIGO. If we wanted to do that for an electromagnetic wave, we take the total energy of the wave and divide it by the energy of a single photon, which is just the Planck constant times its frequency. That tells us that a piddling 5 milliwatt, 630 nanometer red laser pointer blasts out 10 to the power of 16 photons per second. The typical gravitational wave detectable by LIGO has an energy density of approximately 10 to the power of minus 11 joules per cubic meter, with an angular frequency of 1 kilohertz, that's 1000 hertz. According to Dyson, the energy density of a single graviton in this frequency is at most 3 by 10 to the power of minus 48 joules per cubic meter. And that gives us around 3 by 10 to the power of 37 gravitons per cubic meter in these waves. So what would it take to detect just one of these? Well, if the gravitational wave that I described has around 10 to the 37 gravitons, and that's just at the edge of LIGO's sensitivity, then we need to improve that sensitivity by a factor of 10 to the power of 37. That sounds challenging, but surely not impossible, even if it would take some science fiction level device to do it. To see just how science fiction-y, let's simplify our gravitational wave detector. We're going to detect incoming waves by measuring the change in the distance between two masses. We'll assume the masses are free-floating in space, but the argument also works for masses that are fixed to a device. Dyson argues that in order to say that we detected a single graviton, we'd need to be able to measure a change in distance on the order of the Planck length, and that this requirement is actually independent of the frequency of the graviton. You might recall from previous videos that the Planck length is essentially the smallest distance that we can consider before the meaning of distance and space breaks down. It's a pretty small distance. So what sort of device could measure a change on that scale? For our simplified gravitational wave detector, the question becomes what combination of masses and distances between them would we need? As our lonely graviton passes our detector, the masses move in and out by tiny amounts. in order to be sensitive to that tiny change in distance, we need to measure the positions of each of those masses with a precision equal to half of that change. But the precision with which we can measure those mass positions is limited by the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which by now you're very familiar with. While a mass is being moved by a graviton, its speed changes. It changes roughly by the distance it travels divided by the time it takes for a single graviton to pass by. That time is just the separation of the masses divided by the speed of light. That gives us the variation in the speed during our measurement. Multiply that variation by the mass itself, and we get the change in momentum due to the passage of the graviton. So now we have an estimate for the uncertainty in the position needed to detect the graviton, and that's just around half the Planck length, as well as the uncertainty in the momentum generated by the motion of the masses caused by the graviton. If we plug these into the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, we get a relationship between the masses and their separation in order to be able to detect a single graviton. It's a simple enough equation. The mass separation has to be less than or equal to the gravitational constant times the mass of the masses divided by the speed of light squared. But that expression is familiar to all physicists and is very bad in this context. It's the expression for the Schwarzschild radius. Any mass compacted to a size smaller than this radius becomes permanently trapped by its own gravitational field. It becomes a black hole. This is really strange. We found that a gravitational wave detector capable of detecting a single graviton inevitably forms a black hole. That means even if it detects the graviton, it swallows any information about that measurement and so prohibits us from confirming the graviton. Really, any attempt to measure distances smaller than the Planck length threatens black holes, as we've discussed before. So it seems that nature isn't just conspiring to thwart our theoretical arguments for quantum gravity, but also to stop us from building the detector we need to test these theories. None of this means that gravity isn't really quantum, or that the existence of the graviton can't be ever proved. There are several proposals for how to do this, like searching for the extremely rare interactions with particles of matter and gravitons. But these events are going to be so rare that it may be practically impossible to see enough of them to confidently confirm their nature, unless we could come up with a clean source of gravitons, immensely more powerful than is currently known, like a laser of gravitational waves. But that's really in the realm of extreme far-future technology. There are also indirect measures of quantum gravity in the same vein as the Bohr-Rosenfeld argument for electromagnetism. For example, if we could cause two particles to become quantum entangled through a gravitational interaction, then that interaction itself would have to be quantum. This is more promising than direct graviton detection, but has not yet been achieved. And who knows, perhaps nature will continue to conspire to make new tests of quantum gravity impossible. And maybe that's because gravity isn't quantum in the same way that the other forces are. Not that this is going to stop us from continuing down the rabbit holes of speculative theories in the hopes that one day we'll find a way to test and maybe verify the quantum nature of space-time.
It's that time of year again where we ask you to take the annual PBS Digital Studios audience survey. The Spacetime audience has always been amazing at filling out the survey, and we'd love to continue that trend. By doing so, you can help us pick out what new shows should be made and what types of topics you'd like to see new shows cover. It'll only take a few minutes, but it's extremely valuable to us. The whole network really dives deep into the data, and it helps give us tremendous insights into what you're thinking. There is a link in the description. Thanks in advance.
Thank you to AnyDesk for supporting PBS. According to quantum physics, the universe should have collapsed on itself in the instant after the Big Bang due to all particles being 100 million billion times heavier. But recent observations of the universe existing suggest that this may not have happened. Even more recent observations at the Large Hadron Collider have failed to find out why. In particular, why the Higgs boson is light enough to allow the universe to exist. This is part of something known as the hierarchy problem, and some consider it to be the most important unsolved problem in physics. Hey everyone, quick update before we start. We've observed that the YouTube algorithm isn't promoting our episodes within the community as much, and so we're conducting an experiment. Over the next few episodes, we'll test whether increasing likes and comments impacts sharing. If you'd like to be a data point in this experiment, hit like and/or leave a comment. And if you're new and enjoying this, subscribe and please press the bell. We'll analyze the results and report back after a few episodes. The Standard Model of Particle Physics is a pretty humble name for one of the pinnacle achievements of 20th century physics. It takes the mathematical formalism of quantum field theory and uses it to describe every known particle in the universe. But when first developed, the Standard Model had a pretty major issue. In its early form, none of the particles, not even the matter particles, had any mass. A particle without mass is obliged to travel exactly at the speed of light all the time and never slower. The Standard Model predicted a universe in which all particles acted like radiation, which would imply no atoms or what we think of as matter. Maybe such a universe exists out there, but it's not this one, apparently. The particles of matter, the electrons, quarks, etc., do have mass, so the builders of the Standard Model needed a mechanism to give it to them. And the best candidate for the job was a mechanism developed simultaneously by several people in the early 60s. That mechanism is driven by what we now call the Higgs field, after one of those several. With that field also came the inevitability of a new particle, the Higgs boson. Now, if we could just detect this particle, we would verify this mass-granting mechanism and wrap up the Standard Model. So, the Large Hadron Collider was built, fired up, and in 2012 the Higgs boson obediently appeared with the right mass to make sense of the masses of the other known particles. Nice work, Standard Model achieved. Of course, mysteries still remain. Dark matter, dark energy, the matter-antimatter asymmetry, neutrino masses, how gravity fits into the picture. Quite a few issues actually. But the discovery of the Higgs really did close out the Standard Model as a fully self-consistent theory. But there was one particular detail to sort out with regards to the Higgs, an I to dot, so to speak. If the Higgs gives mass to the particles of the Standard Model, what gives mass to the Higgs? And more importantly, why does the Higgs have the specific mass that it does? It turns out that just as we needed the Higgs to explain the masses of the Standard Model particles, we needed a whole family of new particles to explain why the Higgs has its mass, in particular why it has such a low mass in the range of the other Standard Model particles. So the LHC kept powering up. Physicists expected these new particles to pop out, but there was nothing. It's now been over a decade since the discovery of the Higgs boson, and it's the only new elementary particle that the LHC has found. This seems like a relatively minor problem, nothing that a little more theorizing can't fix, but it's considered such a serious issue by many that it's been called the crisis in physics. Today, I want to convey why some think of this as such a big deal. It all comes down to one question. Why is the mass of the Higgs boson so small? In particular, why is it so much smaller than the current version of the Standard Model predicts it to be? This episode is a follow-on from our two recent ones on the quantum structure surrounding the electron and how that defines the electron's mass. If I stop making sense at any point today, maybe go and check those out and come back, or just absorb all the science words and hope for the best. Let's go step by step. First, the origin of mass. We covered how the Higgs field grants mass to the particles of matter a long time ago.
For now, it's enough to know that due to the unusual nature of the Higgs field, it exists in a state of non-zero energy everywhere in the universe. Particles that interact with this field absorb some of that energy, and this becomes their mass, or at least part of it. Once a particle has mass from the Higgs field, it will also gain even more mass from the cloud of quantum fluctuations that surround the particle. We covered that in a lot of detail in the last episode in this series. The mass of the electron comes from both its so-called bare mass, as well as the mass of the swarm of matter-antimatter pairs flickering around it. That leads to quantum corrections to the bare mass, resulting in what we call the dressed mass. Those quantum corrections come from literally every quantum field the particle can interact with, and every energy scale that these interactions can happen at. If we just keep adding up those quantum corrections with no upper limit to the energy scale, we get that the particle has infinite mass. Particles don't have infinite mass, so what's up? Well, it's possible to cancel out some of these quantum corrections because some of them add positive energy, some add negative energy. If the quantum corrections are basically random, then the cancellation in general won't be perfect except by extreme luck. So imagine we discover a particle that has a tiny mass, and we can only explain that tininess as being due to many enormous quantum corrections cancelling out almost perfectly by pure chance. That would seem unnatural. The mass should really be around the scale of the largest of those corrections. We also call such unnatural cancellations finely tuned, because it seems like someone went in and twiddled the knobs of these otherwise unrelated quantum corrections to make the cancellation work. If we see that a particle's mass looks unnaturally small or finely tuned, we typically assume that we've missed something. And we're typically right. There are a few cases where we found some sort of new physics that enables the cancellation of those quantum corrections. This new physics typically works above a certain energy scale, suppressing quantum corrections above that scale. For a given particle, its mass will still receive contributions from random quantum corrections up to that scale. In general, this means the measured mass of any particle will be at around the energy scale where the new physics gets started with its cancellation. In the case of the electron, we figured out that most of the mass cancellation comes from a particular virtual interaction involving the electron's antimatter counterpart. This works all the way down to the low measured mass of the electron. See the previous episode for the deets. An important point is that this works for the electron because it's a spin-half particle, a fermion, which means that it has an antimatter counterpart to assist in this cancellation. More formally, the electron has an extra symmetry, chiral symmetry, that wants to pull the mass down to zero, just as the quantum fluctuations want to increase it. So, new physics that appears that a particular energy can give us a way to avoid piling on virtual mass up to infinity. This phenomenon is seen for other particles too. There are a couple of cases involving mesons, which are combinations of a quark and antiquark pair. For example, the kaon, which is a strange quark combined with either an up or a down quark. The masses of the kaon subtypes are very close to each other. However, when the kaon was first discovered, we tried to calculate that mass difference and found that it should be much larger than expected, and that large predicted mass difference was due to large quantum corrections. This felt unnatural, and so physicists guessed that there must be some unknown physics at a very particular lowish energy to keep the kaon masses in check. They figured that the energy had to be a few giga-electron volts. Shortly afterwards, the charm quark was discovered at 1.5 GeV, and adding the charm to the quantum correction calculations gave us the correct mass difference for the kaon. So, new physics appeared at right around the necessary energy to protect the kaon from being unnatural. Something similar is true for the pion, another meson whose mass difference is protected by the rho meson, which has exactly the right energy to keep the pion in check. Okay, great. So, if the particle mass is small, then we expect to find new physics at an energy scale not too much greater than the particle's mass in order to suppress large quantum corrections. Now back to the Higgs. The Higgs boson is particularly vulnerable to having its mass blown up because of its unusual status as the only spin-zero particle in the Standard Model. It doesn't have the natural protection that the electron and the quarks have by virtue of their additional symmetries. The Higgs is its own antiparticle, so it doesn't have the same self-cancelling virtual interactions as the electron, for example. Based on the Standard Model as we currently know it, there is no mechanism to protect the Higgs's low mass at any known energy. Now, we know that the Standard Model is for sure incomplete. It fails at a certain very high energy. That's the energy of the Planck scale, 10 to the power of 17 times more energetic than the Higgs boson. This is also the scale at which we think gravity and spacetime themselves become quantum. We don't know what happens above this scale, but at the very least we expect fluctuations so energetic that they curve the fabric of spacetime. For sure, there could be mechanisms above that scale to prevent the Higgs mass from becoming literally infinite, but before we even get close to those, we expect there to be fluctuations that should drive the Higgs mass close to the Planck scale. So maybe these extreme quantum corrections get eliminated by chance cancellations. But the chance to randomly tune that cancellation to 1 part in 100 million billion is low, to say the least. It would be the biggest fine-tuning problem in physics. Because of that, physicists expect that other non-random mechanisms are at work at lower energy scales to do the necessary cancellations. In the 1970s, physicists came up with an elegant system to do just that, called supersymmetry, or SUSY. SUSY postulates that every particle, both the fermions that constitute matter and the bosons that transmit forces, have a supersymmetric counterpart. For every fermion there's a supersymmetric boson, and for every boson a counterpart fermion. If these SUSY particles have the right energies, they cleanly cancel out the diverging quantum corrections of the Higgs. And to do the job that they're needed for, the lightest of these SUSY particles would have to have masses not too much greater than the Higgs itself, in which case the LHC should have found them by now, which it didn't. So what went wrong and what does it mean? First up, let me say that supersymmetry might still be right. The LHC has probed up to a particular energy range, and that includes the range where the most parsimonious version of SUSY was expected to reveal the first particles. But there still could be SUSY particles at higher energies, and those could still serve to protect the Higgs mass. The problem is that even if LHC finds its first SUSY particle in the next year, its mass will be too high to completely avoid some fine-tuning of the Higgs mass. This has led to a lot of effort to come up with new theories that explain the low mass of the Higgs. I can't go into them all now, so I'll just mention a couple of the prominent ones. There are various models that describe the Higgs as a composite particle arising from a slightly more complicated quantum field than the usual Higgs field, but which does the same job of granting mass. This field is fermionic, which means its excitations have spin half, and it behaves somewhat like the strong force in the way its particles bind via confinement in pairs to give the spin-zero composite Higgs particle. But the mass of this particle is dynamical, meaning it arises from the interaction, not as a fundamental property of the individual particles, and those individual particles have their own tiny masses protected in the same way as other fermions. That means this composite Higgs is safe from being blown up in the same way that an elementary Higgs would be. This family of theories are called technicolor, as a play on the color charge of the strong force, although this would really be a different force and field altogether. The idea of a composite Higgs isn't new, and it predates the so-called crisis in physics. In fact, many technicolor models were ruled out by the discovery of the Higgs, and more have been ruled out since. However, there are still versions that could work and perhaps solve the hierarchy problem. Maybe the most controversial solution is that it's genuinely, crazily unlikely to have such a small Higgs mass. Maybe those random cancellations really did happen to line up just by chance. Well, if this were the only universe, then that would indeed be a ridiculous stroke of good fortune. But what if there are
many universes, each with a slightly different physics, and so the Higgs mass takes on different values across this multiverse. Most of these universes would have a Higgs particle with a ginormous mass, and these would instantly collapse. Only a few would blast any time at all. And there'd be fewer still with a Higgs mass and other standard model parameters that were amenable to the formation of stars and planets and life. And if that's the case, well, which universe do you think that we'd find ourselves in? One that can produce us, probably. This is the so-called anthropic principle, and it's a perfectly reasonable argument. It's also strongly disliked by many physicists because it means that the whole idea of naturalness sort of dies as a tool for advancing physics. Now, we've talked about the anthropic principle before, and we will again. It's a deep subject and often mischaracterized, and that's why I won't say any more about it now. The Higgs hierarchy problem is actually just one facet of a more global hierarchy problem related to other extreme differences in the scales of nature. The difference between the Higgs mass and the Planck scale, but also the difference between the strength of gravity and the strength of the quantum forces, and the weakness of dark energy compared to the theoretical prediction from, again, the expected large quantum fluctuations approaching the Planck scale. In upcoming videos, we'll talk more about the hierarchy problem and why it's considered such a deep mystery and why it may point the way to even deeper physics. In the meantime, let's just be grateful for the lightness of the Higgs boson, which apparently did not thwart the Big Bang and recollapse spacetime. Thank you to AnyDesk for supporting PBS. Scientists often find themselves in some of the remote corners of the world, and whether you're in a remote location or just working from home, the need for reliable, secure communication and data transfer remains important. With AnyDesk, file transfer functionality allows for fast, secure and direct file transfers, bypassing the cloud entirely. With coverage all over the world, AnyDesk remains fast and reliable with over 99% uptime. And when you're working on that groundbreaking research, you don't want any distractions. Thankfully, AnyDesk features a clean user interface and a simple user experience, as well as compatibility across multiple computing and mobile platforms. So even if your astronomical dataset is still running on Windows XP 9, AnyDesk still has you covered with backwards compatibility. AnyDesk is available for personal use, but if your research requires a lot of global communication, AnyDesk offers custom-tailored business plans. To learn more about AnyDesk, go to anydesk.com/spacetime or check out the link in the description. Hey everyone, before we go, we want to let you know we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Space Shuttle patent with some limited edition merch in the merch store. There's multicolored hoodies and t-shirts featuring the original patent, the first ever Spacetime notebook, as well as a re-release of the multifunctional Spacetime pen in new colors. You can check it out at pbsspacetime.com/shop. There's a link in the description. Thank you to Radio Code for supporting PBS. They say fusion is 50 years away, and they've been saying that for 50 years. But if so, why are billions suddenly being pumped into fusion startups? Well, to train LLMs. But there's a reason that the techno brats are bullish on fusion in particular. The fact is, the technological challenges have been chipped away at, and in many cases solved over the past decades. And there's really no one deal-breaker difficulty remaining. One of the final challenges is deciding on the physical vessel to contain our mini artificial stars, and we have some pretty sci-fi options that are nearly ready to go. Hey everyone, quick update before we start. We've observed that the YouTube algorithm isn't promoting our episodes within the community as much, and so we're conducting an experiment. Over the next few episodes, we'll test whether increasing likes and comments impacts sharing. If you'd like to be a data point in this experiment, hit like and/or leave a comment. And if you're new and enjoying this, subscribe and please press the bell. We'll analyze the results and report back after a few episodes. Solar power is the ultimate in clean energy, and it's delicious when you can get it, which isn't everywhere all the time. But solar power is just fusion power that's happening far away. Slam hydrogen nuclei together into helium, and a bit of the original mass is converted into energy. In the core of the Sun, that energy mostly radiates into empty space, with a minuscule fraction hitting the Earth and powering nearly all of life. A minuscular fraction hits our solar panels, and only in, well, sunny places and times. There's a limit to how far we can scale solar energy collection until we build our Dyson sphere. But why build a cage around the star if you can instead build a star inside a cage? What if we can run mini-suns right here on the surface of the Earth? And that's the goal of the artificial fusion reactor. Today, I want to talk about a specific aspect of fusion, and that's how to confine hydrogen fusion in a way that leads to a net energy output. I want to talk about how to bottle a star. I'm going to reference ITER a lot, that's the European fusion experiment, and I'll refer to it because it's the largest and arguably the most advanced, and is projected to achieve first plasma this year. I do want to emphasize though that there's a lot of exciting stuff in recent years from smaller efforts, both national programs and increasingly private endeavors. We'll come back to some of the more speculative advances another time. Let's start by taking whatever lessons we can from the Sun. Our home star sustains a steady rate of fusion for billions of years because it confines its nuclear inferno by crushing it under the weight of 100,000 Earths. Single protons, hydrogen nuclei, are fused in a series of steps to produce helium-4 plus a lot of energy. The Sun's proton-proton chain runs at something like 100 million Earth atmospheres of pressure and over 15 million Kelvin temperature, generating the equivalent of 20 million times the entire world's nuclear arsenal in energy every second. So, the Sun both crams photons together and gets them moving really fast in order to get them to stick. We need to do the same. We need to both compress and heat our nuclei. And the resulting fusion needs to output more energy than we use to reach that state. One big efficiency upgrade is to focus on the most energy-rich fusion reactions. Rather than going all the way to helium from single protons like the Sun does, we can fuse heavy hydrogen isotopes like deuterium and tritium. Now, the Sun can achieve net energy gain starting with protons because of the incredible densities it reaches. We can never achieve those densities, so even with heavy isotope fusion, we have to compensate with a lot higher temperatures. In fact, something like 100 times the temperature of the core of the Sun. There is no material in the universe that wouldn't be instantly vaporized at the temperatures needed for fusion. So how are we supposed to even contain our fusion reaction, let alone crush it to the needed pressures? Well, there are two broad approaches: inertial confinement and magnetic confinement. Inertial confinement attempts to slam nuclei together with some sort of shock. In 2022, the National Ignition Facility achieved net energy output for the first time by forcing fuel together with lasers. But it's not the first inertial confinement approach to succeed. The hydrogen bomb is a type of inertial confinement where the thing slamming nuclei together is a fission bomb, an old-school atomic explosion. The latter is rather uncontrolled and so not suitable for sustained energy production. But even controlled inertial confinement approaches have the issue of rather bursty energy output, and so are generally not thought to be the most likely option for our first-generation commercial fusion reactors. Those are more likely to be magnetic confinement reactors. The hydrogen in a reactor is so hot that positively charged nuclei are stripped of their negatively charged electrons, making a plasma of electrically charged particles that can be manipulated by magnetic fields. These fields are created by powerful electromagnets made from superconductors, and those superconductors have to be cooled to near absolute zero. So you have this center of a star hot plasma mere meters away from matter that's colder than intergalactic space. So to bottle our star, we have to create the largest temperature gradient in the known universe, which is, I guess, something to be proud of all on its own. Magnetic confinement reactors work by squeezing the plasma so it flows around a torus, and then compressing the torus with the magnetic field and heating it by blasting it with energy via particle beams or EM waves until fusion is achieved. This has to be done cleverly, because if you just run plasma in a circle, it leads to various instabilities that are fatal for your plasma and perhaps for your reactor. The leading solutions for stable toroidal plasma confinement are the tokamak and the stellarator. The details of the differences aren't too important here, but tokamaks are more widely used, for example, by ITER, so I'll cover these just briefly. Tokamaks use three systems of magnets. The first system is the toroidal system, which is the main containment system and gives the plasma the donut shape. The next system is the poloidal system, which helps shape and position the plasma near the inner wall. This is to help compress the plasma for more reactions to occur. Lastly, the central solenoid drives the direction of the plasma, spinning the plasma in a circle. In contrast, stellarators combine all three magnetic systems into one using a 3D design, making them significantly more complicated. To some extent, the magnetic field is a relatively solved problem. There are no doubt refinements to be made in the form of the field, and definitely in the generation of the field with new superconductor technology. That's something we can come back to another time. Currently, one of the biggest engineering and research challenges in fusion is how to build the actual physical containment chamber for that field and the plasma it holds. How do we build a wall that can hold a mini sun? The magnetic field certainly helped by creating what's called a pedestal region, where the plasma is cooler and sparser relative to the middle where the fusion reactions are happening. This helps create a small buffer between the fusion plasma and the wall, so the material doesn't literally have to withstand contact with millions Kelvin plasmas, but it still has to do a lot. That wall is the first point of contact between the plasma and the outside wall, and we call the plasma-facing surface the first wall. While the magnetic field keeps the highest temperature parts of the plasma out of direct contact with the wall, a lot of energetic particles do reach it, and the wall needs to withstand that. It then needs to take the heat generated by this incoming radiation and transport it to somewhere useful to actually generate power. Finally, as if all this wasn't enough, the chamber wall needs to create new fuel for fusion. Let's look at these one by one. Within the coiled ribbon of the millions of Kelvin plasma, heavy hydrogen nuclei collide and release energetic gamma rays and very fast-moving neutrons and helium nuclei. Those gamma rays and helium nuclei help keep the plasma hot, so hot it radiates X-rays. This thermal radiation bakes the outer wall of the chamber, and the wall has to very quickly conduct this heat to the cooling system or be at risk of melting. Even more energy is carried by the neutrons. These neutral particles are not affected by the magnetic field, and so they fly straight out of the plasma. They deposit kinetic energy into the wall, and this is the main source of heat energy from fusion. Some neutrons hit nuclei in the wall, potentially creating unstable isotopes. And some helium and hydrogen nuclei also end up with enough energy to escape the magnetic field and reach the first wall. Some of these are tritium nuclei, which are also highly unstable. As a result of the neutron and tritium bombardment, the wall becomes more radioactive over time. These impacts also erode the wall, with the wall's own nuclei getting smacked from the surface into the plasma chamber in an effect called sputtering. This degrades the shielding over time and also contaminates the plasma. Finally, an imperfect wall structure can lead to runaway instabilities in the plasma called edge localization modes. These can result in localized failures of the magnetic confinement and to large amounts of energy being dumped into the wall, which is not good for the wall. This can also trigger larger magnetohydrodynamic instabilities in the plasma, causing the plasma to shed a lot of energy and potentially kill the fusion reaction. Assuming our wall can survive the above, the heat generated within the wall will be carried away by some working fluid. Water is a popular choice, but also molten salts and even lithium. The working fluid both cools the wall and heats the fluid to the point that it can turn a generator. Okay, so we've just generated electricity. Nice. But even if we got more power out than we used to create our plasma, this process is not sustainable. The deuterium part of the fuel is enormously abundant. There are 33 grams per cubic meter of seawater, which means it's basically limitless. But the tritium is not abundant. It has a half-life of 12 years, and so is almost non-existent naturally. The reactor has to make its own tritium. That's not super complicated. Hit a lithium nucleus with a neutron, and it'll split into two nuclei. So the trick is to place a layer of lithium behind the first wall. That wall will slow neutrons from the fusion reaction, extracting some of their energy, and the neutrons will then hit the lithium and breed tritium. Obviously, the lithium has to be replaced, but fortunately, lithium is moderately abundant with thousands of years worth in the ground and millions of years worth in the ocean. One major issue with this is that the fusion reaction doesn't produce enough neutrons to breed a sustainable amount of tritium. To deal with this, a neutron multiplier is needed. This is a layer of material that amplifies the neutron flux. One neutron goes in and two come out to feed the tritium breeder. That way the fusion reaction replaces the tritium it uses. So, now that we know all the miracles that the reactor wall has to pull off, let's look at options for materials. The most traditional pick for a fusion reactor first wall is the metal tungsten. It's metal, so it's structurally strong, and it has the highest melting temperature of all metals, so it can stay solid under heavy bombardment. It's also less inclined to hold onto as many of the radioactive tritium as other materials. And very importantly, it has a low sputtering rate, fewer tungsten nuclei ejected into the plasma. However, it does have a major weakness with regard to sputtering, in that those tungsten atoms that do join the plasma have a pretty unfortunate effect. Tungsten has 74 protons in the nucleus compared to hydrogen's 1 proton. That means tungsten's electrons are much more strongly bound. So, while the plasma's hydrogen is fully ionized, liberated of electrons, the tungsten atom will retain 20 or 30 electrons, even when inside the plasma. So now, when a tungsten atom bumps into another particle in the plasma, some of the energy of the collision goes into exciting one of those electrons. That electron then drops back to a de-excited state, emitting a photon in the process. And that photon then escapes the plasma, taking that energy with it. The larger the atomic number of the atom, the more electrons it can retain in the plasma, and also the smaller the energy gap between electron levels. That means more opportunities to absorb energy from the plasma and radiate it away. This effect is called line emission cooling, and it's a great way to lose a lot of energy from your plasma very quickly. Even a little bit of a heavy element like tungsten in the plasma can make it very difficult to keep it hot enough to sustain fusion. Tungsten has major advantages, but the issue with pollution of the plasma was enough to convince the ITER team to try something different, at least to start with. In fact, they plan to go in the opposite direction to tungsten in terms of location on the periodic table by using beryllium for the plasma-facing wall. Beryllium is the fourth element on the periodic table, so even though it will end up polluting the plasma, those contaminants tend to be completely ionized. There are very, very few electrons left to radiate away the plasma's heat. In fact, beryllium actually removes pollutants. It can capture oxygen impurities, which themselves are released from oxidized metals in the vessel wall when the machine is running. Oxygen in the plasma can cause the plasma to cool just like tungsten. Beryllium has other major benefits. It has extremely high thermal conductivity, allowing it to quickly transfer heat from the front plasma-facing surface to the back surface with the cooling systems. And one of the most compelling benefits of beryllium is that it acts as a neutron multiplier, doubling the neutrons available for tritium breeding. So, What's the downside? Well, beryllium does have a much higher sputtering rate than tungsten, and even though the ejected impurities don't harm the plasma as much, this does mean the beryllium surface erodes much more quickly than tungsten, and that means the wall needs to be replaced more often. Also, fluctuations in the plasma will induce electrical currents in the beryllium wall, and those currents experience massive forces in the strong magnetic field. This can damage the wall and even cause it to fail while the reactor is running. And a huge disadvantage of beryllium is that it's extremely toxic. Erosion of the wall fills the reaction chamber with beryllium dust, which cannot under any circumstances be allowed to get out of the reactor if you want to keep your nuclear engineers operational. Finally, beryllium is super rare. ITER would need 12 tons of the stuff for the first wall. ITER had originally planned a beryllium first wall, but just in 2023, they decided that the hassles outweighed the benefits and shifted their plan back to good old tungsten. This is a pretty safe choice for ITER as an experimental facility, but for commercial fusion, some kind of neutron multiplier feeding the tritium breeder is needed, and ITER is currently testing various options. So, we still have the problem of tungsten polluting the plasma. There are other options for the plasma-facing surface though. Boron is currently getting the most attention from the ITER crew since it's the next lightest element after beryllium. The idea is to build a tungsten wall and then sprinkle a little bit of boron powder into the reactor while it's running. This should then evaporate and coat the wall, reducing the amount of tungsten that cooks off into the plasma. Boron does have the icky side effect of retaining tritium, which means the inner wall could become dangerously radioactive over time. Meanwhile, going in the other direction on the periodic table from beryllium, we get lithium, which if you remember we were using to breed tritium behind the first wall. At first glance, lithium seems a non-starter for the plasma-facing wall because lithium metal has a melting point of 182 degrees Celsius. But who says the first wall really has to be solid? There's this idea to coat the reactor chamber in a layer of liquid lithium, which has many advantages. You can't really damage a liquid structurally. Seriously, go try hit a lake with a hammer and see what happens. Lithium nuclei would end up in the plasma instead of the tungsten behind it. But this is actually good for the plasma. Getting plasmas up to fusion temperature requires physicists to add large amounts of energy, both with EM fields and with neutral beam injectors. Experiments like the lithium tokamak experiment beta at the Princeton Plasma Physics Lab suggest that a little bit of lithium in the plasma may help the plasma get to the temperature more easily. Finally, the lithium can even double as a coolant and the tritium breeder if it's moved through and behind the tungsten wall. As I said, ITER is supposed to produce its first plasma this year, but is projected to achieve its first fusion reaction in 2035, smashing two deuteriums together to produce helium-3. Now, its first commercial-grade deuterium-tritium fusion reaction is slated for 2039. If all that works, then I guess we build a lot of them. But it's also possible that one of the many smaller enterprises will beat ITER. They certainly talk a big game, with some projecting first fusion in the next few years. But that's a story for another episode. Personally, I don't care who wins. I just want my infinite free energy so I can train a godlike LLM to take over writing spacetime. Thank you to Radiocode for supporting PBS. If you're looking for a new science-based hobby, Radiocode is a gadget that's made for all natural science enthusiasts. Radiocode is a portable radiation detector that collects data fast. Now you can not only quickly locate the source of radiation, but also identify which isotopes are present, such as cesium-137, thorium-232, radium-226, and many others. The multifunctional app included with the device works on iOS or Android and makes it easier to explore and research by allowing you to record radioactive GPS tracks on maps, keep a measurement log, analyze spectra, create charts, and build spectrograms. You can learn more about Radiocode by following the link in the description and the pinned comment below. Use promo code PBS to get an exclusive 10% discount. Hey everyone, before we go, we wanted to let you know we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of the space shuttle
patent with some limited edition merch in the merch store. There's multicolored hoodies and t-shirts featuring the original patent, the first ever Spacetime notebook, as well as a re-release of the multifunctional Spacetime pen in new colors. You can check it out at pbsspacetime.com/shop. There's a link in the description. Before we get started, I just want to let you know that we have some limited time only solar eclipse merch for sale at the merch store. I'll tell you more at the end of the episode. Space seems pretty fundamental. I mean, to build a universe, surely you need something to build it on or in. But many, maybe even most physicists now think that the fabric of space emerges from something deeper. And perhaps the most existentially disturbing such proposal is that our universe is just the inward projection of an infinitely distant boundary, a hologram of sorts. Let's see how this can actually work, and what the holographic principle really says about the realness of this universe. You could argue that the job of physics is to drill down and find the most fundamental elements of reality, the most basic building blocks, the ontological primitives from which everything else emerges. Now, a little while ago, we asked whether the fabric of space deserves that status. Isaac Newton certainly thought so, but many pretty smart people have wondered if space might actually be an emergent phenomenon. We've seen some examples of this in past episodes, from the early ideas of Leibniz to, say, modern loop quantum gravity. We've also seen how at least one dimension of space can emerge as the inward projection from its infinitely distant boundary. This is the holographic principle, which we spent many episodes building towards back in the day, culminating in a pretty intense coverage of this wild idea. Well, today, we're travelling back to the holographic boundary to try to understand better how the fabric of space can emerge that way. This will set us up to do a couple of things in upcoming episodes. We'll be able to understand how gravity can emerge from entropic forces on a holographic boundary, and how the fabric of space may be knit together by the quantum entanglement of entities that themselves don't exist in our familiar spacetime. Feel free to watch the old holographic principle stuff later, if you haven't. I'm going to summarise the core stuff for your convenience. So, the whole argument started in a surprising place, with Stephen Hawking and Jacob Bekenstein thinking about the thermodynamics of black holes. Normally we think of thermodynamics as the study of the statistical behaviour of many particles. It's the study of emergent properties like temperature and pressure of, say, a room full of air molecules. These are properties that the individual particles do not have. Another key thermodynamic property is entropy. We can think of this as a measure of the amount of hidden information in a system, information about the stuff that makes up the system that isn't reflected in the observable macroscopic properties. For example, this room, full of air molecules, has a high entropy because all of the particles' locations and speeds are hidden behind just a few thermodynamic properties that I can sense, like temperature and pressure. We wouldn't necessarily expect an individual black hole to have thermodynamic properties. After all, black holes are practically particle-like. They are the result of ultimate gravitational collapse of matter and are surrounded by an event horizon which prevents anything exiting the black hole from the inside. That includes any information about what exactly collapsed to form it. Jacob Bekenstein realized that black holes viewed from the exterior possess only three properties: mass, charge, and spin, almost like an elementary particle. But it's that exact fact that gets us to black hole thermodynamics and to emergent space. The difference between a black hole and an elementary particle is that the former is made by the extreme clumping together of the latter. That means we can define the entropy of a black hole, and the number is huge because black holes hide almost all of the information of the stuff that fell in. Bekenstein and Hawking figured out the entropy of black holes. They found that there's around 1 bit of hidden information per 4 square Planck units on the surface. This simple formula was really surprising, and that surprise led physicists down the path to the holographic principle. See, it's actually quite weird that the entropy should be proportional to the surface area. Intuitively, we might expect that the amount of information that can be hidden in any region of space is proportional to its volume, like 1 bit per tiny block of that volume, rather than 1 bit per tiny square on its surface. In fact, black holes represent the maximum information density of any volume of space. This is the Bekenstein bound. And that applies to the whole universe. The information about every particle in its 3D volume can, in principle, be encoded on its 2D surface. But it's one thing to say that all of the information describing a universe fits on its surface. The holographic principle goes way further. It suggests that we can think of our universe as really playing out on its surface. More precisely, that surface is its own lower dimensional spacetime with its own particles and fields and a different set of laws of physics, but encoded in the patterns that play out in that lower dimensional spacetime is an entire universe 1 dimension higher. It's as though the volume of the universe, what we call the bulk, emerges from the dynamics of its surface, the boundary. The journey from black hole entropy to the holographic principle was led by Gerard 't Hooft and Leonard Susskind, but it was Juan Maldacena who gave us the first concrete example of how this could work in detail with his ADS-CFT correspondence. I talked in a lot of detail about the nature of ADS-CFT in our previous episode, including the fact that ADS-CFT is valid for a negatively curved universe with negative cosmological constant, so-called anti-de Sitter or ADS space, quite different from our own de Sitter universe with its positive cosmological constant. But ADS-CFT is still a powerful tool for exploring holographic emergence, and we're going to use just one part of this proposal, the CFT part. CFT is for conformal field theory. It's the laws of physics that play out on the boundary that encode the universe in the bulk. A conformal field theory is one in which the laws governing the field theory don't care about the size scale of the objects in the theory. So you could have little wiggles in the field that interact with each other in a particular way, or gigantic wiggles that interact in exactly the same way, as long as the wiggles are the same shape. This conformalness gives us a way for the bulk to emerge from the boundary. Imagine the boundary consists of many Planck-length squares, each able to hold a single bit, 0 or 1, empty or full. You can have small-scale patterns of these bits, where each square is independent, or you could have larger-scale patterns that average over many squares. They are, as we say, coarse-grained. Because it's a conformal field theory, these large patterns experience the same physics as the smaller patterns. And these patterns can appear on many scales, all behaving basically the same. Let's add another fact. A system of particles on one scale only interacts with patterns on the same scale. They don't interact with patterns on larger or smaller scales. It's like having multiple sizes of ripples on a pond that just wash over or under each other. But there's something that's different for the coarse-grained patterns versus the fine patterns. The amount of information needed to represent them over the surface is lower. You're effectively lumping the Planck-length squares together. Let's say we're looking at just the patterns that have, say, twice the scale length of the smaller scale patterns. We can represent them by averaging square sizes that contain 4 of our original Planck-length squares. We can also imagine a surface containing only this pattern scale. It has quarter the number of effective squares as our original surface. That means we can also think of it as having an effective radius of half that of the original. The larger the pattern size, the more Planck squares you'll fit into the effective pixel scale of that pattern size. And that means the smaller the effective radius of the surface of that scale will be. So here's another way to represent this 2D surface with its many pattern scales as a series of nested spheres. Each sphere represents one of those scales. The spheres near the center represent the larger scales on the boundary, where the patterns are so big they have relatively few effective pixels to play with. That's what makes the inner spheres effectively small, while the outer spheres are occupied by the boundary patterns that are finer or smaller in scale. We need higher resolution to represent them, so these spheres are made of many effective pixels and so are effectively large. But because the boundary theory is a conformal field theory, the physics on each of these spheres is exactly the same. And if the separation between these spheres is small enough, for example, if it's also a Planck length, then we've produced a 3D space out of a 2D one. Now, this is a fairly cartoonish sketch of how a non-spatial degree of freedom in a lower dimensional space can lead to an emergent space with one more dimension. The real picture is likely to be way more complicated. For example, the emergence may not come from simple scale invariance, but rather from quantum entanglement across many scales, and that's something we'll come back to another time. But the story I just told is still a useful picture to get a basic gist of what a holographically emergent space looks like, because this new degree of freedom translates to a radial direction. That emergent space is in a sense inside the original space. That's why we talk about the higher dimensional space, the bulk, emerging from its boundary. Although really, the bulk and the boundary are two distinct spacetimes. It may be that each completely contains all of the information of the other, and the two evolve over time in lockstep with each other. But they evolve by very different laws of physics. There's a boundary theory and a bulk theory, and at first glance they look like they shouldn't predict the same thing. Yet they do. They both predict the same universe. This is actually a recurring thing in physics. There are a number of places where two wildly different mathematical descriptions describe the same system or phenomenon, and often the different descriptions seem mutually incompatible. These are called dualities, and to me, they're one of the most mysterious features of reality. Now, for a true duality, there is no preferred side. Neither of the two theories are more fundamental than the other. For example, in quantum mechanics, you can represent a particle as a sum of waves in momentum space or in position space. Those are equally true, and so this is a true duality. So is the holographic duality a true one? If so, then the boundary and the bulk are equivalently real. It wouldn't be quite right to say that the interior emerges from the boundary. Instead, there's a so-called ontological democracy. Perhaps both emerge from something more fundamental, but neither is primary to the other. On the other hand, there are also such things as approximate dualities, in which one side really is more fundamental. One system causes the other system in a meaningful sense. Now, if the holographic duality is like this, then it's much more reasonable to describe one side as emergent, and the emergent side in this case is most likely the bulk. But only because in the most concrete version of a holographic duality, ADS-CFT, the boundary theory is currently better defined than the bulk theory. So, which is the case? Well, even if our universe possesses some sort of holographic duality, we don't know whether it'd be a true or approximate duality. In fact, we don't even know which type the ADS-CFT duality is. That's something we're going to have to spend a lot more time on. And by that I mean this show and the theoretical physicists. Okay, so we're back up to speed on the holographic emergence of space. In upcoming episodes, we'll see how gravity can enter this picture. Firstly, through the entropic gravity proposal of Eric Verlinde. We'll also see the modern thinking for the emergence of space through quantum entanglement and what the prospects are for finding a concrete holographic description for our universe. And, as a teaser, The holographic boundary may not even be at infinite distance, but rather in the far future. And we will ultimately get to the big question: is our universe really emergent from a more fundamental, lower dimensional reality? Or are we just one side of the coin of a true duality, the boundary and the bulk, each an equally real and mutually emergent space-time? Hey everyone, the next total solar eclipse to hit North America is coming up on April 8th. In celebration of this celestial event, we have some limited time only space-time merch. For those of you who will be witnessing the eclipse, we have a specialty UV glow print solar eclipse t-shirt and sweatshirt designed by our graphics team for the eclipse. Both the t-shirt and sweatshirt are UV charged, so after being out in the sun, they'll begin to glow. The glasses, t-shirt and sweatshirt are all limited time prints, so when we're out of stock, we'll be completely out. And if you want to ensure you get your glasses and shirt before the eclipse, you have to put in your order by March 26th. So head over to pbsspacetime.com/shop or click the link in the description to put your order in now.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Thank you to Brilliant for supporting PBS. If we discover how to connect quantum mechanics with general relativity, we'd pretty much win physics. There are multiple theories that claim to do this, but it's notoriously difficult to test them. They seem to require absurd experiments like particle colliders the size of galaxies. Or we could try to physics smarter instead of physicsing harder. Let's talk about some of the ideas for quantum gravity experiments that can be done on a non-galaxy-sized lab bench, and in some cases already have been done. It's been almost exactly 100 years since quantum mechanics was discovered, and 110 since general relativity. Together, these theories explain almost everything. Quantum gives us the behavior of the subatomic world, and so the building blocks of all matter and their interactions via the quantum forces, and GR gives us the background in which that matter lives, space and time along with the force of gravity. Despite their incredible successes in their own domains, the two theories seem to contradict each other in deep ways. Now, there must be some master theory that encapsulates both and resolves these contradictions. But in the century following the discovery of general relativity and quantum mechanics, our efforts to find that theory have come up short. The common approach to reconciling general relativity with quantum mechanics has been to quantize gravity, to make the gravitational field and so the geometry of space-time obey the strange rules of quantum mechanics. And why not? It's worked for everything else. For example, we made the electromagnetic field quantum, showing that it was mediated by force-carrying photons. And that was a stunning success. But quantizing gravity proved extraordinarily difficult. The hypothetical force carrier for gravity, the graviton, has an energy so tiny that it's hard to even conceive of an experiment that would detect it directly. And then there's the fact that the field of gravity is the fabric of space-time itself. We quantize the other forces of nature with respect to a continuous background of space and time.
But so far it's been exceptionally challenging to quantize that background itself. The most prominent approaches like string theory and loop quantum gravity may have made progress, but they struggle to make testable predictions. So what if we've been looking at it the wrong way around? What if instead of quantizing gravity we should be trying to gravitize the quantum? That is, instead of trying to give quantum properties to gravity, we should accept that gravity is fundamentally classical and try to understand how truly quantum matter can result in truly classical gravity. Now, we talked about approaches in which gravity stays classical in the last episode, when we explored the new post-quantum gravity hypothesis of Jonathan Oppenheim, in which random fluctuations in the gravitational field act on the quantum wave function, causing it to collapse. We also talked about the Penrose model a while ago, in which a superposition of different spatial distributions of mass and energy is ultimately forced to choose one such distribution consistent with a singular gravitational field. There are compelling reasons on both sides of the discussion, but which is it? Is gravity quantized or is the quantum gravitized? Unlike many questions about quantum gravity, this one may be possible to answer with actual doable experiments. Let's consider the two scenarios and see which predictions they make that we might be able to test. 1. Gravity is quantum. This means gravity, and by extension the fabric of space-time, exhibit the various weird properties of the quantum world like superposition and entanglement. If we can experimentally demonstrate one of these things, then we know gravity is quantum. 2. The quantum is gravitized. This can be tested in the context of specific scenarios like the Penrose model or Oppenheimer's post-quantum gravity. Now, I'm going to talk about gravitizing the quantum first, but then I'll come back to tests of actual quantum gravity. In both the Penrose and Oppenheim approaches, the gravitational field is responsible for collapsing the quantum wave function. In these ideas, there's only one gravitational field, only one space-time, and quantum systems do quantum stuff within that classical background. One of the things quantum systems can do is to be in superpositions of states. They can exist simultaneously in multiple states at once, like Schrödinger's alive and dead cat. The job of the quantum wave function is to describe this range of possible states. Measurement or observation collapses the wave function. It forces the system to choose one state from the possibilities. If gravity is classical, then the superposition of its contents shouldn't cause a superposition of the gravitational field. A superposition might involve different distributions of mass, which normally would mean different spacetime curvatures, perhaps a superposition of spacetimes. But if gravity is classical, then there's only one spacetime regardless of its contents. This could lead to a tension between the gravitational field and the matter producing that field. The Penrose approach says that when the tension gets too large, the wave function collapses. Another way to think about it is that the fuzziness in the matter distribution is within a certain range of matching a single spacetime curvature, and in that case it can stay in superposition. But if that distribution of matter strays outside that range, then its superposition collapses into a well-defined matter distribution. Oppenheim's post-quantum gravity is slightly different. It states that the gravitational field contains random fluctuations called gravitational diffusion that mess up quantum superpositions, causing them to collapse. Both the Oppenheim and the and Penrose approaches make a similar prediction that there should be a stochastic quality to the gravitational force or its effect. This gravitational diffusion might be the most straightforward thing to test, if it exists. It would imply that there's a fundamental limit to the precision with which any mass can be measured. So, if we can build a set of scales with a certain very high precision, then if the weights it measures appear to fluctuate outside that precision, it may suggest an intrinsic uncertainty in the gravitational field. The most accurate experiment measuring an object's mass conducted so far has led researchers to rule out versions of the theory with rapid spacetime diffusion, implying that any gravity-induced collapse from this mechanism is very weak. Oppenheim and team propose other tabletop experiments that could constrain this better in the future. Rather than look for the funky behaviour of the gravitational field, we can also approach this from the other side, by trying to see when the collapse of the wave function happens. If we can see where quantum superposition gives way to classical matter, we may be able to figure out whether it's gravity causing that collapse. Both the Oppenheim and DOC-Penrose models, as well as any of the family of models known as objective collapse theories, predict that wave function collapse becomes increasingly likely as the object grows in size or mass. If any of these ideas are correct, then there should be a limit to how large an object we can put into superposition for any appreciable amount of time. So far, we've not found such a hard limit, and we've been able to put some pretty big things in superposition. For example, getting interference patterns from large molecules in the double-slit experiment. Based on the larger systems that have been put into superposition, we can rule out theories where gravity-induced collapse is very strong. So, we have some constraints on these ideas where a classical-ish gravity is influencing the quantum wave function of matter. And more advanced tests are being planned that may turn up something. Of course, it may be that gravity really isn't classical in the way that these theories propose. It may be that gravity really is quite quantum, just like matter. If that's the case, then we need different experiments. Two of the strangest properties of quantum objects are superposition, which we just talked a lot about, and entanglement. Quantum entanglement is when you have two quantum systems that each may be in a superposition of states, but the systems are also correlated so that the state of one depends on the state of the other. For example, a quantum coin could be in a superposition of both heads and tails, and a pair of quantum coins could be both in superposition but also be entangled, so they would be, for example, in the opposite state to each other. Even though each of the coins is fundamentally undefined in its state, if the first coin is measured so that its wave function collapses to either heads or tails, its entangled partner's wave function will immediately collapse to the opposite. Quantum entanglement sounds like an exotic phenomenon, but it's not. Quantum particles are constantly getting entangled with each other. In fact, every interaction between particles generates entanglement, even if that entanglement doesn't last very long. We've observed these entanglements when the interaction happens via quantum forces, for example, when particles interact by exchanging the photons of the electromagnetic force. So what if we could cause particles to become entangled by a gravitational interaction? As I'll try to convince you, this would mean that the gravitational field itself has to be part of the entanglement of those objects, and space-time has to be in a superposition of states, which would mean that space-time has to be quantum. One particular proposal for this type of experiment was recently put forward. It's known as quantum gravity-induced entanglement of masses, QGEM. I'll describe the original version proposed by Sugatu Bose and collaborators in 2017. It uses a Stern-Gerlach interferometer. This is the device that first demonstrated the existence of quantum spin back in the 20s. The original version used silver atoms, which have a single unpaired electron in their outer shell, so the atom takes on the quantum spin of that lone electron. That gives the atom a tiny dipole magnetic field. This causes the atom to be deflected when it passes through the external magnetic field of the Stern-Gerlach device. It's deflected upwards if its spin axis is pointed up, and downwards if its spin is down. Because quantum spin is quantum, all atoms will be measured to have either spin fully up or spin fully down, deflected all the way up or deflected all the way down. There are no in-betweens for quantum properties like this. If the atom starts in a superposition state of being both spin up and spin down, then it'll end up in a superposition state of being physically up or down just before it hits the detector screen. So we've turned a spin superposition into a spatial superposition. At the screen, the superposition collapses into one or the other location. But we can also remove the screen and use more magnets to bring the spatial superpositions back together, in which case we turn the spatial superposition back into a spin superposition. Now if we measure that spin, we should find that it collapses completely randomly into 50-50 spin up or spin down. Now, if we were to run a second Stern-Gerlach interferometer next to the first, the spins we'd measured at the end of the second device would have no relationship to the spins measured at the end of the first. Atoms in the different devices are uncorrelated because they're not entangled. But now, let's move the devices really close together. The spin up path of interferometer 1 is right alongside the spin down path of interferometer 2. Let's pretend for a moment that the silver atoms can interact gravitationally. The spin up 1 and spin down 2 atoms tug on each other ever so slightly, while the other paths are too far for the atoms to interact. Remember that the spin measurements at the output of the interferometer 1 versus interferometer 2 used to be random, uncorrelated. Up, down, up, down, up should all be equally likely results of measuring those final spins. Any quantum interaction, though, should generate entanglement between these. So now, if gravity is quantum, the outputs of the two interferometers will be entangled and will be correlated. For example, depending on how this is set up, you might find that the interferometers produce opposite spin results to each other very slightly more often than the same spin results. Now, single atoms are way too light to produce a measurable entanglement. But what if we could do this with many atoms? Specifically with a nanodiamond. These are tiny diamonds with widths measured in nanometers. A little defect inside the diamond crystal structure can be created by removing one carbon atom and replacing it with a neighbouring nitrogen atom. This leaves an unpaired electron, which gives the nanodiamond a net spin. The same technology is actually a candidate for qubit storage in quantum computers. So we create nanodiamonds and put their unpaired electrons in a spin superposition, then shoot them through the pair of Stern-Gerlach devices. In principle, we should get a spatial superposition of these relatively massive crystals, and if gravity is quantum, we should get entanglement between the devices that will be reflected in correlations in their final spins. What would all of this mean if it proved to work? Well, from the point of view of particle physics, the masses get entangled when gravitons are exchanged between the two masses. This is just like in electromagnetism, where photon exchange leads to the electromagnetic force, and sometimes to entanglement. We've made a video before on how hard it is to detect single gravitons, even in principle, so this entanglement between the two masses in the QGEM experiment might be considered indirect evidence for the existence of gravitons, the hypothetical quantum carrier of gravity. From the point of view of general relativity, the superposition of gravitational forces could be interpreted as a superposition of space-time geometries. So space-time itself would be exhibiting one of the most quantum of all properties. In general, a positive QGEM result would be strong evidence that gravity is indeed quantum. These are just some of the experiments that have been proposed, or in some cases actually conducted, to test some of these ideas about the link between quantum mechanics and gravity. Whether to find quantum effects in the gravitational field, or to show that gravity doesn't even need to be truly quantum. There are lots of other ideas and efforts in progress beyond these, and there's a good chance that some will bear fruit, perhaps finally unlocking that century-old mystery of the quantum nature of space-time. Thank you to Brilliant for supporting PBS. Brilliant is where you learn by doing, with thousands of interactive lessons in physics, math, programming, and AI. Brilliant helps you build your critical thinking skills through problem solving, not memorizing. Each lesson is filled with hands-on problem solving that lets you actually play with concepts. And if you're fascinated by AI, How LLMs Work is an immersive AI workshop that lets you experience and harness the mechanics of today's most advanced tools. You'll get hands-on experience with real language models as you explore how they build vocabulary, choose the next word, and more. You'll understand the importance of training data by comparing models trained on pop lyrics to models trained on a cookbook or big text terms and conditions. Finally, you'll learn how to tune an LLM to generate different kinds of output, whether it's poetry or a cover letter. To try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/spacetime or click on the link in the description. If you go now, you'll also get 20% off an annual premium subscription. The Nobel Prize in Physics is typically awarded to scientists who make sense of nature, those whose discoveries render the universe more comprehensible. But the 2022 Nobel has been awarded to 3 physicists who revealed that the universe is even stranger than we thought. This year's Physics Nobel laureates are John Clauser, Alain Aspect, and Anton Zeilinger, who together are responsible for a series of ingenious experiments that proved that the strangest prediction of quantum mechanics is actually true. It's the prediction that Einstein refused to accept. The idea that 2 quantum systems can be entangled, bound to each other, such that they can influence each other instantaneously over any distance. This spooky action at a distance, as Einstein called it, is in seeming violation of his own theory of relativity, which tells us that no causal influence can travel faster than light. Clauser and Aspect achieved the rarest of feats. They proved Einstein wrong, while Zeilinger greatly advanced our understanding and practical application of the phenomenon of quantum entanglement. Of course, we've talked about quantum entanglement once or twice in the past, but today I want to tell you about a series of brilliant experiments celebrated by this year's Nobel. Let's start with a simple thought experiment. You have 2 balls, one black, one white. You close your eyes, shuffle the balls, and place each in an identical box. You put the first box in a rocket and send it to the moon, while you keep the second box with you on Earth. While that box is closed, the ball on the moon has a 50-50 chance of being black or white. You open your box and you instantly learn the colour of the ball on the moon. So, did you cause information to travel faster than light? Of course not. The information about the ball's colours was always there with the balls, you just learned which was which. But now imagine that these are quantum balls with entangled quantum colours. According to quantum mechanics, we not only don't know which is which until the box is open, but the colours of the balls are fundamentally undefined. Each ball is in a superposition state of maybe black, maybe white, until a measurement is made. Opening your box causes the observed ball to have to choose a colour state, which then forces the ball on the moon to choose the opposite. Now you really do seem to have an effect that travels faster than light, with the ball on the moon switching from a superposition state to a defined state as soon as you make your observation. These quantum balls could be any particle from subatomic to molecular scale, and the entangled property could be spin, momentum, or any other quantum property. But why do we have to accept this wacky interpretation? Is there any real difference in the result of the experiment if the colour of the balls is defined at the beginning versus when the box is opened? Why even propose this entanglement and superposition stuff? Well, because quantum mechanics in its standard form says so. Quantum systems are described by a mathematical object called the wave function, which evolves according to the Schrödinger equation. The joint wave function of 2 entangled objects only contains information about the correlation between those objects, not about their specific values. They only gain specific values when observed and the wave function collapses.
For our quantum balls to know their own colour the whole time, there would need to be extra information not contained in their wave function. There are a few different interpretations of quantum mechanics that allow this hidden information, and they are collectively known as hidden variable theories. Einstein thought that such hidden information must exist, while others, like Niels Bohr, insisted that the wave function was the complete description of a quantum system. In almost every scientific debate, physicists side with Einstein, but not in this case. Quantum mechanics was just too successful, and Niels Bohr was aggressive in pushing his Copenhagen interpretation. It became dogma, while for a while it was career suicide to question the orthodoxy, for example by researching hidden variable theories. David Bohm got the worst of that with his pilot wave theory, which we talk about in another video. John Stuart Bell was another hidden variable heretic. This Irish physicist didn't necessarily believe in them, but he wasn't content to just accept the Copenhagen interpretation without properly testing it. And he also realised that one could reveal the existence of hidden information without actually measuring that information or even testing a specific hidden variables theory. We've talked about these Bell tests previously if you want to see exactly how this works. In short though, in 1964, Bell came up with his Bell theorem, which shows that there should be a particular statistical correlation between the measured properties of entangled particles if the particles themselves hold the information about their internal states, and a different statistical relationship if those properties really are decided at the moment of measurement. In particular, the so-called Bell inequality would be true if there are hidden variables contained in the particles and violated otherwise. Finally, there was a real test that we could use to check for hidden variables. However, it wasn't until 1969 that the first Bell test was performed, and that was by one of our 2022 Nobel laureates, John Clauser. So why did it take 5 years? Well, Bell tests are really hard to perform. They require the production of entangled states, which have to be manipulated and measured without breaking the exceedingly delicate correlation between the particles. But also, to do a Bell test was to question the status quo, so it was hard to get support for the significant effort required. Clauser talks about the time he proposed his idea for the experiment to Richard Feynman, who promptly kicked him out of his office. Apparently Feynman thought it was pointless because standard quantum mechanics was clearly correct. Clauser and his student Stuart J. Friedman were not to be deterred. They had figured out a brilliant experiment and they were going to try it. It went like this. They blasted a beam of calcium atoms through the intense light of an arc lamp. That light excited electrons in calcium atoms to a higher energy level, and they would then drop down again with the lost energy carried away by photons. One of the possible electron transitions was between two states that had zero quantum spin, and which also resulted in the creation of two photons. Spin is the quantum version of angular momentum. Because the atom's spin hadn't changed in this transition, in order to conserve angular momentum, the pair of photons needed to have a total spin of zero, which translates to them having opposite circular polarizations. Standard quantum mechanics says that those polarizations are undefined until measurement, when they will always turn out to be opposite to each other. Hidden variable theories, on the other hand, allow the polarization to be set at the moment that the photons are created. By measuring those polarizations, by passing both photons through polarizers, Clauser and Friedman could perform a Bell test. Bell inequality was convincingly violated in their experiment, which means quantum mechanics was working exactly as expected, implying no hidden variables, just as Feynman had told them. But the case wasn't quite closed. John Bell himself pointed out that hidden variables could still be a thing, even if the Bell test said otherwise. The result of a quantum measurement depends on how you make the measurement. In the case of this experiment, the orientation of the polarizers determined which polarizations the experiment was sensitive to. Bell's theorem assumed that the choice of measurement is completely free and independent of the particle creation process. But in Clauser's experiment, the polarizers were fixed in position through the whole experiment. Their orientation was already decided when the entangled photons were produced. So what if that orientation had some influence on the polarization direction of the photons at the moment of their creation? Then the photons might carry hidden information about the eventual measurement direction the whole time and sort of conspire to look like standard quantum mechanics even if they had real hidden variables. To close this loophole, it would be necessary to somehow set the measurement direction after the photons were produced. That sounds incredibly difficult because, in case you didn't know, photons move pretty fast. But when you're a brilliant experimentalist, incredibly difficult is your bread and butter, and so we meet our second laureate, Alain Aspect. Aspect's setup was very similar to Klaus's, with a beam of calcium atoms excited by light, this time a laser rather than an arc lamp. But the main difference was in the polarizers. In order to change the measurement direction of a polarizer, you have to rotate it. But it's kind of hard to do that faster than a photon can travel across your optical bench. Aspect found a way to randomize measurement direction without moving the polarizers at all. The trick was to use a type of transducer, in this case a chunk of quartz, that bends the path of light in different ways depending on whether the quartz is vibrating. And that vibration can be turned on and off with an electrical current. That means our entangled photons could be sent to different polarizers depending on an electrical switch, a switch that could be turned on and off quickly and randomly in the tiny intervals between the creation of the photon and their arrival at the transducer. All of this means that the photons can't know how they're going to be measured at the moment of their creation, which, if you recall, was a potential loophole in the Klauser and Friedman experiment. The Bell inequalities were also violated in Alain Aspect's experiment, dealing another blow to hidden variable theories. So, did Aspect close the final loophole? Not quite. There are two ways that the Bell inequalities could be violated without quantum entanglement being as spooky as Einstein feared. Well, actually, these ways are still spooky, but in different ways. Now, the first loophole I already mentioned, what if the choice of measurement is not independent of the creation of the entangled particles? Aspect's experiment seemed to eliminate that possibility by making that choice after the particles were produced. But what if the random number generator controlling the transducer wasn't really random? After all, signals could have travelled to both the calcium atom and the random number generator from some common influence, causing them to conspire to violate Bell's inequalities. This is the idea called superdeterminism, basically stating that the particles are not only correlated with each other, but also with the random number generator or the physicist choosing the measurement direction. So ultimately, the universe has no choice but to always hide the existence of hidden variables. Now, we've discussed superdeterminism before, so you can decide for yourself whether that's a reasonable idea, but John Bell certainly did not think that it was plausible. But even without superdeterminism, there's another loophole. Bell's theorem can be used to rule out the existence of local hidden variables. It can rule out that the secret information about the entangled particle states lives in the particles themselves. That's what local means here. But there could still be hidden variables that exist in the global wave function of the entangled particles. Klauser and Aspect's experiments ruled out local hidden variables, but that may mean they ruled out locality rather than hidden information. Any violation of locality still means that some sort of influence travels faster than light, the sort of spookiness that Einstein hated. One way or another, our Nobel laureates have revealed a universe stranger than many are comfortable with. Okay, what about our third laureate, Anton Zeilinger? Klauser and Aspect's work was all about testing the fundamentals of quantum mechanics, about getting closer to what its weirdness is really telling us about the world. But their efforts also led to very practical results. They, and others like them, advanced our ability to create and manipulate entangled quantum states. And Zeilinger put these to good use. He may be the most famous for demonstrating quantum teleportation. This is a phenomenon in which a quantum state is transferred between two particles via an intermediate particle that's entangled with them both. We'll save the awesome details for another time. The important thing right now is that quantum teleportation and the corresponding ability to move around quantum information is critical for quantum computers. Zeilinger is responsible for a number of advances in manipulating entanglement,
and has applied these to quantum cryptography and to the development of quantum computers. This is a rare episode of Space-Time in which both Einstein and Feynman were wrong. Einstein, because one way or another, the quantum world is indeed quite spooky. And Feynman was right in thinking that Clauser would never disprove standard quantum mechanics, but he was wrong in thinking that Clauser shouldn't try. Because science only moves forward when we try to push its theories to the breaking point. We learn something whether they break or not. And perhaps we find technologies that will be useful in ways that no one could have predicted. In this case, our better understanding of quantum entanglement has brought us very close to the age of quantum computing and quantum cryptography, all because a few scientists were willing to challenge the status quo and seek the hidden secrets of space-time. Before we get to comments, two things. First is that time of year again where we ask you to take the annual PBS Digital Studios audience survey. The Space-Time audience has always been amazing at filling out the survey, and we'd love to continue that trend. By doing so, you can help us pick out what new shows should be made and what types of topics you'd like to see new shows cover. It'll only take a few minutes, but it's extremely valuable to us. The whole network really dives deep into the data, and it helps give us tremendous insights into what you're thinking. There is a link in the description. Thanks in advance. As always, we thank all of our Patreon sponsors. But today, I want to give a special shout out in honor of Alexander Henry Sayesky. Alec passed away at a young age, but by all accounts was a true scientist his entire life. Diving into astrophysics and the sciences when he entered college, he emerged as a professional chemist and launched into a career as a staff scientist at ALK. He was such a deep lover of the mysteries of physics and space, he named his hamster Sputnik, and his fish was named Quark. So, Alec, from all of us here at Spacetime, we thank you for the light that you so clearly brought to science and to your community. We hope that you find peace among the stars. Today we're doing comments for the last two episodes. There was the one about using the sun's gravitational field as a lens to take pictures of distant planets, and then the one where we went through the entire Lagrangian equation of the standard model of particle physics. Let's start with the solar gravitational lens. Antoine Micard brought up an important point. How do the spacecraft send their messages back home? After all, we're having a hard time keeping track of the Voyager's faint signals, and the gravitational lens focal range is at least 4 times further than Voyager. Well, this is a real technological challenge, especially because we'll be trying to send actual images rather than simple numerical measurements and status updates. By the time these things launch, it'll be at least half a century since Voyager launched, and so we'll have that much advancement in the technology of power source and power storage and transmission. And also, it may be possible to use the solar sails themselves, the ones that propelled these craft to their position, as antennae, which has got to help. Varka has 2 great questions. What is the range limit for the solar gravitational lens technique? And what exoplanets should we do first? Well, there's no real range limit in terms of what planets will be brought into focus in the sun's gravitational focal range. In principle, you could look at planets in other galaxies. The real limit is the amount of light that you receive, and that will be too low beyond a certain distance. I couldn't find a direct calculation, but the NASA report that I'd cited uses 100 light years as their canonical number, so I think the idea is that this works on the scales of hundreds of light years, but not on many thousands of light year timescales. And which planets do we do first? Well, the report talks about Earth-mass planets around Sun-like stars, of which there are plenty. Maybe if we can find some that have other commonalities with Earth, similar age system, similar heavy element abundance, maybe gas giants in the outer system. But beyond that, it may be a roll of the die. Several of you commented to say that you enjoyed seeing the standard model Lagrangian laid out in full, even though you couldn't necessarily follow the math. Well, that is honestly a relief, because that episode was a bit of an experiment. There is absolutely no way to explain an equation this complex in 10 minutes. It takes several years of coursework to get close to being able to use the standard model Lagrangian to do real calculations. The idea here was to give you a taste of its contents,
and perhaps a starting point for further investigation. So I'm delighted and relieved that you found it useful in that way. A few of you wondered whether the ghosts in the Standard Model Lagrangian might hint at new physics beyond the Standard Model. Or perhaps, but I'm not sure. I think it's more likely that the ghosts could be eliminated with a more elegant formulation of the theory. Perhaps they're analogous to the spurious spaces that appear when you choose a coordinate system whose dimensions extend beyond the physical world. For example, there are black hole coordinate systems that seem to imply alternate universes beyond the singularity, but more likely that's just an artifact of extending the math too far. On the other hand, I'm not a particle physicist, as is evident from my analogy, which has nothing to do with particle physics. But in general, there are a lot of problematic features that appear in quantum field theory that have to be removed by hand. For example, the various infinities that have to be hand squashed by renormalization. The equations then work perfectly, which suggests that the infinities don't belong there or don't represent anything physical. However, it would be nice if this stuff could be removed without these hacks. O5T informs us that if you recite the full Lagrangian equation 3 times in front of a mirror, the particle ghosts will appear. Well, I tried, and it works. As I finished the final Higgs kinetic term, the scene sort of multiplied as the Hermitian conjugates broke off from the rest of reality, slipping backwards into this infinite regress of imaginary universes. Although, to be fair, each of the 3 readings took like 20 minutes while staring at my own face, so it could be I hallucinated the whole thing. The Standard Model of particle physics is arguably the most successful theory in the history of physics. It predicts the results of experiments with a numerical precision unmatched by any other branch of science, and it does so almost unfailingly. The theory is encapsulated in a single equation known as the Standard Model Lagrangian. It's probably the second most famous equation in physics, next to good old E=mc². But the latter's popularity is aided by its brevity and elegance. No problem getting it on a coffee mug. But to fit the Standard Model Lagrangian on a coffee mug, you need to condense it massively. In its full glory, it is neither brief nor elegant, and yet this monstrosity is perhaps far more important than E=mc². It represents our best understanding of the entire subatomic world. Today, we're going to explain the entire thing. We have been laying the groundwork for this episode for a while now, with episodes on all of the individual components of the Standard Model. We finally have what we need to bring it together. Let's start by recalling how the Standard Model got started. One of the most important founding insights was the idea that the symmetries of nature give rise to the fundamental forces. Gauge invariance says that the laws of physics should not care how certain properties of the world are defined or measured. For example, if we insist that the phase of the quantum wave function is fundamentally unmeasurable, then we need to add a term to the Schrödinger equation to make that the case. That term turns out to be the electromagnetic field. So electromagnetism can be explained as being due to the fact that the universe has this particular rather simple symmetry, which we call a U1 symmetry. That incredible success led many physicists over the decades to try to explain the other forces of nature in terms of gauge symmetries, and they succeeded. The weak interaction arises from a slightly more complicated SU2 symmetry, while the strong interaction is a consequence of the rather more complex SU3. These symmetries also come from the fact that the wave function can be distorted in different ways that have no effect on the laws of nature. It's just not as straightforward to say exactly what is being distorted as it is with the phase invariance of U1. You may have noticed though that I skipped gravity. We're still working on that one,
although it may have nothing to do with symmetries at all. It's a nice idea for all the forces of nature to arise from the same underlying mechanism. But how do you go from that to actual equations describing how the forces behave? And how do you wrap it all up in a single equation that is the standard model Lagrangian? Well, the key is this Lagrangian thing, so let's talk about it. This is all possible due to an extremely powerful concept in physics called the principle of least action, which we've talked about in detail. It says that nature will always try to follow the path that minimizes rate of change of a certain quantity called the action. This tendency can be used to figure out how pretty much any process will play out, whether we're calculating the path traveled by a ball through the air or the probability that two quantum particles will interact. The Lagrangian is the part of the action quantity that we actually work with. We can think of it as the distance an object or system travels through the space of all possible quantum states. For classical physics, it simplifies to just kinetic energy minus potential energy. If we plug the Lagrangian of a system into the Euler-Lagrange equation, then the result will be the equations describing how that system will move and change over time. There are other ways to get these equations of motion, but the Lagrangian is especially powerful because of how it respects symmetries. If the system that we're studying has a certain symmetry, then the Lagrangian will have that symmetry too. And by applying the principle of least action to a Lagrangian with a continuous symmetry, we'll reveal the existence of a conserved quantity like energy or momentum. And this is Noether's theorem, and we also have an episode about that. So it seems like it might be a good idea to figure out the Lagrangian for a wave function that has our symmetries of interest. And that is exactly what the standard model Lagrangian is. I'm obliged to point out that this is technically not a Lagrangian, but rather a Lagrangian density, which is like the building block of a Lagrangian. To get the real Lagrangian that describes the behavior of particles in a certain volume, we have to add up infinitely many Lagrangian densities over that volume, although in practice everyone just calls Lagrangian densities Lagrangians. The standard model Lagrangian is complicated. It has several different terms that each account for different ways that the particles of both matter and force interact. And each of these terms is actually a shorthand for a lot of other stuff. Before we dive into what all of this means, let's go over what we have to describe, namely the particles of the standard model and their interactions with each other. The symmetries I mentioned allow for particles to have two different types of spin. They can either have an integer amount of spin, like 1, 2, 3, or even 0, or they can have a half integer spin, like a half, 3 on 2, 5 on 2. It turns out that spin determines what might be the most fundamental nature of a particle, whether it represents matter or force. Particles with half integer spin are called fermions, and they are stuff. Literally, they are what stuff is made of. Electrons, quarks, neutrinos, they are all just different kinds of fermion. Meanwhile, particles with integer spin are called bosons. They transmit energy and momentum according to the symmetries of each force. Some parts of the standard model Lagrangian deal with bosons, other parts deal with fermions, and still others, perhaps the most important parts, deal with the interactions between the two. So let's now take a tour through the standard model Lagrangian and see what it's all about. First, we have this term with the two Fs. This is known as the kinetic term, and it tells us how the bosons will behave and how they'll interact with each other. Alone, this describes a universe with no matter whatsoever. The Fs are actually a shorthand for the separate interactions of each of the three quantum forces. First, we have the photon field, which is usually represented with a capital A. This is the field that preserves the U1 symmetry of electromagnetism. And the kinetic term for photons is made up of the derivatives of the A field. In other words, this is like the energy of the photons as they change in space and time. And this is true for all the derivatives that we're going to see here. They are analogous to the kinetic energy of that object in every direction of space and time. This is where the mu and nu symbols come from. The kinetic energy of the field in one direction may depend on what is happening in the other directions, which means we need to take a lot of derivatives of the field in every direction. Instead of writing each one, we just write these symbols, which basically mean first do the x direction, then y, then z, then do t for time. Indices are going to be a running theme here. Whenever you see indices, it means that whatever was written has to be repeated several times, depending on the dimensions of space-time, the number of charges, the number of different particles, things like that. Next, we do something similar for the fields of the other two forces. We also need their kinetic energy in every possible direction. Except, if two photons come close, they'll just pass through each other. But if two, say, gluons come close, they will interact. We need an extra term to describe the potential energy of that interaction, which we add to the kinetic term. Here we see a connection to the classical Lagrangian with its kinetic and potential energies. The many indices that you see here come from the complex symmetries of SU3 and account for all the different types of gluon. Now, the bosons of the weak force get a term like this also, but its SU2 symmetry leads to different behavior. The weak force also has a second kinetic term that looks a lot like electromagnetism, a consequence of the fact that the weak force and electromagnetism used to be components of the one force. These complicated kinetic terms are multiplied with themselves in a matrix multiplication because that turns them into the appropriate units of energy, or something close to energy, because that's what the Lagrangian needs. All these kinetic terms are summarized with the Fs, representing the motion of the bosons and their interactions with each other. Okay, let's make the universe more interesting by introducing some matter. That's what the second term in the Lagrangian represents. The psi is the wave function of the fermion fields. Strictly speaking, there are 12 fields for the 12 kinds of fermions that we have discovered so far. But again, they're squished together into this one symbol. Let's look at this weird D thing. The slash is a shorthand that Richard Feynman came up with because he was tired of always having to write gamma D, where gamma is a series of matrices to ensure that everything stays compliant with general relativity. The D itself is made of two parts. We have a derivative, which, as we mentioned, tells us the energy of the field as it changes. But we also have this part with the field of the bosons. This tells us how fermions are going to interact with the fields that preserve the symmetries of nature. This is the piece that tells us how matter and forces interact. The part with the electromagnetic field is equivalent to the piece that was added to the Schrödinger equation to ensure phase invariance. And now we have to add the pieces for the other fields also. Here each field is preceded by a new symbol which represents the charge that the field interacts with. We have electric charge, isospin, hypercharge, and color charge. And the more complex the symmetry, the more indices you need. Also, next to the charges are the coupling constants, which represent the strengths of each interaction. And here we have this HC thing. And, well, I didn't want to scare you earlier, but this Lagrangian is haunted. It has ghosts. There are ghosts of particles that can't be measured, and ghosts of infinities that make no sense. But it turns out that if you add a copy of the matter term, but you switch the sign in front of every imaginary number, all of the problematic ghosts cancel out. Now, this process may sound a bit forced, and it kind of is. It would be nice to have a Lagrangian without ghosts, and perhaps one day we will. But until then, this process gives us an equation that describes nature very well. By the way, the HC stands for Hermitian conjugate, which is the process of flipping the signs of the imaginary components. And it can also stand for hot coffee, because this is the point in reading the Lagrangian where most people need a coffee break. Okay,
For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1. Preface. The present edition of this book has not only been collated with the first 3 editions, which were published during the author's life, but also has the advantage of his last corrections and improvements, from a copy delivered to him by Mr. Peter Cost, communicated to the editor, and now lodged in Christ College, Cambridge. 2 Treatises of Government. In the former, the false principles and foundation of Sir Robert Filmer and his followers are detected and overthrown. The latter is an essay concerning the true original extent and end of civil government. Preface. Reader, thou hast here the beginning and end of a discourse concerning government. What fate has otherwise disposed of the papers that should have filled up the middle, and were more than all the rest, it is not worth while to tell thee. These which remain, I hope, are sufficient to establish the throne of our great restorer, our present King William, to make good his title in the consent of the people, which being the only one of all lawful governments he has more fully and clearly than any prince in Christendom, and to justify to the world the people of England, whose love of their just and natural rights, with their resolution to preserve them, saved the nation when it was on the very brink of slavery and ruin. If these papers have that evidence I flatter myself is to be found in them, there will be no great miss of those which are lost, and my reader may be satisfied without them. For I imagine I shall have neither the time nor inclination to repeat my pains, and fill up the wanting part of my answer, by tracing Sir Robert again through all the windings and obscurities which are to be met with in the several branches of his wonderful system. The King and body of the nation have since so thoroughly confuted his hypothesis, that I suppose no body hereafter will have either the confidence to appear against our common safety, and be again an advocate for slavery, or the weakness to be deceived with contradictions dressed up in a popular style and well-turned periods. For if any one will be at the pains himself in those parts which are hereto untouched, to strip Sir Robert's discourses of the flourish of doubtful expressions, and to endeavour to reduce his words to direct, positive, intelligible propositions, and then compare them one with another, he will quickly be satisfied there was never so much glib nonsense put together in well-sounding English. If he think it not worth while to examine his works all through, let him make an experiment in that part where he treats of usurpation, and let him try whether he can with all his skill make Sir Robert intelligible and consistent with himself or common sense. I should not speak so plainly of a gentleman long since past answering, had not the pulpit of late years publicly owned his doctrine, and made it the current divinity of the times. It is necessary those men who, taking on them to be teachers, have so dangerously misled others, should be openly showed of what authority this their patriarch is, whom they have so blindly followed, that so they may either retract what upon so ill grounds they have vented, and cannot be maintained, or else justify those principles which they preached up for gospel, though they had no better an author than an English courtier. For I should not have writ against Sir Robert, or taken the pains to show his mistakes, inconsistencies, and want of, what he so much boasts of and pretends wholly to build on, scripture proofs, were there not men amongst us who, by crying up his books and espousing his doctrine, save me from the reproach of writing against a dead adversary. They have been so zealous in this point, that if I have done him any wrong, I cannot hope they should spare me. I wish, where they have done the truth and the public wrong, they would be as ready to redress it, and allow its just weight to this reflection, viz., that there cannot be done a greater mischief to prince and people than the propagating wrong notions concerning government, that so at last all times might not have reason to complain of the drum ecclesiastic. If any one concerned really for truth undertake the confutation of my hypothesis, I promise him either to recant my mistake upon fair conviction, or to answer his difficulties. But he must remember 2 things. First, that cavilling here and there at some expression or little incident of my discourse is not an answer to my book. Secondly, that I shall not take railing for arguments, nor think either of these worth my notice, though I shall always look on myself as bound to give satisfaction to any one who shall appear to be conscientiously scrupulous in the point, and shall show any just grounds for his scruples. I have nothing more but to advertise the reader that Observations stands for Observations on Hobbes, Milton, etc., and that a bare quotation of pages always means pages of his Patriarcha, edition 1680. End of preface. One of 2 treatises of civil government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 1. Slavery is so vile and miserable an estate of man, and so directly opposite to the generous temper and courage of our nation, that it is hardly to be conceived that an Englishman, much less a gentleman, should plead for it. And truly, I should have taken Sir Robert Filmer's Patriarcha as any other treatise, which would persuade all men that they are slaves, and ought to be so, for such another exercise of wit as was his who writ the encomium of Nero, rather than for a serious discourse meant in earnest, had not the gravity of the title and epistle, the picture in the front of the book, and the applause that followed it, required me to believe that the author and publisher were both in earnest. I therefore took it into my hands with all the expectation, and read it through with all the attention due to a treatise that made such a noise at its coming abroad, and cannot but confess myself mightily surprised that in a book which was to provide chains for all mankind, I should find nothing but a rope of sand, useful perhaps to such whose skill and business it is to raise a dust, and would blind the people, the better to mislead them, but in truth not of any force to draw those into bondage who have their eyes open, and so much sense about them as to consider that chains are but an ill wearing, how much care soever hath been taken to file and polish them. If any one think I take too much liberty in speaking so freely of a man who is the great champion of absolute power, and the idol of those who worship it, I beseech him to make this small allowance, for once, to one who, even after the reading of Sir Robert's book, cannot but think himself, as the laws allow him, a free man, and I know no fault it is to do so, unless any one better skilled in the fate of it than I should have it revealed to him that this treatise, which has lain dormant so long, was, when it appeared in the world, to carry, by strength of its arguments, all liberty out of it, and that from thenceforth our author's short model was to be the pattern in the mount, and the perfect standard of politics for the future. His system lies in a little compass. It is no more but this, that all government is absolute monarchy, and the ground he builds on is this, that no man is born free. In this last age, a generation of men has sprung up amongst us that would flatter princes with an opinion that they have a divine right to absolute power, let the laws by which they are constituted and are to govern, and the conditions under which they enter upon their authority, be what they will, and their engagements to observe them never so well ratified by solemn oaths and promises. To make way for this doctrine, they have denied mankind a right to natural freedom, whereby they have not only, as much as in them lies, exposed all subjects to the utmost misery of tyranny and oppression, but have also unsettled the titles and shaken the thrones of princes. For they too, by these men's system, except only one, are all born slaves, and by divine right are subjects to Adam's right heir, as if they had designed to make war upon all government, and subvert the very foundations of human society to serve their present turn. However, we must believe them upon their own bare words when they tell us we are all born slaves, and we must continue so, there is no remedy for it. Life and thraldom we entered into together, and can never be quit of the one till we part with the other. Scripture or reason, I am sure, do not anywhere say so, notwithstanding the noise of divine right, as if divine authority had subjected us to the unlimited will of another. An admirable state of mankind, and that which they have not had wit enough to find out till this latter age. For, however Sir Robert Filmer seems to condemn the novelty of the contrary opinion, Patriarcha, page 3, yet I believe it will be hard for him to find any other age or country of the world but this, which has asserted monarchy to be jure divino. And he confesses, Patriarcha, page 4, that Hayward, Blackwood, Berkeley, and others that have bravely vindicated the right of kings in most points, never thought of this, but with one consent admitted the natural liberty and equality of mankind. By whom this doctrine came at first to be broached, and brought in fashion amongst us, and what sad effects it gave rise to, I leave to historians to relate, or to the memory of those who were contemporaries with Sibthorpe and Mannering to recollect. My business at present is only to consider what Sir Robert Filmer, who is allowed to have carried this argument farthest, and is supposed to have brought it to perfection, has said in it. For from him every one who would be as fashionable as French was at court has learned, and runs away with this short system of politics, viz., men are not born free, and therefore could never have the liberty to choose either governors or forms of government. Princes have their power absolute and by divine right, for slaves could never have a right to compact or consent. Adam was an absolute monarch, and so are all princes ever since. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of 2 Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 2, of Paternal and Regal Power. Sir Robert Filmer's great position is that men are not naturally free. This is the foundation on which his absolute monarchy stands, and from which it erects itself to an height that its power is above every power, caput inter nubila, so high above all earthly and human things that thought can scarce reach it, that promises and oaths which tie the infinite deity cannot confine it. But if this foundation fails, all his fabric falls with it, and governments must be left again to the old way of being made by contrivance, and the consent of men, anthropine ctisis, making use of their reason to unite together into society. To prove this grand position of his, he tells us, page 12, men are born in subjection to their parents, and therefore cannot be free. And this authority of parents he calls royal authority, page 12, 14, fatherly authority, right of fatherhood, page 12, 20. One would have thought he would, in the beginning of such a work as this, on which was to depend the authority of princes and the obedience of subjects, have told us expressly what that fatherly authority is, have defined it, though not limited it, because in some other treatises of his he tells us it is unlimited and unlimitable. Footnote: in grants and gifts that have their original from God or nature, as the power of the Father hath, no inferior power of man can limit, nor make any law of prescription against them. Observations 158. The Scripture teaches that supreme power was originally the Father, without any limitation. Observations 245. End of footnote. He should at least have given us such an account of it that we might have had an entire notion of this fatherhood or fatherly authority whenever it came in our way in his writings. This I expected to have found in the first chapter of his Patriarcha. but instead thereof, having 1. En passant made his obeisance to the Arcana Imperii, page 5, 2. Made his compliment to the rights and liberties of this or any other nation, page 6, which he is going presently to null and destroy, and 3. Made his leg to those learned men who did not see so far into the matter as himself, page 7, he comes to fall on Bellarmine, page 8, and, by a victory over him, establishes his fatherly authority beyond any question. Bellarmine being routed by his own confession, page 11, the day is clear got, and there is no more need of any forces. For having done that, I observe, not that he states the question, or rallies up any arguments to make good his opinion, but rather tells us a story, as he thinks fit, of this strange kind of domineering phantom, called the fatherhood, which whoever could catch presently got empire and unlimited absolute power. He assures us how this fatherhood began in Adam, continued its course, and kept the world in order all the time of the patriarchs till the flood, got out of the ark with Noah and his sons, made and supported all the kings of the earth till the captivity of the Israelites in Egypt, and then the poor fatherhood was under hatches, till God, by giving the Israelites kings, re-established the ancient and prime right of the lineal succession in paternal government. This is his business from page 12 to 19. And then, obviating an objection, and clearing a difficulty or two with one half reason, page 23, to confirm the natural right of regal power, he ends the first chapter. I hope it is no injury to call an half quotation and half reason, for God says, "Honour thy father and mother," but our author contents himself with half, leaves out thy mother quite, as little serviceable to his purpose. But more of that in another place. I do not think our author so little skilled in the way of writing discourses of this nature, nor so careless of the point in hand, that he by oversight commits the fault that he himself, in his Anarchy of a Mixed Monarchy, page 239, objects to Mr. Hunton in these words: "Where first I charge the author that he has not given us any definition or description of monarchy in general, for by the rules of method he should have first defined. And by the like rule of method, Sir Robert should have told us what his fatherhood or fatherly authority is, before he had told us in whom it was to be found, and talked so much of it. But perhaps Sir Robert found that this fatherly authority, this power of fathers and of kings, for he makes them both the same, page 24, would make a very odd and frightful figure, and very disagreeing with what either children imagine of their parents, or subjects of their kings, if he should have given us the whole draught together in that gigantic form, he had painted it in his own fancy. And therefore, like a wary physician, when he would have his patient swallow some harsh or corrosive liquor, he mingles it with a large quantity of that which may dilute it, that the scattered parts may go down with less feeling, and cause less aversion. Let us then endeavour to find what account he gives us of this fatherly authority, as it lies scattered in the several parts of his writings. And first, as it was vested in Adam, he says, not only Adam, but the succeeding patriarchs had, by right of fatherhood, royal authority over their children, page 12. This lordship which Adam by command had over the whole world, and by right descending from him the patriarchs did enjoy, was as large and ample as the absolute dominion of any monarch which hath been since the creation, page 13. Dominion of life and death, making war and concluding peace, page 13. Adam and the patriarchs had absolute power of life and death, page 35. Kings, in the right of parents, succeed to the exercise of supreme jurisdiction, page 19. As kingly power is by the law of God, so it hath no inferior law to limit it. Adam was lord of all, page 40. The father of a family governs by no other law than by his own will, page 78. The superiority of princes is above laws, page 79. The unlimited jurisdiction of kings is so amply described by Samuel, page 80. Kings are above the laws, page 93. And to this purpose see a great deal more which our author delivers in Baudin's words: "It is certain that all laws, privileges, and grants of princes have no force but during their life, if they be not ratified by the express consent or by sufferance of the prince following, especially privileges." Observations, page 279. The reason why laws have been also made by kings was this: when kings were either busied with wars or distracted with public cares, so that every private man could not have access to their persons to learn their wills and pleasure, then were laws of necessity invented, so that every particular subject might find his prince's pleasure deciphered unto him in the tables of his laws, page 92. In a monarchy the king must by necessity be above the laws, page 100. A perfect kingdom is that wherein the king rules all things according to his own will, page 100. Neither common nor statute laws are, or can be, any diminution of that general power which kings have over their people by right of fatherhood, page 115. Adam was the father, king, and lord over his family. A son, a subject, and a servant or slave were one and the same thing at first. The father had power to dispose or sell his children or servants, whence we find that the first reckoning up of goods in Scripture, the manservant and the maidservant, are numbered among the possessions and substance of the owner, as other goods were. Observations, preface. God also hath given to the father a right or liberty to alien his power over his children to any other, whence we find the sale and gift of children to have much been in use in the beginning of the world, when men had their servants for a possession and an inheritance, as well as other goods, whereupon we find the power of castrating and making eunuchs much in use in old times. Observations, page 155. Law is nothing else but the will of him that hath the power of the Supreme Father. Observations, page 223. It was God's ordinance that the supremacy should be unlimited in Adam, and as large as all the acts of his will, and as in him, so in all others that have supreme power. Observations, page 245. I have been fain to trouble my reader with these several quotations in our author's own words, that in them might be seen his own description of his fatherly authority, as it lies scattered up and down in his writings, which he supposes was first vested in Adam, and by right belongs to all princes ever since. This fatherly authority, then, or right of fatherhood, in our author's sense, is a divine, unalterable right of sovereignty, whereby a father or a prince hath an absolute, arbitrary, unlimited, and unlimitable power over the lives, liberties, and estates of his children and subjects, so that he may take or alienate their estates, sell, castrate, or use their persons as he pleases, they being all his slaves, and he lord or proprietor of everything, and his unbounded will their law. Our author having placed such a mighty power in Adam, and upon that supposition founded all government and all power of princes, it is reasonable to expect that he should have proved this with arguments clear and evident, suitable to the weightiness of the cause, that since men had nothing else left them, they might in slavery have such undeniable proofs of its necessity that their consciences might be convinced, and oblige them to submit peaceably to that absolute dominion which their governors had a right to exercise over them. Without this, what good could our author do, or pretend to do, by erecting such an unlimited power, but flatter the natural vanity and ambition of men, too apt of itself to grow and increase with the possession of any power, and by persuading those who, by the consent of their fellow men, are advanced to great but limited degrees of it, that by that part which is given them, they have a right to all that was not so, and therefore may do what they please, because they have authority to do more than others, and so tempt them to do what is neither for their own, nor the good of those under their care, whereby great mischiefs cannot but follow. The sovereignty of Adam being that on which, as a sure basis, our author builds his mighty absolute monarchy, I expected that in his Patriarcha, that his main supposition would have been proved and established with all that evidence of arguments that such a fundamental tenet required, and that this, on which the great stress of the business depends, would have been made out with reasons sufficient to justify the confidence with which it was assumed. But in all that treatise I could find very little tending that way. The thing is there so taken for granted, without proof, that I could scarce believe myself, when, upon attentive reading that treatise, I found there so mighty a structure raised upon the bare supposition of this foundation. For it is scarce credible that in a discourse, where he pretends to confute the erroneous principle of man's natural freedom, he should do it by a bare supposition of Adam's authority, without offering any proof for that authority. Indeed, he confidently says that Adam had royal authority, page 12 and 13, absolute lordship and dominion of life and death, page 13, a universal monarchy, page 33, absolute power of life and death, page 35. He is very frequent in such assertions, but what is strange, in all his whole Patriarcha, I find not one pretence of a reason to establish this his great foundation of government, not anything that looks like an argument, but these words. To confirm this natural right of regal power, we find in the Decalogue that the law which enjoins obedience to kings is delivered in the terms, "Honour thy father," as if all power were originally in the father. And why may I not add as well, that in the Decalogue the law that enjoins obedience to queens is delivered in the terms of "Honour thy mother," as if all power were originally in the mother? The argument, as Sir Robert puts it, will hold as well for one as the other. But of this more in its due place. All that I take notice of here is that this is all our author says in this first or any of the following chapters to prove the absolute power of Adam, which is his great principle, and yet, as if he had there settled it upon sure demonstration, he begins his second chapter with these words: "By conferring these proofs and reasons, drawn from the authority of the Scripture," where those proofs and reasons for Adam's sovereignty are, bating that of "Honour thy father," above mentioned, I confess I cannot find; unless what he says, page 11, in these words we have an evident confession, viz. Of Bellarmine, that creation made man prince of his posterity, must be taken for proofs and reasons drawn from Scripture, or for any sort of proof at all, though from thence, by a new way of inference, in the words immediately following, he concludes, "the royal authority of Adam sufficiently settled in him." If he has in that chapter, or anywhere in the whole treatise, given any other proofs of Adam's royal authority, other than by often repeating it, which among some men goes for argument, I desire anybody for him to show me the place and page, that I may be convinced of my mistake, and acknowledge my oversight. If no such arguments are to be found, I beseech those men who have so much cried up this book, to consider whether they do not give the world cause to suspect that it is not the force of reason and argument that makes them for absolute monarchy, but some other by-interest, and therefore are resolved to applaud any author that writes in favour of this doctrine, whether he support it with reason or no. But I hope they do not expect that rational and indifferent men should be brought over to their opinion, because this their great doctor of it, in a discourse made on purpose to set up the absolute monarchical power of Adam in opposition to the natural freedom of mankind, has said so little to prove it, from whence it is rather naturally to be concluded that there is little to be said. But that I might omit no care to inform myself in our author's full sense, I consulted his observations on Aristotle, Hobbes, etc., to see whether, in disputing with others, he made use of any arguments for this his darling tenet of Adam's sovereignty, since in his treatise of the natural power of kings he has been so sparing of them. In his observations on Mr. Hobbes' Leviathan, I think he has put in short all those arguments for it together, which in his writings I find him anywhere to make use of. His words are these: if God created only Adam, and of a piece of him made the woman, and if by generation from them two, as parts of them all mankind be propagated, if also God gave to Adam not only the dominion over the woman and the children that should issue from them, but also over all the earth, to subdue it, and over all the creatures on it, so that as long as Adam lived no man could claim or enjoy anything but by donation, assignation, or permission from him, I wonder, etc. Observations 165. Here we have the sum of all his arguments for Adam's sovereignty and against natural freedom, which I find up and down in his other treatises, and they are these following: God's creation of Adam, the dominion he gave him over Eve, and the dominion he had as father over his children, all which I shall particularly consider. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of 2 Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 3. Of Adam's title to sovereignty by creation. Sir Robert, in his preface to his Observations on Aristotle's Politics, tells us, "A natural freedom of mankind cannot be supposed without the denial of the creation of Adam." But how Adam's being created, which was nothing but his receiving a being immediately from omnipotence and the hand of God, gave Adam a sovereignty over anything, I cannot see, nor consequently understand how a supposition of natural freedom is a denial of Adam's creation, and would be glad anybody else, since our author did not vouchsafe us the favour, would make it out for him. For I find no difficulty to suppose the freedom of mankind, though I have always believed the creation of Adam. He was created, or began to exist, by God's immediate power, without the intervention of parents or the pre-existence of any of the same species to beget him, when it pleased God he should. And so did the lion, the king of beasts, before him, by the same creating power of God. And if bare existence by that power, and in that way, will give dominion without any more ado, our author by this argument will make the lion have as good a title to it as he, and certainly the ancienter. No, for Adam had his title by the appointment of God, says our author in another place. Then bare creation gave him not dominion, and one might have supposed mankind free without the denying the creation of Adam, since it was God's appointment made him monarch. But let us see how he puts his creation and this appointment together. By the appointment of God, says Sir Robert, as soon as Adam was created, he was monarch of the world, though he had no subjects. For though there could not be actual government till there were subjects, yet by the right of nature it was due to Adam to be governor of his posterity. Though not in act, yet at least in habit, Adam was a king from his creation. I wish he had told us here what he meant by God's appointment, for whatsoever providence orders, or the law of nature directs, or positive revelation declares, may be said to be by God's appointment. But I suppose it cannot be meant here in the first sense, i.e. by providence, because that would be to say no more but that as soon as Adam was created, he was de facto monarch, because by right of nature it was due to Adam to be governor of his posterity. But he could not de facto be by providence constituted the governor of the world at a time when there was actually no government, no subjects to be governed, which our author here confesses. Monarch of the world is also differently used by our author, for sometimes he means by it a proprietor of all the world exclusive of the rest of mankind, and thus he does in the same page of his preface before cited. Adam, says he, being commanded to multiply and people the earth, and to subdue it, and having dominion given him over all creatures, was thereby the monarch of the whole world, None of his posterity had any right to possess anything but by his grant or permission, or by succession from him. 2. Let us understand then by monarch, proprietor of the world, and by appointment, God's actual donation and revealed positive grant made to Adam, 1 Genesis 28, as we see Sir Robert himself does in this parallel place. And then his argument will stand thus. By the positive grant of God, as soon as Adam was created, he was proprietor of the world, because by the right of nature it was due to Adam to be governor of his posterity. In which way of arguing there are two manifest falsehoods. First, it is false that God made that grant to Adam as soon as he was created, since, though it stands in the text immediately after his creation, yet it is plain it could not be spoken to Adam till after Eve was made and brought to him. And how then could he be monarch by appointment as soon as created, especially since he calls, if I mistake not, that which God says to Eve, 3 Genesis 16, the original grant of government, which not being till after the fall, when Adam was somewhat, at least in time, and very much distant in condition from his creation, I cannot see how our author can say in this sense that by God's appointment as soon as Adam was created, he was monarch of the world. Secondly, were it true that God's actual donation appointed Adam monarch of the world as soon as he was created, yet the reason here given for it would not prove it, but it would always be a false inference that God, by a positive donation, appointed Adam monarch of the world because by right of nature it was due to Adam to be governor of his posterity. For having given him the right of government by nature, there was no need of a positive donation. At least, it will never be proof of such a donation. On the other side, the matter will not be much mended if we understand by God's appointment the law of nature, though it be a pretty harsh expression for it in this place, and by monarch of the world, sovereign ruler of mankind. For then the sentence under consideration must run thus: by the law of nature, as soon as Adam was created, he was governor of mankind, for by right of nature it was due to Adam to be governor of his posterity. Which amounts to this: he was governor by right of nature, because he was governor by right of nature. But supposing we should grant that man is by nature governor of his children, Adam could not hereby be monarch as soon as created, for this right of nature being founded in his being their father, how Adam could have a natural right to be governor before he was a father, when by being a father only he had that right, is, methinks, hard to conceive, unless he will have him to be a father before he was a father, and to have a title before he had it. To this foreseen objection our author answers very logically: he was governor in habit and not in act. A very pretty way of being a governor without government, a father without children, and a king without subjects. And thus Sir Robert was an author before he writ his book, not in act, it is true, but in habit. For when he had once published it, it was due to him by the right of nature to be an author, as much as it was to Adam to be governor of his children when he had begot them. And if to be such a monarch of the world, an absolute monarch, in habit but not in act, will serve the turn, I should not much envy it to any of Sir Robert's friends that he thought fit graciously to bestow it upon. Though even this of act and habit, if it signified anything but our author's skill in distinctions, be not to his purpose in this place. For the question is not here about Adam's actual exercise of government, but actually having a title to be governor. Government, says our author, was due to Adam by the right of nature. What is this right of nature? A right fathers have over their children by begetting them, generatione jus acquiritur parentibus in liberos, says our author out of Grotius, Observations 223. The right then follows the begetting as arising from it, so that, according to this way of reasoning or distinguishing of our author, Adam, as soon as he was created, had a title only in habit and not in act, which in plain English is, he had actually no title at all. To speak less learnedly and more intelligibly, one may say of Adam he was in possibility of being governor, since it was possible he might beget children, and thereby acquire that right of nature, be what it will, to govern them that accrues from thence. But what connection has this with Adam's creation, to make him say that as soon as he was created he was monarch of the world? For it may be as well said of Noah that as soon as he was born he was monarch of the world, since he was in possibility, which in our author's sense is enough to make a monarch in habit, to outlive all mankind but his own posterity. What such necessary connection there is betwixt Adam's creation and his right to government, so that a natural freedom of mankind cannot be supposed without the denial of the creation of Adam, I confess for my part I do not see, nor how those words, by the appointment, etc., observations 254, however explained, can be put together to make any tolerable sense, at least to establish this position with which they end, viz. Adam was a king from his creation. A king, says our author, not in act, but in habit, i.e., actually no king at all. I fear I have tired my reader's patience by dwelling longer on this passage than the weightiness of any argument in it seems to require, but I have unavoidably been engaged in it by our author's way of writing, who, huddling several suppositions together, and that in doubtful and general terms, makes such a medley and confusion that it is impossible to show his mistakes without examining the several senses wherein his words may be taken, and without seeing how, in any of these various meanings, they will consist together, and have any truth in them. For in this present passage before us, how can anyone argue against this position of his, that Adam was a king from his creation, unless one examine whether the words from his creation, to be taken as they may for the time of the commencement of his government, as the foregoing words import, as soon as he was created he was monarch, or for the cause of it, as he says, page 11, creation made man prince of his posterity. How farther can one judge of the truth of his being thus king, till one has examined whether king be to be taken, as the words in the beginning of this passage would persuade, on supposition of his private dominion, which was by God's positive grant monarch of the world by appointment, or king on supposition of his fatherly power over his offspring, which was by nature due by the right of nature. Whether, I say, king be to be taken in both or one only of these two senses, or in neither of them, but only this, that creation made him prince in a way different from both the other. For though this assertion that Adam was king from his creation be true in no sense, yet it stands here as an evident conclusion drawn from the preceding words, though in truth it be but a bare assertion joined to other assertions of the same kind, which, confidently put together in words of undetermined and dubious meaning, look like a sort of arguing, when there is indeed neither proof nor connection, a way very familiar with our author, of which, having given the reader a taste here, I shall, as much as the argument will permit me, avoid touching on hereafter, and should not have done it here, were it not to let the world see how incoherences in matter, and suppositions without proofs put handsomely together in good words and a plausible style, are apt to pass for strong reason and good sense, till they come to be looked into with attention. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Two Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Two Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 4. Of Adam's Title to Sovereignty by Donation. Genesis 1:28. Having at last got through the foregoing passage, where we have been so long detained, not by the force of arguments and opposition, but by the intricacy of the words and the doubtfulness of the meaning, let us go on to his next argument for Adam's sovereignty. Our author tells us in the words of Mr. Selden that Adam, by donation from God, Genesis 1:28, was made the general lord of all things, not without such a private dominion to himself as without his grant did exclude his children. This determination of Mr. Selden, says our author, is consonant to the history of the Bible and natural reason, Observations 2:10. And in his preface to his Observations on Aristotle, he says thus: "The first government in the world was monarchical in the father of all flesh, Adam being commanded to multiply and people the earth, and to subdue it, and having dominion given him over all creatures, was thereby the monarch of the whole world. None of his posterity had any right to possess anything but by his grant or permission, or by succession from him. The earth, saith the psalmist, hath he given to the children of men, which show the title comes from fatherhood." Before I examine this argument, and the text on which it is founded, it is necessary to desire the reader to observe that our author, according to his usual method, begins in one sense and concludes in another. He begins here with Adam's propriety or private dominion by donation, and his conclusion is, which show the title comes from fatherhood. But let us see the argument. The words of the text are these: "And God blessed them, and God said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth." 1 Genesis 28. From whence our author concludes that Adam, having here dominion given him over all creatures, was thereby the monarch of the whole world, whereby must be meant that either this grant of God gave Adam property, or, as our author calls it, private dominion, over the earth and all inferior or irrational creatures, and so consequently that he was thereby monarch, or, secondly, that it gave him rule and dominion over all earthly creatures whatsoever, and thereby over his children, and so he was monarch, for, as Mr. Selden has properly worded it, Adam was made general lord of all things. One may very clearly understand him, that he means nothing to be granted to Adam here but property, and therefore he says not one word of Adam's monarchy. But our author says Adam was hereby monarch of the world, which, properly speaking, signifies sovereign ruler of all the men in the world, and so Adam, by this grant, must be constituted such a ruler. If our author means otherwise, he might with much clearness have said that Adam was hereby proprietor of the whole world. But he begs your pardon in this point. Clear, distinct speaking not serving everywhere to his purpose, you must not expect it in him, as in Mr. Selden or other such writers. In opposition, therefore, to our author's doctrine that Adam was monarch of the whole world, founded on this place, I shall show, 1. That by this grant, 1 Genesis 28, God gave no immediate power to Adam over men, over his children, over those of his own species, and so he was not made ruler or monarch by this charter. 2. That by this grant God gave him not private dominion over the inferior creatures, but right in common with all mankind, so neither was he monarch upon the account of the property here given him. 1. That this donation, 1 Genesis 28, gave Adam no power over men, will appear if we consider the words of it. For since all positive grants convey no more than the express words they are made in will carry, let us see which of them here will comprehend mankind, or Adam's posterity. And those, I imagine, if any, must be these: every living thing that moveth. The words in Hebrew are hahaya haromeset, i.e. bestiam reptantem, of which words the Scripture itself is the best interpreter, God having created the fishes and fowls the 5th day, the beginning of the 6th he creates the irrational inhabitants of the dry land, which, verse 24, are described in these words: Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping things, and beasts of the earth after his kind. And, verse 2, And God made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth on the earth after his kind. Here, in the creation of all the brute inhabitants of the earth, he first speaks of them all under one general name, of living creatures, and then afterwards divides them into 3 ranks. 1. Cattle, or such creatures as were or might be tame, and so be the private possession of particular men. 2. Haya, which, verse 24 and 25 in our Bible, is translated beasts, and by the Septuagint, teria, wild beasts, and is the same word that here in our text, verse 28, where we have this great charter to Adam, is translated living thing, and is also the same word used, Genesis 9:2, where this grant is renewed to Noah, and there likewise translated beast. 3. The third rank were the creeping animals, which, verses 24 and 25, are comprised under the word haromeset, the same that is used here, verse 28, and is translated moving, but in the former verses creeping, and by the Septuagint in all these places herpeia, or reptiles, from whence it appears that the words which we translate here, in God's donation, verse 28, living creatures moving, are the same which, in the history of creation, verses 24-25, signify 2 ranks of terrestrial creatures, viz. Wild beasts and reptiles, and are so understood by the Septuagint. When God had made the irrational animals of the world, divided into 3 kinds from the places of their habitation, viz. Fishes of the sea, fowls of the air, and living creatures of the earth, and these again into cattle, wild beasts, and reptiles, he considers of making man, and the dominion he should have over the terrestrial world, verse 26, and then he reckons up the inhabitants of these 3 kingdoms, but in the terrestrial leaves out the second rank, haya, or wild beasts. But here, verse 28, where he actually exercises this design and gives him this dominion, the text mentions the fishes of the sea and fowls of the air and the terrestrial creatures in the words that signify the wild beasts and reptiles, though translated living thing that moveth, leaving out cattle. In both which places, though the word that signifies wild beasts be omitted in one, and that which signifies cattle in the other, yet, since God certainly executed in one place what he declares he designed in the other, we cannot but understand the same in both places, and have here only an account how the terrestrial irrational animals, which were already created and reckoned up at their creation in 3 distinct ranks of cattle, wild beasts, and reptiles, were here, verse 28, actually put under the dominion of man, as they were designed, verse 26. Nor do these words contain in them the least appearance of anything that can be wrested to signify God's giving to one man dominion over another, to Adam over his posterity. And this further appears from Genesis 9:2, where God, renewing his charter to Noah and his sons, he gives them dominion over the fowls of the air and the fishes of the sea and the terrestrial creatures, expressed by haya and romeset, wild beasts and reptiles, the same words that in the text before us, 1 Genesis 28, are translated every moving thing that moveth on the earth, which by no means can comprehend man, the grant being made to Noah and his sons, all the men then living, and not to one part of men over another, which is yet more evident from the very next words, verse 3, where God gives every remis, every moving thing, the very words used chapter 1:28, to them for food. By all which it is plain that God's donation to Adam, chapter 1:28, and his designation, verse 26, and his grant to Noah and his sons refer to and contain in them neither more nor less than the works of the creation of the 5th day and the beginning of the 6th, as they are set down from the 20th to 26th verses inclusively of the 1st chapter, and so comprehend all the species of irrational animals of the terraqueous globe, though all the words whereby they are expressed in the history of their creation are nowhere used in any of the following grants, but some of them omitted in one and some in another. From whence I think it is past all doubt that man cannot be comprehended in this grant, nor any dominion over those of his own species be conveyed to Adam. All the terrestrial irrational creatures are enumerated at their creation, verse 25, under the names beasts of the earth, cattle, and creeping things. But man, being not then created, was not contained under any of those names. And therefore, whether we understand the Hebrew words right or no, they cannot be supposed to comprehend man in the very same history and the very next verses following, especially since that Hebrew word remis, which, if any in this donation to Adam, chapter 1:26, must comprehend man, is so plainly used in contradistinction to him, as Genesis 6:20, 7:14, 21, 23, Genesis 8:17, 19. And if God made all mankind slaves to Adam and his heirs by giving Adam dominion over every living thing that moveth on the earth, chapter 1:28, as our author would have it, methinks Sir Robert should have carried his monarchical power one step higher, and satisfied the world that princes might eat their subjects too, since God gave as full power to Noah and his heirs, chapter 9:2, to eat every living thing that moveth, as he did to Adam to have dominion over them, the Hebrew words in both places being the same. David, who might be supposed to understand the donation of God in this text, and the right of kings too, as well as our author in his comment on this place, as the learned and judicious Ainsworth calls it, in the 8th Psalm, finds here no such charter of monarchical power. His words are, "Thou hast made him," i.e. man, the son of man, "a little lower than the angels. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, and the beasts of the field, and the fowls of the air, and the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the sea." In which words, if any one can find out that there is meant any monarchical power of one man over another, but only the dominion of the whole species of mankind over the inferior species of creatures, he may, for aught I know, deserve to be one of Sir Robert's monarchs in habit, for the rareness of the discovery. And by this time I hope it is evident that he that gave dominion over every living thing that moveth on the earth, gave Adam no monarchical power over those of his own species, which will yet appear more fully in the next thing I am to show. 2. Whatever God gave by the words of this grant, 1 Genesis 28, it was not to Adam in particular, exclusive of all other men. Whatever dominion he had thereby, it was not a private dominion, but a dominion in common with the rest of mankind. That this donation was not made in particular to Adam appears evidently from the words of the text, it being made to more than one, for it was spoken in the plural number. God blessed them, and said unto them, have dominion. God says unto Adam and Eve, have dominion. Thereby, says our author, Adam was monarch of the world. But the grant being to them, i.e. spoke to Eve also, as many interpreters think with reason that these words were not spoken till Adam had his wife, must not she thereby be lady as well as he lord of the world? If it be said that Eve was subjected to Adam, it seems she was not so subjected to him as to hinder her dominion over the creatures or property in them. For shall we say that God ever made a joint grant to two, and one only was to have the benefit of it? But perhaps it will be said Eve was not made till afterward. Grant it so, what advantage will our author get by it? The text will be only the more directly against him, and show that God in his donation gave the world to mankind in common, and not to Adam in particular. The word them in the text must include the species of man, for it is certain them can by no means signify Adam alone. In the 26th verse, where God declares his intention to give this dominion, it is plain he meant that he would make a species of creatures that should have dominion over the other species of this terrestrial globe. The words are, "And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish," etc. They then were to have dominion. Who? Even those who were to have the image of God, the individuals of that species of man that he was going to make. For that them should signify Adam singly, exclusive of the rest that should be in the world with him, is against both Scripture and all reason, and it cannot possibly be made sense if man in the former part of the verse do not signify the same with them in the latter. Only man there, as is usual, is taken for the species, and them the individuals of that species, and we have a reason in the very text. God makes him in his own image, after his own likeness, makes him an intellectual creature, and so capable of dominion, for whereinsoever else the image of God consisted, the intellectual nature was certainly a part of it, and belonged to the whole species, and enabled them to have dominion over the inferior creatures. And therefore David says in the 8th Psalm above cited, "Thou hast made him little lower than the angels, thou hast made him to have dominion." It is not of Adam King David speaks here, for verse 4 it is plain it is of man and the son of man, of the species of mankind. And that this grant spoken to Adam was made to him and the whole species of man is clear from our author's own proof out of the psalmist. "The earth," saith the psalmist, "hath he given to the children of men," which shows the title comes from fatherhood. These are Sir Robert's words in the preface before cited, and a strange inference it is he makes. God hath given the earth to the children of men, ergo the title comes from fatherhood. It is pity the propriety of the Hebrew tongue had not used fathers of men instead of children of men to express mankind. Then, indeed, our author might have had the countenance of the sound of the words to have placed the title in the fatherhood. But to conclude that the fatherhood had the right to the earth, because God gave it to the children of men, is a way of arguing peculiar to our author. And a man must have a great mind to go contrary to the sound as well as the sense of the words before he could light on it. But the sense is yet harder and more remote from our author's purpose, for as it stands in his preface, it is to prove Adam's being monarch, and his reasoning is thus: God gave the earth to the children of men, ergo Adam was monarch of the world. I defy any man to make a more pleasant conclusion than this, which cannot be excused from the most obvious absurdity, till it can be shown that by children of men, he who had no father, Adam alone, is signified. But whatever our author does, the Scripture speaks not nonsense. To maintain this property and private dominion of Adam, our author labours in the following page to destroy the community granted to Noah and his sons in that parallel place, 9 Genesis 1, 2, 3, and he endeavours to do it in 2 ways. 1. Sir Robert would persuade us, against the express words of the Scripture, that what was here granted to Noah was not granted to his sons in common with him. His words are, "As for the general community between Noah and his sons, which Mr. Selden will have to be granted to them, 9 Genesis 2, the text doth not warrant it." What warrant our author would have, when the plain express words of Scripture, not capable of another meaning, will not satisfy him, who pretends to build wholly on Scripture, it is not easy to imagine. The text says, "God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them," i.e., as our author would have it, unto him. For, saith he, although the sons are there mentioned with Noah in the blessing, yet it may best be understood with a subordination or benediction in succession. Observations 2:11. That indeed is best for our author to be understood, which best serves to his purpose, but that truly may best be understood by anybody else, which best agrees with the plain construction of the words, and arises from the obvious meaning of the place, and then with subordination and in succession will not be best understood in a grant of God where he himself put them not, nor mentions any such limitation. But yet our author has reasons why it may best be understood so. The blessing, says he in the following words, might truly be fulfilled if the sons, either under or after their father, enjoyed a private dominion. Observations 211. Which is to say that a grant whose express words give a joint title in present, for the text says, "Into your hands they are delivered," may best be understood with a subordination or in succession, because it is possible that in subordination or in succession it may be enjoyed. which is all one as to say that a grant of anything in present possession may best be understood of reversion, because it is possible one may live to enjoy it in reversion. If the grant be indeed to a father and to his sons after him, who is so kind as to let his children enjoy it presently in common with him, one may truly say, as to the event, one will be as good as the other. But it can never be true that what the express words grant in possession and in common may best be understood to be in reversion. The sum of all his reasoning amounts to this: God did not give the sons of Noah the world in common with their father, because it was possible they might enjoy it under or after him. A very good sort of argument against an express text of Scripture. But God must not be believed though he speaks it himself, when he says he does anything which will not consist with Sir Robert's hypothesis. For it is plain, however he would exclude them, that part of this benediction, as he would have it in succession, must needs be meant to the sons, and not to Noah himself at all. Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, says God in this blessing. This part of the benediction, as appears by the sequel, concerned not Noah himself at all, for we read not of any children he had after the flood, and in the following chapter, where his posterity is reckoned up, there is no mention of any. And so this benediction in succession was not to take place till 350 years after, and to save our author's imaginary monarchy, the peopling of the world must be deferred 350 years, for this part of the benediction cannot be understood with subordination, unless our author will say that they must ask leave of their father Noah to lie with their wives. But in this one point our author is constant to himself in all his discourses. He takes great care there should be monarchs in the world, but very little that there should be people. And indeed his way of government is not the way to people the world. For how much absolute monarchy helps to fulfil this great and primary blessing of God Almighty, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth, which contains in it the improvement too of arts and sciences and the conveniences of life, may be seen in those large and rich countries which are happy under the Turkish government, where are not now to be found 1/3, nay, in many, if not most parts of them, 1/30, perhaps I might say not 1/100th of the people that were formerly, as will easily appear to any one who will compare the accounts we have of it at this time with ancient history. But this by the by. The other parts of this benediction or grant are so expressed that they must needs be understood to belong equally to them all, as much to Noah's sons as to Noah himself, and not to his sons with the subordination or in succession. The fear of you and the dread of you, says God, shall be upon every beast, etc. Will anybody but our author say that the creatures feared and stood in awe of Noah only, and not of his sons without his leave, or till after his death? And the following words, into your hands they are delivered, are they to be understood, as our author says, if your father please, or they shall be delivered into your hands hereafter? If this be to argue from Scripture, I know not what may not be proved by it. And I can scarce see how much this differs from that fiction and fancy, or how much a surer foundation it will prove than the opinions of philosophers and poets, which our author so much condemns in his preface. But our author goes on to prove that it may best be understood with a subordination or a benediction in succession, for, says he, it is not probable that the private dominion which God gave to Adam, and by his donation, assignation, or cessation to his children, was abrogated, and a community of all things instituted between Noah and his sons. Noah was left the sole heir of the world. Why should it be thought that God would disinherit him of his birthright, and make him of all men in the world the only tenant in common with his children? Observations 211. The prejudices of our own ill-grounded opinions, however by us called probable, cannot authorize us to understand Scripture contrary to the direct and plain meaning of the words. I grant it is not probable that Adam's private dominion was here abrogated, because it is more than improbable, for it will never be proved, that ever Adam had any such private dominion. And since parallel places of Scripture are most probable to make us know how they may be best understood, there needs but the comparing this blessing here to Noah and his sons after the flood, with that to Adam after the creation, 1 Genesis 28, to assure anyone that God gave Adam no such private dominion. It is probable, I confess, that Noah should have the same title, the same property and dominion after the flood that Adam had before it. But since private dominion cannot consist with the blessing and grant God gave to him and his sons in common, it is a sufficient reason to conclude that Adam had none, especially since in the donation made to him there are no words that express it, or do in the least favour it. And then let my reader judge whether it may best be understood, when in the one place there is not one word for it, not to say what has been above proved, that the text itself proves the contrary, and in the other the words and sense are directly against it. But our author says Noah was the sole heir of the world. Why should it be thought that God would disinherit him of his birthright? Heir, indeed, in England, signifies the eldest son, who is by the law of England to have all his father's land. But where God ever appointed any such heir of the world, our author would have done well to have showed us, and how God disinherited him of his birthright, or what harm was done him if God gave his sons a right to make use of a part of the earth for the support of themselves and families, when the whole was not only more than Noah himself, but infinitely more than they all could make use of. And the possessions of one could not at all prejudice, or, as to any use, straiten that of the other. Our author, probably foreseeing that he might not be very successful in persuading people out of their senses, and, say what he could, men would be apt to believe the plain words of Scripture, and think, as they saw, that the grant was spoken to Noah and his sons jointly, he endeavours to insinuate, as if this grant to Noah conveyed no property, no dominion, because subduing the earth and dominion over the creatures are therein omitted, nor the earth once named. And therefore, says he, there is a considerable difference between these two texts. The first blessing gave Adam a dominion over the earth and all creatures. The latter allows Noah liberty to use the living creatures for food. Here is no alteration or diminishing of his titles to a property of all things, but an enlargement only of his commons. Observations 211. So that in our author's sense, all that was said here to Noah and his sons gave them no dominion, no property, but only enlarged the commons. Their commons, I should say, since God says, to you are they given, though our author says his, for as for Noah's sons, they, it seems, by Sir Robert's appointment, during their father's lifetime, were to keep fasting days. Anyone but our author would be mightily suspected to be blinded with prejudice, that in all this blessing to Noah and his sons could see nothing but only an enlargement of commons. For as to dominion, which our author thinks omitted, the fear of you and the dread of you, says God, shall be upon every beast, which I suppose expresses the dominion or superiority was designed man over the living creatures as fully as may be. For in that fear and dread seems chiefly to consist what was given to Adam over the inferior animals, who, as absolute a monarch as he was, could not make bold with a lark or rabbit to satisfy his hunger, and had the herbs but in common with the beasts, as is plain from 1 Genesis 2, 9 and 30. In the next place, it is manifest that in this blessing to Noah and his sons, property is not only given in clear words, but in a larger extent than it was to Adam. Into your hands they are given, says God to Noah and his sons. Which words, if they give not property, nay, property in possession, it will be hard to find words that can, since there is not a way to express a man's being possessed of anything more natural nor more certain than to say, it is delivered into his hands. And verse 3, to show that they had then given them the utmost property man is capable of, which is to have a right to destroy anything by using it. Every moving thing that liveth, saith God, shall be meat for you, which was not allowed to Adam in his charter. This our author calls a liberty of using them for food, and only an enlargement of commons, but no alteration of property. Observations 211. What other property man can have in the creatures but the liberty of using them is hard to be understood. So that if the first blessing, as our author says, gave Adam dominion over the creatures, and the blessing to Noah and his sons gave them such a liberty to use them as Adam had not, it must needs give them something that Adam, with all his sovereignty, wanted, something that one would be apt to take for a greater property. For certainly he has no absolute dominion over even the brutal part of the creatures, and the property he has in them is very narrow and scanty, who cannot make that use of them which is permitted to another. Should any one who is absolute lord of a country have bidden our author subdue the earth, and given him dominion over the creatures in it, but not have permitted him to have taken a kid or a lamb out of the flock to satisfy his hunger, I guess he would scarce have thought himself lord or proprietor of that land or the cattle on it, but would have found the difference between having dominion, which a shepherd may have, and having full property as an owner. So that, had it been his own case, Sir Robert, I believe, would have thought here was an alteration, nay, an enlarging of property, and that Noah and his children had by this grant not only property given them, but such a property given them in the creatures as Adam had not. For, however, in respect of one another, men may be allowed to have property in their distinct portions of the creatures, yet in respect of God, the maker of heaven and earth, who is sole lord and proprietor of the whole world, man's propriety in the creatures is nothing but that liberty to use them which God has permitted. And so man's property may be altered and enlarged, as we see it was here after the flood, when other uses of them are allowed, which before were not. From all which I suppose it is clear that neither Adam nor Noah had any private dominion, any property in the creatures, exclusive of his posterity, as they should successively grow up into need of them, and come to be able to make use of them. Thus we have examined our author's argument for Adam's monarchy founded on the blessing pronounced 1 Genesis 28, wherein I think it is impossible for any sober reader to find any other but the setting of mankind above the other kinds of creatures in this habitable earth of ours. It is nothing but the giving to man, the whole species of man, as the chief inhabitant, who is the image of his Maker, the dominion over the other creatures. This lies so obvious in the plain words that any one but our author would have thought it necessary to have shown how these words, that seemed to say the quite contrary, gave Adam monarchical absolute power over other men, or the sole property in all the creatures. And methinks in a business of this moment, and that whereon he builds all that follows, he should have done something more than barely cite words which apparently make against him. For I confess I cannot see anything in them tending to Adam's monarchy or private dominion, but quite the contrary. And I the less deplore the dullness of my apprehension herein, since I find the Apostle seems to have as little notion of any such private dominion of Adam as I, when he says, God gives us all things richly to enjoy, which he could not do if it were all given away already to monarch Adam, and the monarchs his heirs and successors. To conclude, this text is so far from proving Adam sole proprietor, that on the contrary, it is a confirmation of the original community of all things amongst the sons of men, which appearing from this donation of God, as well as other places of Scripture, the sovereignty of Adam built upon his private dominion, must fall, not having any foundation to support it. But yet, if after all any one will needs have it so, that by this donation of God Adam was made sole proprietor of the whole earth, what will this be to his sovereignty? And how will it appear that propriety in land gives a man power over the life of another? Or how will the possession even of the whole earth give any one a sovereign arbitrary authority over the persons of men? The most specious thing to be said is, that he that is proprietor of the whole world may deny all the rest of mankind food, and so at his pleasure starve them, if they will not acknowledge his sovereignty and obey his will. If this were true, it would be a good argument to prove that there never was any such property, that God never gave any such private dominion, since it is more reasonable to think that God, who bid mankind increase and multiply, should rather himself give them all a right to make use of the food and raiment and other conveniences of life, the materials whereof he had so plentifully provided for them, than to make them depend upon the will of a man for their subsistence, who should have power to destroy them all when he pleased, and who, being no better than other men, was in succession likelier, by want and dependence of a scanty fortune, to tie them to hard service, than by liberal allowance of the conveniences of life to promote the great design of God, increase and multiply. He that doubts this, let him look into the absolute monarchies of the world, and see what becomes of the conveniences of life and the multitudes of people. But we know God hath not left one man so to the mercy of another, that he may starve him if he please. God, the Lord and Father of all, has given no one of his children such a property in his peculiar portion of the things of this world, but that he has given his needy brother a right to the surplusage of his goods, so that it cannot justly be denied him when his pressing wants call for it. And therefore no man could ever have a just power over the life of another by right of property in land or possessions, since it would always be a sin in any man of estate to let his brother perish for want of affording him relief out of his plenty. As justice gives every man a title to the product of his honest industry, and the fair acquisitions of his ancestors descended to him, so charity gives every man a title to so much out of another's plenty as will keep him from extreme want, where he has no means to subsist otherwise. And a man can no more justly make use of another's necessity to force him to become his vassal, by withholding that relief God requires him to afford to the wants of his brother, than he that has more strength can seize upon a weaker, master him to his obedience, and with a dagger at his throat offer him death or slavery. Should any one make so perverse an use of God's blessings poured on him with a liberal hand, should any one be cruel and uncharitable to that extremity, yet all this would not prove that propriety in land, even in this case, gave any authority over the persons of men, but only that compact might, since the authority of the rich proprietor and the subjection of the needy beggar began not from the possession of the lord, but the consent of the poor man, who preferred being his subject to starving. And the man he thus submits to can pretend to no more power over him than he has consented to upon compact. Upon this ground, a man's having his stores filled in a time of scarcity, having money in his pocket, being in a vessel at sea, being able to swim, etc., may as well be the foundation of rule and dominion as being possessor of all the land in the world, any of these being sufficient to enable me to save a man's life who would perish if such assistance were denied him. And anything by this rule that may be an occasion of working upon another's necessity to save his life, or anything dear to him, at the rate of his freedom, may be made a foundation of sovereignty as well as property. From all which it is clear that, though God should have given Adam private dominion, yet that private dominion could give him no sovereignty. But we have already sufficiently proved that God gave him no private dominion. End of chapter 4. Of 2 Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke, Book 1, Chapter 5. Of Adam's title to sovereignty by the subjection of Eve. The next place of Scripture we find our author builds his monarchy of Adam on is 3 Genesis 26. And thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. Here we have, says he, the original grant of government, from whence he concludes in the following part of the page, observations 244, that the supreme power is settled in the fatherhood, and limited to one kind of government, that is, to monarchy. For let his premises be what they will, this is always the conclusion. Let rule, in any text, be but once named, and presently absolute monarchy is by divine right established. If any one will but carefully read our author's own reasoning from these words, observations 244, and consider, among other things, the line and posterity of Adam, as he there brings them in, he will find some difficulty to make sense of what he says. But we will allow this at present to his peculiar way of writing, and consider the force of the text in hand. The words are the curse of God upon the woman for having been the first and forwardest in the disobedience. And if we will consider the occasion of what God says here to our first parents, that he was denouncing judgment and declaring his wrath against them both for their disobedience, we cannot suppose that this was the time wherein God was granting Adam prerogatives and privileges, investing him with dignity and authority, elevating him to dominion and monarchy. For though, as a helper in the temptation, Eve was laid below him, and so he had accidentally a superiority over her for her greater punishment, yet he too had his share in the fall as well as the sin, and was laid lower, as may be seen in the following verses. And it would be hard to imagine that God in the same breath should make him universal monarch over all mankind, and a day labourer for his life. Turn him out of paradise to till the ground, verse 23, and at the same time advance him to a throne, and all the privileges and ease of absolute power. This was not a time when Adam could expect any favours, any grant of privileges from his offended Maker. If this be the original grant of government, as our author tells us, and Adam was now made monarch, whatever Sir Robert would have him, it is plain God made him but a very poor monarch, such an one as our author himself would have counted it no great privilege to be. God sets him to work for his living, and seems rather to give him a spade into his hand to subdue the earth, than a sceptre to rule over its inhabitants. In the sweat of thy face thou shalt eat thy bread, says God to him, verse 19. This was unavoidable, may it perhaps be answered, because he was yet without subjects, and had nobody to work for him. But afterwards, living as he did above 900 years, he might have people enough, whom he might command to work for him. No, says God, not only whilst thou art without other help, save thy wife, but as long as thou livest, shalt thou live by thy labour. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat thy bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it wast thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. Verse 19. It will perhaps be answered again in favour of our author, that these words are not spoken personally to Adam, but in him as their representative to all mankind, this being a curse upon mankind because of the fall. God, I believe, speaks differently from men, because he speaks with more truth, more certainty. But when he vouchsafes to speak to men, I do not think he speaks differently from them in crossing the rules of language in use amongst them. This would not be to condescend to their capacities when he humbles himself to speak to them, but to lose his design in speaking what thus spoken they could not understand. And yet thus we must think of God, if the interpretations of Scripture, necessary to maintain our author's doctrine, must be received for good. For by the ordinary rules of language it will be very hard to understand what God says, if what he speaks here, in the singular number, to Adam, must be understood to be spoken to all mankind, and what he says in the plural number, 1 Genesis 26 and 28, must be understood of Adam alone, exclusive of all others, and what he says to Noah and his sons jointly must be understood to be meant to Noah alone, Genesis 9. Farther, it is to be noted that these words here of 3 Genesis 16, which our author calls the original grant of government, were not spoken to Adam. Neither indeed was there any grant in them made to Adam, but a punishment laid upon Eve. And if we will take them as they were directed in particular to her, or in her as their representative to all other women, they will at most concern the female sex only, and import no more but that subjection they should ordinarily be in to their husbands. But there is here no more law to oblige a woman to such subjection, if the circumstances either of her condition or contract with her husband should exempt her from it, than there is that she should bring forth her children in sorrow and pain, if there can be found a remedy for it, which is also part of the same curse upon her. For the whole verse runs thus: Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. It would, I think, have been a hard matter for anybody but our author to have found out a grant of monarchical government to Adam in these words, which were neither spoke to nor of him. Neither will any one, I suppose, by these words, think the weaker sex, as by a law, so subjected to the curse contained in them, that it is their duty not to endeavour to avoid it. And will any one say that Eve, or any other woman, sinned if she were brought to bed without those multiplied pains God threatens her herewith? Or that either of our queens, Mary or Elizabeth, had they married any of their subjects, had been by this text put into a political subjection to him? Or that he thereby should have had monarchical rule over her? God in this text gives not, that I see, any authority to Adam over Eve, or to men over their wives, but only foretells what should be the woman's lot, how by his providence he would order it so, that she should be subject to her husband, as we see that generally the laws of mankind and customs of nations have ordered it so, and there is, I grant, a foundation in nature for it. Thus, when God says of Jacob and Esau, that the elder should serve the younger, 25 Genesis 23, nobody supposes that God hereby made Jacob Esau's sovereign, but foretold what should de facto come to pass. But if these words here spoke to Eve must needs be understood as a law to bind her and all other women to subjection, it can be no other subjection than what every wife owes her husband. And then if this be the original grant of government and the foundation of monarchical power, there will be as many monarchs as there are husbands. If therefore these words give any power to Adam, it can be only a conjugal power, not political. The power that every husband hath to order the things of private concernment in his family, as proprietor of the goods and land there, and to have his will take place before that of his wife in all things of their common concernment. But not a political power of life and death over her, much less over anybody else. This I am sure, if our author will have this text be a grant, the original grant of government, political government, he ought to have proved it by some better arguments than by barely saying that thy desire shall be unto thy husband was a law whereby Eve and all that should come of her was subjected to the absolute monarchical power of Adam and his heirs. Thy desire shall be to thy husband is too doubtful an expression, of whose signification interpreters are not agreed, to build so confidently on, and in a matter of such moment and so great and general concernment. But our author, according to his way of writing, having once named the text, concludes presently without any more ado that the meaning is as he would have it. Let the words rule and subject be but found in the text or margined, and it immediately signifies the duty of a subject to his prince. The relation is changed, and though God says husband, Sir Robert will have it king. Adam has presently absolute monarchical power over Eve, and not only over Eve, but all that should come of her, though the Scripture says not a word of it, nor our author a word to prove it. But Adam must for all that be an absolute monarch, and so down to the end of the chapter. And here I leave my reader to consider whether my bare saying, without offering any reasons to evince it, that this text gave not Adam that absolute monarchical power our author supposes, be not as sufficient to destroy that power as his bare assertion is to establish it. Since the text mentions neither prince nor people, speaks nothing of absolute or monarchical power, but the subjection of Eve to Adam, a wife to her husband. And he that would trace our author so all through would make a short and sufficient answer to the greatest part of the grounds he proceeds on, and abundantly confute them by barely denying it, it being a sufficient answer to assertions without proof, to deny them without giving a reason. And therefore, should I have said nothing but barely denied that by this text the supreme power was settled and founded by God himself in the fatherhood, limited to monarchy, and that to Adam's person and heirs, all which our author notably concludes from these words, as may be seen in the same page, Observations 244, it had been a sufficient answer. Should I have desired any sober man only to have read the text and considered to whom and on what occasion it was spoken, he would no doubt have wondered how our author found out monarchical absolute power in it, had he not had an exceeding good faculty to find it himself where he could not show it others. And thus we have examined the 2 places of Scripture, all that I remember our author brings to prove Adam's sovereignty, that supremacy which, as he says, it was God's ordinance should be unlimited in Adam, and as large as all the acts of his will, Observations 254, viz. 1 Genesis 28 and 3 Genesis 16, one whereof signifies only the subjection of the inferior ranks of creatures to mankind, and the other the subjection that is due from a wife to her husband, both far enough from that which subjects owe the governors of political societies. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Of 2 Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 6. Of Adam's Title to Sovereignty by Fatherhood. There is one thing more, and then I think I have given you all that our author brings for proof of Adam's sovereignty, and that is a supposition of a natural right of dominion over his children by being their father. And this title of fatherhood he is so pleased with that you will find it brought in almost every page. Particularly, he says, not only Adam, but the succeeding patriarchs had by right of fatherhood royal authority over their children, page 12. And in the same page, this subjection of children being the fountain of all regal authority, etc. This being, as one would think by his so frequent mentioning it, the main basis of all his frame, we may well expect clear and evident reason for it, since he lays it down as a position necessary to his purpose, that every man that is born is so far from being free, that by his very birth he becomes a subject of him that begets him. Observations 156. So that Adam, being the only man created, and all ever since being begotten, nobody has been born free. If we ask how Adam comes by this power over his children, he tells us here it is by begetting them. And so again, Observations 223. This natural dominion of Adam, says he, may be proved out of Grotius himself, who teacheth that generatione jus acquiritur parentibus in liberos. And indeed the act of begetting being that which makes a man a father, his right of a father over his children can naturally arise from nothing else. Grotius tells us not here how far this jus in liberos, this power of parents over their children, extends. But our author, always very clear in the point, assures us it is supreme power, and like that of absolute monarchs over their slaves, absolute power of life and death. He that should demand of him how, or for what reason it is, that begetting a child gives the father such an absolute power over him, will find him answer nothing. We are to take his word for this, as well as several other things, and by that the laws of nature and the constitutions of government must stand or fall. Had he been an absolute monarch, this way of talking might have suited well enough. Proratione voluntas might have been of force in his mouth, but in the way of proof or argument is very unbecoming, and will little advantage his plea for absolute monarchy. Sir Robert has too much lessened a subject's authority to leave himself the hopes of establishing anything by his bare saying it. One slave's opinion without proof is not of weight enough to dispose of the liberty and fortunes of all mankind. If all men are not, as I think they are, naturally equal, I am sure all slaves are. And then I may without presumption oppose my single opinion to his, and be confident that my saying that begetting of children makes them not slaves to their fathers, as certainly sets all mankind free, as his affirming the contrary makes them all slaves. But that this position, which is the foundation of all their doctrine who would have monarchy to be, may have all fair play, let us hear what reasons others give for it, since our author offers none. The argument I have heard others make use of to prove that fathers, by begetting them, come by an absolute power over their children, is this: that fathers have a power over the lives of their children because they give them life and being, which is the only proof it is capable of, since there can be no reason why naturally one man should have any claim or pretence of right over that in another, which was never his, which he bestowed not, but was received from the bounty of another. 1. I answer that every one who gives another anything has not always thereby a right to take it away again. But 2. They who say the father gives life to his children are so dazzled with the thoughts of monarchy that they do not, as they ought, remember God, who is the author and giver of life. It is in him alone we live, move, and have our being. How can he be thought to give life to another that knows not wherein his own life consists? Philosophers are at a loss about it after their most diligent inquiries, and anatomists, after their whole lives and studies spent in dissections and diligent examining the bodies of men, confess their ignorance in the structure and use of many parts of man's body, and in that operation wherein life consists in the whole. And doth the rude ploughman, or the more ignorant voluptuary, frame or fashion such an admirable engine as this is, and then put life and sense into it? Can any man say he formed the parts that are necessary to the life of his child? Or can he suppose himself to give the life, and yet not know what subject is fit to receive it, nor what actions or organs are necessary for its reception or preservation? To give life to that which has yet no being is to frame and make a living creature, fashion the parts, and mould and suit them to their uses, and having proportioned and fitted them together, to put into them a living soul. He that could do this might indeed have some pretence to destroy his own workmanship. But is there any one so bold that dares thus far arrogate to himself the incomprehensible works of the Almighty? Who alone did at first and continues still to make a living soul, he alone can breathe in the breath of life. If any one thinks himself an artist at this, let him number up the parts of his child's body which he hath made, tell me their uses and operations, and when the living and rational soul began to inhabit this curious structure, when sense began, and how this engine which he has framed thinks and reasons. If he made it, let him, when it is out of order, mend it, at least tell wherein the defects lie. Shall he that made the eye not see, says the psalmist, Psalm 94:9. See these men's vanities. The structure of that one part is sufficient to convince us of an all-wise contriver, and he has so visible a claim to us as his workmanship, that one of the ordinary appellations of God in Scripture is God our Maker, and the Lord our Maker. And therefore, though our author, for the magnifying his fatherhood, be pleased to say, Observations 159, that even the power which God himself exerciseth over mankind is by right of fatherhood, yet this fatherhood is such an one as utterly excludes all pretence of title in earthly parents. For he is king because he is indeed maker of us all, which no parents can pretend to be of their children. But had men skill and power to make their children, it is not so slight a piece of workmanship that it can be imagined they could make them without designing it. What father of 1,000, when he begets a child, thinks farther than the satisfying his present appetite? God, in his infinite wisdom, has put strong desires of copulation into the constitution of men, thereby to continue the race of mankind, which he doth most commonly without the intention, and often against the consent and will of the begetter. And indeed those who desire and design children are but the occasions of their being, and when they design and wish to beget them, do little more towards their making than Deucalion and his wife in the fable did towards the making of mankind, by throwing pebbles over their heads. But grant that the parents made their children, gave them life and being, and that hence there followed an absolute power. This would give the father but a joint dominion with the mother over them. For nobody can deny but that the woman hath an equal share, if not the greater, as nourishing the child a long time in her own body, out of her own substance. There it is fashioned, and from her it receives the materials and principles of its constitution. And it is so hard to imagine the rational soul should presently inhabit the yet unformed embryo as soon as the father has done his part in the act of generation, that if it must be supposed to derive anything from the parents, it must certainly owe most to the mother. But be that as it will, the mother cannot be denied an equal share in begetting of the child, and so the absolute authority of the father will not arise from hence. Our author, indeed, is of another mind, for he says, "We know that God at the creation gave the sovereignty to the man over the woman, as being the nobler and principal agent in generation." Observations 172. I remember not this in my Bible. And when the place is brought where God at the creation gave the sovereignty to man over the woman, and that for this reason, because he is the nobler and principal agent in generation, it will be time enough to consider and answer it. But it is no new thing for our author to tell us his own fancies for certain and divine truths, though there be often a great deal of difference between his and divine revelations. For God in the Scripture says, "His father and his mother that begot him." They who allege the practice of mankind for exposing or selling their children as a proof of their power over them are with Sir Robert happy arguers, and cannot but recommend their opinion by founding it on the most shameful action and most unnatural murder human nature is capable of. The dens of lions and nurseries of wolves know no such cruelty as this. These savage inhabitants of the desert obey God and nature in being tender and careful of their offspring. They will hunt, watch, fight, and almost starve for the preservation of their young, never part with them, never forsake them, till they are able to shift for themselves. And is it the privilege of man alone to act more contrary to nature than the wild and most untamed part of the creation? Doth God forbid us, under the severest penalty, that of death, to take away the life of any man, a stranger, and upon provocation? And does he permit us to destroy those he has given us the charge and care of, and by the dictates of nature and reason, as well as his revealed command, requires us to preserve? He has in all the parts of the creation taken a peculiar care to propagate and continue the several species of creatures, and makes the individuals act so strongly to this end, that they sometimes neglect their own private good for it, and seem to forget that general rule which nature teaches all things, of self-preservation, and the preservation of their young, as the strongest principle in them, overrules the constitution of their particular natures. Thus we see, when their young stand in need of it, the timorous become valiant, the fierce and savage kind, and the ravenous tender and liberal. But if the example of what hath been done be the rule of what ought to be, history would have furnished our author with instances of this absolute fatherly power in its height and perfection, and he might have showed us in Peru people that begot children on purpose to fatten and eat them. The story is so remarkable that I cannot but set it down in the author's words. "In some provinces," says he, "they were so liquorish after man's flesh, that they would not have the patience to stay till the breath was out of the body, but would suck the blood as it ran from the wounds of the dying man. They had public shambles of man's flesh, and their madness herein was to that degree that they spared not their own children, which they had begot on strangers taken in war, for they made their captives their mistresses, and choicely nourished the children they had by them, till about 13 years old they butchered and ate them. And they served the mothers after the same fashion when they grew past childbearing, and ceased to bring them any more roasters." Garcilaso de la Vega, Historia des Incas de Peru, 1:1, chapter 12. Thus far can the busy mind of man carry him to a brutality below the level of beasts, when he quits his reason, which places him almost equal to angels. Nor can it be otherwise in a creature whose thoughts are more than the sands and wider than the ocean, where fancy and passion must needs run him into strange courses, if reason, which is his only star and compass, be not that he steers by. The imagination is always restless, and suggests variety of thoughts, and the will, reason being laid aside, is ready for every extravagant project, and in this state he that goes farthest out of the way is thought fittest to lead, and is sure of most followers. And when fashion hath once established what folly or craft began, custom makes it sacred, and it will be thought impudence or madness to contradict or question it. He that will impartially survey the nations of the world will find so much of their religions, governments, and manners brought in and continued amongst them by these means, that he will have but little reverence for the practices which are in use and credit amongst men, and will have reason to think that the woods and forests, where the irrational, untaught inhabitants keep right by following nature, are fitter to give us rules than cities and palaces, where those that call themselves civil and rational go out of their way by authority of example. If precedents are sufficient to establish a rule in this case, our author might have found in Holy Writ children sacrificed by their parents, and this amongst the people of God themselves. The psalmist tells us, Psalm 106:38, "They shed innocent blood, even the blood of their sons and of their daughters, whom they sacrificed unto the idols of Canaan." But God judged not of this by our author's rule, nor allowed of the authority of practice against his righteous law, but as it follows there, "The land was polluted with blood, therefore was the wrath of the Lord kindled against his people, insomuch that he abhorred his own inheritance." The killing of their children, though it were fashionable, was charged on them as innocent blood, and so had in the account of God the guilt of murder, as the offering them to idols had the guilt of idolatry. Be it then, as Sir Robert says, that anciently it was usual for men to sell and castrate their children, Observations 155. Let it be that they exposed them. Add to it, if you please, for this is still greater power, that they begat them for their tables to fat and eat them. If this proves a right to do so, we may by the same argument justify adultery, incest, and sodomy, for there are examples of these too, both ancient and modern, sins which I suppose have their principal aggravation from this, that they cross the main intention of nature, which willeth the increase of mankind, and the continuation of the species in the highest perfection, and the distinction of families, with the security of the marriage bed, as necessary thereunto. In confirmation of this natural authority of the father, our author brings a lame proof from the positive command of God in Scripture. His words are, "To confirm the natural right of regal power, we find in the Decalogue that the law which enjoins obedience to kings is delivered in the terms, 'Honour thy father,' page 23. Whereas many confess that government only in the abstract is the ordinance of God, they are not able to prove any such ordinance in the Scripture, but only in the fatherly power, and therefore we find the commandment that enjoins obedience to superiors given in the terms, 'Honour thy father,' so that not only the power and right of government, but the form of the power of governing, and the person having the power, are all the ordinances of God. The first father had not only simply power, but power monarchical, as he was father immediately from God. Observations 254. To the same purpose, the same law is cited by our author in several other places, and just after the same fashion, that is, "and mother," as apocryphal words, are always left out, a great argument of our author's ingenuity and the goodness of his cause, which required in its defender zeal to a degree of warmth able to warp the sacred rule of the word of God to make it comply with his present occasion. A way of proceeding not unusual to those who embrace not truths because reason and revelation offer them, but espouse tenets and parties for ends different from truth, and then resolve at any rate to defend them, and so do with the words and sense of authors they would fit to their purpose, just as Procrustes did with his guests, lop or stretch them, as may best fit them to the size of their notions, and they always prove, like those so served, deformed, lame, and useless. For had our author set down this command without garbling, as God gave it, and joined mother to father, every reader would have seen that it had made directly against him, and that it was so far from establishing the monarchical power of the father, that it set up the mother equal with him, and enjoined nothing but what was due in common to both father and mother. For that is the constant tenor of the Scripture, honour thy father and thy mother, Exodus 20. He that smiteth his father or mother shall surely be put to death, 21:15. He that curseth his father or mother shall surely be put to death, verse 17, repeated Leviticus 20:9, and by our Saviour, Matthew 15:4. Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, Leviticus 19:3. If a man have a rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him, and say, This our son is stubborn and rebellious, he will not obey our voice. Deuteronomy 21:18, 19, 20, 21. Cursed be he that setteth light by his father or his mother, 28:16. My son, hear the instructions of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother, are the words of Solomon, a king who was not ignorant of what belonged to him as a father or a king, and yet he joins father and mother together in all the instructions he gives children quite through his book of Proverbs. Woe unto him that saith unto his father, What begettest thou? Or to the woman, What hast thou brought forth? Isaiah 11, verse 10. In thee have they set light by father or mother, Ezekiel 28:2. And it shall come to pass, that when any shall yet prophesy, then his father and his mother that begat him shall say unto him, Thou shalt not live. And his father and his mother that begat him shall thrust him through when he prophesieth. Zechariah 13:3. Here not the father only, but the father and mother jointly had power in this case of life and death. Thus ran the law of the Old Testament, and in the New they are likewise joined in the obedience of their children, Ephesians 6:1. The rule is, Children, obey your parents, and I do not remember that I anywhere read, Children, obey your father, and no more. The Scripture joins mother too in that homage which is due from children, and had there been any text where the honour or obedience of children had been directed to the father alone, it is not likely that our author, who pretends to build all upon Scripture, would have omitted it. Nay, the Scripture makes the authority of father and mother, in respect of those they have begot, so equal, that in some places it neglects even the priority of order which is thought due to the father, and the mother is put first, as Leviticus 19:3, from which so constantly joining father and mother together, as is found quite through the Scripture, we may conclude that the honour they have a title to from their children is one common right, belonging so equally to them both, that neither can claim it wholly, neither can be excluded. One would wonder then how our author infers from the 5th commandment that all power was originally in the father, how he finds monarchical power of government settled and fixed by the commandment, Honour thy father and thy mother. If all the honour due by the commandment, be it what it will, be the only right of the father, because he, as our author says, has the sovereignty over the woman, as being the nobler and principler agent in generation, why did God afterwards all along join the mother with him to share in his honour? Can the father, by this sovereignty of his, discharge the child from paying this honour to his mother? The Scripture gave no such licence to the Jews, and yet there were often breaches wide enough betwixt husband and wife, even to divorce and separation. And I think nobody will say a child may withhold honour from his mother, or, as the Scripture terms it, set light by her, though his father should command him to do so. No more than the mother could dispense with him for neglecting to honour his father. whereby it is plain that this command of God gives the Father no sovereignty, no supremacy. I agree with our author that the title to this honour is vested in the parents by nature, and is a right which accrues to them by their having begotten their children, and God by many positive declarations has confirmed it to them. I also allow our author's rule, that in grants and gifts that have their original from God and nature, as the power of the Father, let me add, and Mother, for whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder, no inferior power of men can limit, nor make any law of prescription against them. Observations 158. So that the mother having by this law of God a right to honour from her children, which is not subject to the will of her husband, we see this absolute monarchical power of the Father can neither be founded on it, nor consist with it. And he has a power very far from monarchical, very far from that absoluteness our author contends for, when another has over his subjects the same power he hath, and by the same title. And therefore he cannot forbear saying himself, that he cannot see how any man's children can be free from subjection to their parents, page 12, which, in common speech, I think, signifies mother as well as father, or if parents here signifies only father, it is the first time I ever yet knew it to do so, and by such an use of words one may say anything. By our author's doctrine, the father having absolute jurisdiction over his children has also the same over their issue, and the consequence is good, were it true, that the father had such a power, and yet I ask our author whether the grandfather by his sovereignty could discharge the grandchild from paying to his father the honour due to him by the 5th commandment. If the grandfather hath, by right of fatherhood, sole sovereign power in him, and that obedience which is due to the supreme magistrate be commanded in these words, honour thy father, it is certain the grandfather might dispense with the grandson's honouring his father, which, since it is evident in common sense he cannot, it follows from hence that honour thy father and mother cannot mean an absolute subjection to a sovereign power, but something else. The right, therefore, which parents have by nature, and which is confirmed to them by the 5th commandment, cannot be that political dominion which our author would derive from it, for that being in every civil society supreme somewhere can discharge any subject from any political obedience to any one of his fellow subjects. But what law of the magistrate can give a child liberty not to honour his father and mother? It is an eternal law, annexed purely to the relation of parents and children, and so contains nothing of the magistrate's power in it, nor is subjected to it. Our author says, God hath given to a father a right or liberty to alien his power over his children to any other. Observations 155. I doubt whether he can alien wholly the right of honour that is due from them, but be that as it will, this I am sure he cannot alien and retain the same power. If therefore the magistrate's sovereignty be, as our author would have it, nothing but the authority of a supreme father, page 23, it is unavoidable that if the magistrate hath all this paternal right, as he must have if fatherhood be the fountain of all authority, then the subjects, though fathers, can have no power over their children, no right to honour from them, for it cannot be all in another's hands, and a part remain with the parents. So that according to our author's own doctrine, honour thy father and mother cannot possibly be understood of political subjection and obedience, since the laws, both in the Old and New Testament, that commanded children to honour and obey their parents, were given to such whose fathers were under civil government, and fellow subjects with them in political societies, and to have bid them honour and obey their parents, in our author's sense, had been to bid them be subjects to those who had no title to it, the right to obedience from subjects being all vested in another. And instead of teaching obedience, this had been to foment sedition, by setting up powers that were not. If therefore this command, honour thy father and mother, concern political dominion, it directly overthrows our author's monarchy, since it being to be paid by every child to his father, even in society, every father must necessarily have political dominion, and there will be as many sovereigns as there are fathers, besides that the mother too hath her title, which destroys the sovereignty of one supreme monarch. But if honour thy father and mother means something distinct from political power, as necessarily it must, it is besides our author's business, and serves nothing to his purpose. The law that enjoins obedience to kings is delivered, says our author, in the terms, honour thy father, as if all power were originally in the father. Observations 254. And that law is also delivered, say I, in the terms, honour thy mother, as if all power were originally in the mother. I appeal whether the argument be not as good on one side as the other, father and mother being joined all along in the Old and New Testament, wherever honour or obedience is enjoined children. Again our author tells us, Observations 254, that this command, honour thy father, gives the right to govern, and makes the form of government monarchical. To which I answer that if by honour thy father be meant obedience to the political power of the magistrate, it concerns not any duty we owe to our natural fathers, who are subjects, because they, by our author's doctrine, are divested of all that power, it being placed wholly in the prince, and so being equally subject and slaves with their children, can have no right, by that title, to any such honour or obedience as contains in it political subjection. If honour thy father and mother signifies the duty we owe our natural parents, as by our Saviour's interpretation, Matthew 15:4, and all the other mentioned places, it is plain it does, then it cannot concern political obedience, but a duty that is owing to persons who have no title to sovereignty, nor any political authority as magistrates over subjects. For the person of a private father, and a title to obedience due to the supreme magistrate, are things inconsistent, and therefore this command, which must necessarily comprehend the persons of our natural fathers, must mean a duty we owe them distinct from our obedience to the magistrate, and from which the most absolute power of princes cannot absolve us. What this duty is, we shall in its due place examine. And thus we have at last got through all that in our author looks like an argument for that absolute unlimited sovereignty described, section 8, which he supposes in Adam, so that mankind ever since have been all born slaves without any title to freedom. But if creation, which gave nothing but a being, made not Adam prince of his posterity, if Adam, Genesis 1:28, was not constituted lord of mankind, nor had a private dominion given him exclusive of his children, but only a right and power over the earth, and inferior creatures in common with the children of men, if also, Genesis 3:16, God gave not any political power to Adam over his wife and children, but only subjected Eve to Adam as a punishment, or foretold the subjection of the weaker sex in the ordering the common concernments of their families, but gave not thereby to Adam, as to the husband, power of life and death, which necessarily belongs to the magistrate. If fathers by begetting their children acquire no such power over them, and if the command, honour thy father and mother, give it not, but only enjoins a duty owing to parents equally, whether subjects or not, and to the mother as well as the father, if all this be so, as I think by what has been said is very evident, then man has a natural freedom, notwithstanding all our author confidently says to the contrary. Since all that share in the same common nature, faculties, and powers are in nature equal, and ought to partake in the same common rights and privileges, till the manifest appointment of God, who is Lord over all, blessed for ever, can be produced to show any particular person's supremacy, or a man's own consent subjects him to a superior. This is so plain, that our author confesses that Sir John Heywood, Blackwood, and Berkeley, the great vindicators of the right of kings, could not deny it, but admit with one consent the natural liberty and equality of mankind, for a truth unquestionable. And our author hath been so far from producing anything that may make good his great position, that Adam was absolute monarch, and so men are not naturally free, that even his own proofs make against him, so that, to use his own way of arguing, the first erroneous principle failing, the whole fabric of this vast engine of absolute power and tyranny drops down of itself, and there needs no more to be said in answer to all that he builds upon so false and frail a foundation. But to save others the pains, were there any need, he is not sparing himself to show by his own contradictions the weakness of his own doctrine. Adam's absolute and sole dominion is that which he is everywhere full of, and all along builds on. And yet he tells us, page 12, that as Adam was lord of his children, so his children under him had a command and power over their own children. The unlimited and undivided sovereignty of Adam's fatherhood, by our author's computation, stood but a little while, only during the first generation, but as soon as he had grandchildren, Sir Robert could give but a very ill account of it. Adam, as father of his children, saith he, hath an absolute unlimited royal power over them, and by virtue thereof over those that they begot, and so to all generations. And yet his children, viz. Cain and Seth, have a paternal power over their children at the same time, so that they are at the same time absolute lords and yet vassals and slaves. Adam has all the authority as grandfather of the people, and they have a part of it as fathers of a part of them. He is absolute over them and their posterity by having begotten them, and yet they are absolute over their children by the same title. No, says our author, Adam's children under him had power over their own children, but still with subordination to the first parent. A good distinction that sounds well, and it is pity it signifies nothing, nor can be reconciled with our author's words. I readily grant that, supposing Adam's absolute power over his posterity, any of his children might have from him a delegated and so a subordinate power over a part, or all the rest. But that cannot be the power our author speaks of here. It is not a power by grant and commission, but the natural paternal power he supposes a father to have over his children. For 1, he says, as Adam was lord of his children, so his children under him had a power over their children. They were then lords over their own children after the same manner and by the same title that Adam was, i.e. by right of generation, by right of fatherhood. 2, it is plain he means the natural power of fathers, because he limits it to be only over their own children. A delegated power has no such limitation as only over their own children. It might be over others as well as their own children. 3, if it were a delegated power, it must appear in Scripture, but there is no ground in Scripture to affirm that Adam's children had any other power over theirs than what they naturally had as fathers. But that he means here paternal power and no other is past doubt, from the inference he makes in these words immediately following. I see not then how the children of Adam or of any man else can be free from subjection to their parents, whereby it appears that the power on one side and the subjection on the other our author here speaks of is that natural power and subjection between parents and children, for that which every man's children owed could be no other, and that our author always affirms to be absolute and unlimited. This natural power of parents over their children Adam had over his posterity, says our author, and this power of parents over their children his children had over theirs in his lifetime, says our author also. So that Adam, by a natural right of father, had an absolute unlimited power of all his posterity, and at the same time his children had by the same right absolute unlimited power over theirs. Here then are 2 absolute unlimited powers existing together, which I would have anybody reconcile one to another or to common sense. For the salvo he has put in of subordination makes it more absurd. To have one absolute, unlimited, nay, unlimitable power in subordination to another is so manifest a contradiction that nothing can be more. Adam is absolute prince with the unlimited authority of fatherhood over all his posterity. All his posterity are then absolutely his subjects, and as our author says, his slaves, children, and grandchildren are equally in this state of subjection and slavery. And yet, says our author, the children of Adam have paternal, i.e. absolute unlimited power, over their own children, which in plain English is, they are slaves and absolute princes at the same time, and in the same government, and one part of the subjects have an absolute unlimited power over the other, by the natural right of parentage. If anyone will suppose, in favour of our author, that he here meant that parents who are in subjection themselves to the absolute authority of their father have yet some power over their children, I confess he is something nearer the truth, but he will not at all hereby help our author. For he, nowhere speaking of the paternal power but as an absolute unlimited authority, cannot be supposed to understand anything else here, unless he himself had limited it and showed how far it reached. And that he means here paternal authority in that large extent is plain from the immediate following words. This subjection of children being, says he, the foundation of all regal authority, page 12. The subjection, then, that in the former line he says, every man is in to his parents, and consequently what Adam's grandchildren were in to their parents, was that which was the fountain of all regal authority, i.e., according to our author, absolute unlimitable authority. And thus Adam's children had regal authority over their children, whilst they themselves were subjects to their father and fellow subjects with their children. But let him mean as he pleases. It is plain he allows Adam's children to have paternal power, page 12, as also all other fathers to have paternal power over their children, observations 156. From whence one of these two things will necessarily follow, that either Adam's children, even in his lifetime, had, and so all other fathers have, as he phrases it, page 12, by right of fatherhood, royal authority over their children, or else that Adam, by right of fatherhood, had not royal authority. For it cannot be but that paternal power does or does not give royal authority to them that have it. If it does not, then Adam could not be sovereign by this title, nor anybody else, and then there is an end of all our author's politics at once. If it does give royal authority, then everyone that has paternal power has royal authority, and then, by our author's patriarchal government, there will be as many kings as there are fathers. And thus what a monarchy he hath set up, let him and his disciples consider. Princes certainly will have great reason to thank him for these new politics, which set up as many absolute kings in every country as there are fathers of children. And yet who can blame our author for it, it lying unavoidably in the way of one discoursing upon our author's principles? For having placed an absolute power in fathers by right of begetting, he could not easily resolve how much of this power belonged to a son over the children he had begotten, and so it fell out to be a very hard matter to give all the power, as he does, to Adam, and yet allow a part in his lifetime to his children, when they were parents, and which he knew not well how to deny them. This makes him so doubtful in his expressions, and so uncertain where to place this absolute natural power which he calls fatherhood. Sometimes Adam alone has it all, as page 13, observations 244, 245, and preface. Sometimes parents have it, which word scarce signifies the father alone, page 12, 19. Sometimes children during their father's lifetime, as page 12. Sometimes fathers of families, as page 78 and 79. Sometimes fathers indefinitely, observations 155. Sometimes the heir to Adam, observations 253. Sometimes the posterity of Adam, 244, 246. Sometimes prime fathers, all sons or grandchildren of Noah, observations 244. Sometimes the eldest parents, page 12. Sometimes all kings, page 19. Sometimes all that have supreme power, observations 245. sometimes heirs to those first progenitors who were at first the natural parents of the whole people, page 19. Sometimes an elective king, page 23. Sometimes those, whether a few or a multitude, that govern the commonwealth, page 23. Sometimes he that can catch it, an usurper, page 23, observations 155. Thus, this new nothing that is to carry with it all power, authority, and government, this fatherhood, which is to design the person and establish the throne of monarchs whom the people are to obey, may, according to Sir Robert, come into any hands, anyhow, and so by his politics give to democracy royal authority, and make an usurper a lawful prince. And if it will do all these fine feats, much good do our author and all his followers with their omnipotent fatherhood, which can serve for nothing but to unsettle and destroy all the lawful governments in the world, and to establish in their room disorder, tyranny, and usurpation. End of chapter 6. Of Two Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Two Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 7. Of Fatherhood and Property considered together as fountains of sovereignty. In the foregoing chapters we have seen what Adam's monarchy was, in our author's opinion, and upon what titles he founded it. The foundations which he lays the chief stress on, as those from which he thinks he may best derive monarchical power to future princes, are two, viz. Fatherhood and property, and therefore the way he proposes to remove the absurdities and inconveniences of the doctrine of natural freedom is to maintain the natural and private dominion of Adam, observations 222. Conformable hereunto, he tells us, the grounds and principles of government necessarily depend upon the original of property, observations 108. The subjection of children to their parents is the fountain of all regal authority, page 12, and all power on earth is either derived or usurped from the fatherly power, there being no other original to be found of any power whatsoever, observations 158. I will not stand here to examine how it can be said without a contradiction that the first grounds and principles of government necessarily depend upon the original of property, and yet that there is no other original of any power whatsoever but that of the father, it being hard to understand how there can be no other original but fatherhood, and yet that the grounds and principles of government depend upon the original of property, property and fatherhood being as far different as lord of a manor and father of children. Nor do I see how they will either of them agree with what our author says, observations 244, of God's sentence against Eve, Genesis 3:16, that it is the original grant of government, so that if that were the original, government had not its original by our author's own confession either from property or fatherhood, and this text, which he brings as a proof of Adam's power over Eve, necessarily contradicts what he says of the fatherhood, that it is the sole fountain of all power. For if Adam had any such regal power over Eve as our author contends for, it must be by some other title than that of begetting. But I leave him to reconcile these contradictions, as well as many others, which may be plentifully found in him by any one who will but read him with a little attention, and shall now come to consider how these two originals of government, Adam's natural and private dominion, will consist, and serve to make out and establish the titles of succeeding monarchs, who, as our author obliges them, must all derive their power from these fountains. Let us then suppose Adam made, by God's donation, lord and sole proprietor of the whole earth, in as large and ample a manner as Sir Robert could wish. Let us suppose him also, by right of fatherhood, absolute ruler over his children with an unlimited supremacy. I ask then, upon Adam's death, what becomes of both his natural and private dominion? And I doubt not it will be answered that they descend to his next heir, as our author tells us in several places. But this way it is plain cannot possibly convey both his natural and private dominion to the same person. For should we allow that all the property, all the estate of the father, ought to descend to the eldest son, which will need some proof to establish it, and so he has by that title all the private dominion of the father, yet the father's natural dominion, the paternal power, cannot descend to him by inheritance, for it being a right that accrues to a man only by begetting, no man can have this natural dominion over any one he does not beget. Unless it can be supposed that a man can have a right to anything without doing that upon which the right is solely founded. For if a father, by begetting and no other title, has natural dominion over his children, he that does not beget them cannot have this natural dominion over them. And therefore, be it true or false, that our author says, Observations 156, that every man that is born, by his very birth becomes a subject to him that begets him, this necessarily follows, viz., that a man by his birth cannot become a subject to his brother, who did not beget him, unless it can be supposed that a man by the very same title can come to be under the natural and absolute dominion of two different men at once, or it be sense to say that a man by birth is under the natural dominion of his father, only because he begat him, and a man by birth also is under the natural dominion of his eldest brother, although he did not beget him. If then the private dominion of Adam, i.e. his property in the creatures, descended at his death all entirely to his eldest son, his heir, for if it did not, there is presently an end of all Sir Robert's monarchy, and his natural dominion, the dominion a father has over his children by begetting them, belonged immediately upon Adam's decease equally to all his sons who had children, by the same title their father had it, the sovereignty founded upon property and the sovereignty founded upon fatherhood come to be divided, since Cain as heir had that of property alone, Seth and the other sons that of fatherhood equally with him. This is the best that can be made of our author's doctrine, and of the two titles of sovereignty he sets up in Adam, one of them will either signify nothing, or if they both must stand, they can serve only to confound the rights of princes, and disorder government in his posterity. For by building upon two titles to dominion which cannot descend together, and which he allows may be separated, for he yields that Adam's children had their distinct territories by right of private dominion, Observations 210, page 40, he makes it perpetually a doubt upon his principles where the sovereignty is, or to whom we owe our obedience, since fatherhood and property are distinct titles, and began presently upon Adam's death to be in distinct persons, and which then was to give way to the other. Let us take the account of it as he himself gives it us. He tells us out of Grotius that Adam's children, by donation, assignation, or some kind of cession before he was dead, had their distinct territories by right of private dominion. Abel had his flocks and pastures for them, Cain had his fields for corn, and the land of Nod where he built him a city. Observations 210. Here it is obvious to demand which of these two after Adam's death was sovereign. Cain, says our author, page 19. By what title? As heir, for heirs to progenitors, who were natural parents of their people, are not only lords of their own children, but also of their brethren, says our author, page 19. What was Cain heir to? Not the entire possessions, not all that which Adam had private dominion in, for our author allows that Abel, by a title derived from his father, had his distinct territory for pasture by right of private dominion. What then Abel had by private dominion was exempt from Cain's dominion, for he could not have private dominion over that which was under the private dominion of another, and therefore his sovereignty over his brother is gone with this private dominion. And so there are presently two sovereigns, and his imaginary title of fatherhood is out of doors, and Cain is no prince over his brother, or else, if Cain retain his sovereignty over Abel, notwithstanding his private dominion, it will follow that the first grounds and principles of government have nothing to do with property, whatever our author says to the contrary. It is true, Abel did not outlive his father Adam, but that makes nothing to the argument which will hold good against Sir Robert in Abel's issue, or in Seth, or in any of the posterity of Adam not descended from Cain. The same inconvenience he runs into about the 3 sons of Noah, who, as he says, page 13, had the whole world divided amongst them by their father. I ask then, in which of the 3 shall we find the establishment of regal power after Noah's death? If in all 3, as our author there seems to say, then it will follow that regal power is founded in property of land, and follows private dominion, and not in paternal power or natural dominion. And so there is an end of paternal power as the fountain of regal authority, and the so much magnified fatherhood quite vanishes. If the regal power descended to Shem as eldest and heir to his father, then Noah's division of the world by lot to his sons, or his 10 years sailing about the Mediterranean to appoint each son his part, which our author tells of, page 15, was labour lost. His division of the world to them was to ill or to no purpose, for his grant to Ham and Japhet was little worth, if Shem, notwithstanding this grant, as soon as Noah was dead, was to be lord over them. Or if this grant of private dominion to them over their assigned territories were good, here were set up 2 distinct sorts of power, not subordinate one to the other, with all those inconveniences which he musters up against the power of the people, observations 158, which I shall set down in his own words, only changing property for people. All power on earth is either derived or usurped from the fatherly power, there being no other original to be found of any power whatsoever. For if there should be granted 2 sorts of power, without any subordination of one to the other, they would be in perpetual strife which should be supreme, for 2 supremes cannot agree. If the fatherly power be supreme, then the power grounded on private dominion must be subordinate and depend on it. And if the power grounded on property be supreme, then the fatherly power must submit to it, and cannot be exercised without the licence of the proprietors, which must quite destroy the frame and course of nature. This is his own arguing against 2 distinct independent powers, which I have set down in his own words, only putting power rising from property for power of the people. And when he has answered what he himself has urged here against 2 distinct powers, we shall be better able to see how, with any tolerable sense, he can derive all regal authority from the natural and private dominion of Adam, from fatherhood and property together, which are distinct titles that do not always meet in the same person, and it is plain by his own confession, presently separated as soon both as Adam's and Noah's death made way for succession, though our author frequently in his writings jumbles them together, and omits not to make use of either where he thinks it will sound best to his purpose. But the absurdities of this will more fully appear in the next chapter, where we shall examine the ways of conveyance of the sovereignty of Adam to princes that were to reign after him. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of 2 Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 8. Of the Conveyance of Adam's Sovereign Monarchical Power. Sir Robert, having not been very happy in any proof he brings for the sovereignty of Adam, is not much more fortunate in conveying it to future princes, who, if his politics be true, must all derive their titles from that first monarch. The ways he has assigned, as they lie scattered up and down in his writings, I will set down in his own words. In his preface he tells us, that Adam being monarch of the whole world, none of his posterity had any right to possess anything but by his grant or permission, or by succession from him. Here he makes 2 ways of conveyance of anything Adam stood possessed of, and those are grants or succession. Again he says, all kings either are, or are to be reputed, the next heirs to those first progenitors, who were at first the natural parents of the whole people, page 19. There cannot be any multitude of men whatsoever, but that in it, considered by itself, there is one man amongst them that in nature hath a right to be the king of all the rest, as being the next heir to Adam, Observations 253. Here in these places, inheritance is the only way he allows of conveying monarchical power to princes. In other places, he tells us, Observations 155, all power on earth is either derived or usurped from the fatherly power. Observations 158. All kings that now are or ever were are or were either fathers of their people, or heirs of such fathers, or usurpers of the right of such fathers. Observations 253. And here he makes inheritance or usurpation the only ways whereby kings come by this original power. But yet he tells us, this fatherly empire, as it was of itself hereditary, so it was alienable by patent and seizable by usurper. Observations 190. So then here, inheritance, grant, or usurpation will convey it. And last of all, which is most admirable, he tells us, page 100, it skills not which way kings come by their power, whether by election, donation, succession, or by any other means. For it is still the manner of the government by supreme power that makes them properly kings, and not the means of obtaining their crowns. Which I think is a full answer to all his whole hypothesis and discourse about Adam's royal authority, as the fountain from which all princes were to derive theirs, and he might have spared the trouble of speaking so much as he does up and down of heirs and inheritance, if to make any one properly a king needs no more but governing by supreme power, and it matters not by what means he came by it. By this notable way our author may make Oliver as properly king as anyone else he could think of, and had he had the happiness to live under Massanello's government, he could not by this his own rule have forborne to have done homage to him, with O King, live for ever, since the manner of his government by supreme power made him properly king, who was but the day before properly a fisherman. And if Don Quixote had taught his squire to govern with supreme authority, our author no doubt could have made a most loyal subject in Sancho Panza's island, and he must needs have deserved some preferment in such governments, since I think he is the first politician who, pretending to settle government upon its true basis, and to establish the thrones of lawful princes, ever told the world that he was properly a king whose manner of government was by supreme power, by what means soever he obtained it, which in plain English is to say that regal and supreme power is properly and truly his who can by any means seize upon it, and if this be to be properly a king, I wonder how he came to think of, or where he will find, an usurper. This is so strange a doctrine that the surprise of it hath made me pass by without their due reflection the contradictions he runs into by making sometimes inheritance alone, sometimes only grant or inheritance, sometimes only inheritance or usurpation, sometimes all these three, and at last election or any other means added to them, the ways whereby Adam's royal authority, that is his right to supreme rule, could be conveyed down to future kings and governors, so as to give them a title to the obedience and subjection of the people. But these contradictions lie so open that the very reading of our author's own words will discover them to any ordinary understanding, and though what I have quoted out of him, with abundance more of the same strain and coherence which might be found in him, might well excuse me from any farther trouble in this argument, yet, having proposed to myself to examine the main parts of his doctrine, I shall a little more particularly consider how inheritance, grant, usurpation, or election can any way make out government in the world upon his principles, or derive to any one a right of empire from this regal authority of Adam, had it been never so well proved that he had been an absolute monarch and lord of the whole world. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Two Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Two Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 9. Of Monarchy by Inheritance from Adam. Though it be never so plain that there ought to be government in the world, nay, should all men be of our author's mind that divine appointment had ordained it to be monarchical, yet, since men cannot obey anything that cannot command, and ideas of government in the fancy, though never so perfect, though never so right, cannot give laws nor prescribe rules to the actions of men, it would be of no behoof for the settling of order and establishment of government in its exercise and use amongst men, unless there were a way also taught how to know the person to whom it belonged to have this power and to exercise this dominion over others. It is in vain, then, to talk of subjection and obedience without telling us whom we are to obey. For were I never so fully persuaded that there ought to be magistracy and rule in the world, yet I am nevertheless at liberty still, till it appears who is the person that hath right to my obedience, since, if there be no marks to know him by, and distinguish him that hath right to rule from other men, it may be myself as well as any other. And therefore, though submission to government be every one's duty, yet since that signifies nothing but submitting to the direction and laws of such men as have authority to command, it is not enough to make a man a subject to convince him that there is regal power in the world, but there must be ways of designing and knowing the person to whom this regal power of right belongs, and a man can never be obliged in conscience to submit to any power unless he can be satisfied who is the person who has a right to exercise that power over him. If this were not so, there would be no distinction between pirates and lawful princes. He that has force is without any more ado to be obeyed, and crowns and sceptres would become the inheritance only of violence and rapine. Men, too, might as often and as innocently change their governors as they do their physicians, if the person cannot be known who has a right to direct me, and whose prescriptions I am bound to follow. To settle, therefore, men's consciences, under an obligation to obedience, it is necessary that they know not only that there is a power somewhere in the world, but the person who by right is vested with this power over them. How successful our author has been in his attempts to set up a monarchical absolute power in Adam, the reader may judge by what has been already said. But were that absolute monarchy as clear as our author would desire it, as I presume it is on the contrary, yet it could be of no use to the government of mankind now in the world, unless he also make out these two things. First, that this power of Adam was not to end with him, but was upon his decease conveyed entire to some other person, and so on to posterity. Secondly, that the princes and rulers now on earth are possessed of this power of Adam by a right way of conveyance derived to them. If the first of these fail, the power of Adam, were it never so great, never so certain, will signify nothing to the present government and societies in the world, but we must seek out some other original of power for the government of polities than this of Adam, or else there will be none at all in the world. If the latter fail, it will destroy the authority of the present governors, and absolve the people from subjection to them, since they, having no better a claim than others to that power, which is alone the fountain of all authority, can have no title to rule over them. Our author, having fancied an absolute sovereignty in Adam, mentions several ways of its conveyance to princes that were to be his successors, but that which he chiefly insists on is that of inheritance, which occurs so often in his several discourses, and I, having in the foregoing chapter quoted several of these passages, I shall not need here again to repeat them. This sovereignty he erects, as has been said, upon a double foundation, viz., that of property and that of fatherhood. One was the right he was supposed to have in all creatures, a right to possess the earth with the beasts and other inferior ranks of things in it, for his private use, exclusive of all other men. The other was the right he was supposed to have to rule and govern men, all the rest of mankind. In both these rights, there being supposed an exclusion of all other men, it must be upon some reason peculiar to Adam that they must both be founded. That of his property our author supposes to arise from God's immediate donation, Genesis 1:28, and that of fatherhood from the act of begetting. Now, in all inheritance, if the heir succeed not to the reason upon which his father's right was founded, he cannot succeed to the right which followeth from it. For example, Adam had a right of property in the creatures upon the donation and grant of God Almighty, who was Lord and Proprietor of them all. Let this be so as our author tells us, yet upon his death his heir can have no title to them, no such right of property in them, unless the same reason, viz. God's donation, vested a right in the heir too. For if Adam could have had no property in or use of the creatures without this positive donation from God, and this donation were only personally to Adam, his heir could have no right by it, but upon his death it must revert to God, the Lord and owner again. For positive grants give no title farther than the express words convey it, and by which only it is held. And thus, if, as our author himself contends, that donation, Genesis 1:28, were made only to Adam personally, his heir could not succeed to his property in the creatures, and if it were a donation to any but Adam, let it be shown that it was to his heir in our author's sense, i.e. to one of his children, exclusive of all the rest. But not to follow our author too far out of the way, the plain of the case is this. God, having made man, and planted in him, as in all other animals, a strong desire of self-preservation, and furnished the world with things fit for food and raiment and other necessaries of life, subservient to his design, that man should live and abide for some time upon the face of the earth, and not that so curious and wonderful a piece of workmanship, by his own negligence or want of necessaries, should perish again, presently after a few moments' continuance, God, I say, having made man and the world thus, spoke to him, that is, directed him by his senses and reason, as he did the inferior animals by their sense and instinct, which were serviceable for his subsistence, and given him as the means of his preservation. And therefore I doubt not, but before these words were pronounced, 1 Genesis 28:29, if they must be understood literally to have been spoken, and without any such verbal donation, man had a right to an use of the creatures by the will and grant of God, for the desire, strong desire of preserving his life and being, having been planted in him as a principle of action by God himself, reason, which was the voice of God in him, could not but teach him and assure him that pursuing that natural inclination he had to preserve his being, he followed the will of his Maker, and therefore had a right to make use of those creatures, which, by his reason or senses, he could discover would be serviceable thereunto. And thus man's property in the creatures was founded upon the right he had to make use of those things that were necessary or useful to his being. This being the reason and foundation of Adam's property, gave the same title on the same ground to all his children, not only after his death, but in his lifetime, so that here was no privilege of his heir above his other children, which could exclude them from an equal right to the use of the inferior creatures, for the comfortable preservation of their beings, which is all the property man hath in them. And so Adam's sovereignty built on property, or, as our author calls it, private dominion, comes to nothing. Every man had a right to the creatures by the same title Adam had, viz. By the right every one had to take care of and provide for their subsistence, and thus men had a right in common, Adam's children in common with him. But if any one had begun and made himself a property in any particular thing, which how he or any one else could do shall be shown in another place, that thing, that possession, if he disposed not otherwise of it by his positive grant, descended naturally to his children, and they had a right to succeed in it and possess it. It might reasonably be asked here, how come children by this right of possessing before any other the properties of their parents upon their decease? For it being personally the parents, when they die without actually transferring their right to another, why does it not return again to the common stock of mankind? It will perhaps be answered that common consent hath disposed of it to their children. Common practice, we see indeed, does so dispose of it. But we cannot say that it is the common consent of mankind, for that hath never been asked, nor actually given. and if common tacit consent hath established it, it would make but a positive, and not a natural right of children to inherit the goods of their parents. But where the practice is universal, it is reasonable to think the cause is natural. The ground then, I think, to be this: the first and strongest desire God planted in men, and wrought into the very principles of their nature, being that of self-preservation, that is, the foundation of a right to the creatures for the particular support and use of each individual person himself. But next to this, God planted in men a strong desire also of propagating their kind, and continuing themselves in their posterity. And this gives children a title to share in the property of their parents, and a right to inherit their possessions. Men are not proprietors of what they have merely for themselves. Their children have a title to part of it, and have their kind of right joined with their parents, in the possession which comes to be wholly theirs, when death, having put an end to their parents' use of it, hath taken them from their possessions. And this we call inheritance. Men being by a like obligation bound to preserve what they have begotten, as to preserve themselves, their issue come to have a right in the goods they are possessed of. That children have such a right is plain from the laws of God, and that men are convinced that children have such a right is evident from the law of the land, both which laws require parents to provide for their children. For children, being by the course of nature born weak and unable to provide for themselves, they have by the appointment of God himself, who hath thus ordered the course of nature, a right to be nourished and maintained by their parents, nay, a right not only to bare subsistence, but to the conveniences and comforts of life, as far as the conditions of their parents can afford it. Hence it comes that when their parents leave the world, and so the care due to their children ceases, the effects of it are to extend as far as possibly they can, and the provisions they have made in their lifetime are understood to be intended, as nature requires they should, for their children, whom after themselves they are bound to provide for. Though the dying parents by express words declare nothing about them, nature appoints the descent of their property to their children, who thus come to have a title and natural right of inheritance to their father's goods, which the rest of mankind cannot pretend to. Were it not for this right of being nourished and maintained by their parents, which God and nature has given to children, and obliged parents to as a duty, it would be reasonable that the father should inherit the estate of his son, and be preferred in the inheritance before his grandchild. For to the grandfather there is due a long score of care and expenses laid out upon the breeding and education of his son, which one would think in justice ought to be paid. But that having been done in obedience to the same law whereby he received nourishment and education from his own parents, this score of education received from a man's father is paid by taking care and providing for his own children. Is paid, I say, as much as is required of payment by alteration of property, unless present necessity of the parents require a return of goods for their necessary support and subsistence. For we are not now speaking of that reverence, acknowledgment, respect, and honour that is always due from children to their parents, but of possessions and commodities of life valuable by money. But though it be incumbent on parents to bring up and provide for their children, yet this debt to their children does not quite cancel the score due to their parents, but only is made by nature preferable to it. For the debt a man owes to his father takes place, and gives the father a right to inherit the son's goods, where, for want of issue, the right of children doth not exclude that title. And therefore a man having a right to be maintained by his children where he needs it, and to enjoy also the comforts of life from them when the necessary provision due to them and their children will afford it, if his son die without issue, the father has a right in nature to possess his goods and inherit his estate, whatever the municipal laws of some countries may absurdly direct otherwise. And so again his children and their issue from him, or for want of such, his father and his issue. But where no such are to be found, i.e. no kindred, there we see the possessions of a private man revert to the community, and so in politic societies come into the hands of the public magistrate, but in the state of nature become again perfectly common, no body having a right to inherit them, nor can anyone have a property in them otherwise than in other things common by nature, of which I shall speak in its due place. I have been the larger in showing upon what ground children have a right to succeed to the possession of their father's properties, not only because by it will appear that if Adam had a property, a titular, insignificant, useless property, for it could be no better, for he was bound to nourish and maintain his children and posterity out of it, in the whole earth and its product, yet all his children coming to have, by the law of nature and right of inheritance, a joint title and right of property in it after his death, it could convey no right of sovereignty to any one of his posterity over the rest, since every one having a right of inheritance to his portion, they might enjoy their inheritance, or any part of it in common, or share it, or some parts of it by division, as it best liked them. But no one could pretend to the whole inheritance, or any sovereignty supposed to accompany it, since a right of inheritance gave every one of the rest, as well as any one, a title to share in the goods of his father. Not only upon this account, I say, have I been so particular in examining the reason of children's inheriting the property of their fathers, but also because it will give us farther light in the inheritance of rule and power, which in countries where their particular municipal laws give the whole possession of land entirely to the firstborn, and descent of power has gone so to men by this custom, some have been apt to be deceived into an opinion that there was a natural or divine right of primogeniture to both estate and power, and that the inheritance of both rule over men and property in things sprang from the same original and were to descend by the same rules. Property, whose original is from the right a man has to use any of the inferior creatures for the subsistence and comfort of his life, is for the benefit and sole advantage of the proprietor, so that he may even destroy the thing that he has a property in by his use of it where need requires. But government being for the preservation of every man's right and property, by preserving him from the violence or injury of others, is for the good of the governed, for the magistrate's sword being for a terror to evildoers, and by that terror to enforce men to observe the positive laws of the society, made conformable to the laws of nature, for the public good, i.e. the good of every particular member of that society, as far as by common rules it can be provided for. The sword is not given the magistrate for his own good alone. Children, therefore, as has been showed, by the dependence they have on their parents for subsistence, have a right of inheritance to their father's property, as that which belongs to them for their proper good and behoof, and therefore are fitly termed goods, wherein the firstborn has not a sole or peculiar right by any law of God and nature, the younger children having an equal title with him, founded on that right they all have to maintenance, support, and comfort from their parents, and on nothing else. But government being for the benefit of the governed, and not the sole advantage of the governors, but only for theirs with the rest, as they make a part of that politic body, each of whose parts and members are taken care of and directed in its peculiar functions for the good of the whole by the laws of society, cannot be inherited by the same title that children have to the goods of their father. The right a son has to be maintained and provided with the necessaries and conveniences of life out of his father's stock gives him a right to succeed to his father's property for his own good, but this can give him no right to succeed also to the rule which his father had over other men. All that a child has right to claim from his father is nourishment and education, and the things nature furnishes for the support of life, but he has no right to demand rule or dominion from him. He can subsist and receive from him the portion of good things and advantages of education naturally due to him, without empire and dominion. That, if his father hath any, was vested in him for the good and behoof of others, and therefore the son cannot claim or inherit it by a title which is founded wholly upon his own private good and advantage. We must know how the first ruler from whom any one claims came by his authority, upon what ground any one has empire, what his title is to it, before we can know who has a right to succeed him in it and inherit it from him. If the agreement and consent of men first gave a sceptre into any one's hand, or put a crown on his head, that also must direct its descent and conveyance. For the same authority that made the first a lawful ruler must make the second too, and so give right of succession. In this case, inheritance or primogeniture can in itself have no right, no pretence to it, any farther than that consent which established the form of the government hath so settled the succession. And thus we see the succession of crowns in several countries places it on different heads, and he comes by right of succession to be a prince in one place, who would be a subject in another. If God, by his positive grant and revealed declaration, first gave rule and dominion to any man, he that will claim by that title must have the same positive grant of God for his succession. For if that has not directed the course of its descent and conveyance down to others, nobody can succeed to this title of the first ruler. Children have no right of inheritance to this, and primogeniture can lay no claim to it, unless God, the author of this constitution, hath so ordained it. Thus we see the pretensions of Saul's family, who received his crown from the immediate appointment of God, ended with his reign, and David, by the same title that Saul reigned, viz. God's appointment, succeeded in his throne, to the exclusion of Jonathan and all pretensions of paternal inheritance. And if Solomon had a right to succeed his father, it must be by some other title than that of primogeniture. A cadet or sister's son must have the preference in succession, if he has the same title the first lawful prince had, and in dominion that has its foundation only in the positive appointment of God himself. Benjamin the youngest must have the inheritance of the crown, if God so direct, as well as one of that tribe had the first possession. If paternal right, the act of begetting, give a man rule and dominion, inheritance or primogeniture can give no title. For he that cannot succeed to his father's title, which was begetting, cannot succeed to that power over his brethren which his father had by paternal right over them. But of this I shall have occasion to say more in another place. This is plain in the meantime, that in any government, whether supposed to be at first founded in paternal right, consent of the people, or the positive appointment of God himself, which can supersede either of the other, and so begin a new government upon a new foundation, I say any government began upon either of these can, by right of succession, come to those only who have the title of him they succeed to. Power founded on contract can descend only to him who has right by that contract. Power founded on begetting, he only can have that begets. And power founded on the positive grant or donation of God, he only can have by right of succession to whom that grant directs it. From what I have said, I think this is clear, that a right to use of the creatures, being founded originally in the right a man has to subsist and enjoy the conveniences of life, and the natural right children have to inherit the goods of their parents, being founded in the right they have to the same subsistence and commodities of life, out of the stock of their parents, who are therefore taught by natural love and tenderness to provide for them as a part of themselves, and all this being only for the good of the proprietor or heir, it can be no reason for children's inheriting of rule and dominion, which has another original and a different end. Nor can primogeniture have any pretence to a right of solely inheriting either property or power, as we shall in its due place see more fully. It is enough to have showed here that Adam's property or private dominion could not convey any sovereignty or rule to his heir, who, not having a right to inherit all his father's possessions, could not thereby come to have any sovereignty over his brethren, and therefore, if any sovereignty on account of his property had been vested in Adam, which in truth there was not, yet it would have died with him. As Adam's sovereignty, if by virtue of being proprietor of the world he had any authority over men, could not have been inherited by any of his children over the rest, because they had the same title to divide the inheritance, and every one had a right to a portion of his father's possessions, so neither could Adam's sovereignty by right of fatherhood, if any such he had, descend to any one of his children. For it being, in our author's account, a right acquired by begetting to rule over those he had begotten, it was not a power possible to be inherited, because the right being consequent to and built on an act perfectly personal made that power so too, and impossible to be inherited. For paternal power, being a natural right rising only from the relation of father to son, is as impossible to be inherited as the relation itself, and a man may pretend as well to inherit the conjugal power the husband, whose heir he is, had over his wife, as he can to inherit the paternal power of a father over his children. For the power of the husband, being founded on contract, and the power of the father on begetting, he may as well inherit the power obtained by the conjugal contract, which was only personal, as he may the power obtained by begetting, which could reach no farther than the person of the begetter, unless begetting can be a title to power in him that does not beget.
It's freezing up this time.
Which makes it a reasonable question to ask whether Adam, dying before Eve, his heir, suppose Cain or Seth, should have, by right of inheriting Adam's fatherhood, sovereign power over Eve, his mother. For Adam's fatherhood being nothing but a right he had to govern his children because he begot them, he that inherits Adam's fatherhood inherits nothing, even in our author's sense, but the right Adam had to govern his children because he begot them. So that the monarchy of the heir would not have taken in Eve, or if it did, being nothing but the fatherhood of Adam descended by inheritance, the heir must have right to govern Eve because Adam begot her, for fatherhood is nothing else. Perhaps it will be said with our author that a man can alien his power over his child, and what may be transferred by a compact may be possessed by inheritance. I answer, a father cannot alien the power he has over his child. He may perhaps to some degrees forfeit it, but cannot transfer it. And if any other man acquire it, it is not by the father's grant, but by some act of his own. For example, a father, unnaturally careless of his child, sells or gives him to another man, and he again exposes him. A third man, finding him, breeds up, cherishes, and provides for him as his own. I think in this case, nobody will doubt but that the greatest part of filial duty and subjection was here owing, and to be paid, to his foster father, and if anything could be demanded from the child by either of the other, it could be only due to his natural father, who perhaps might have forfeited his right to much of that duty comprehended in the command, honour your parents, but could transfer none of it to another. He that purchased and neglected the child got by his purchase and grant of the father no title to duty or honour from the child, but only he acquired it who by his own authority, performing the office and care of a father to the forlorn and perishing infant, made himself, by paternal care, a title to proportionable degrees of paternal power. This will be more easily admitted upon consideration of the nature of paternal power, for which I refer my reader to the second book. To return to the argument in hand, this is evident, that paternal power arising only from begetting, for in that our author places it alone, can neither be transferred nor inherited, and he that does not beget can no more have paternal power, which arises from thence, than he can have a right to anything who performs not the condition to which only it is annexed. If one should ask, by what law has a father power over his children? It will be answered, no doubt, by the law of nature, which gives such a power over them to him that begets them. If one should ask likewise, by what law does our author's heir come by a right to inherit? I think it would be answered, by the law of nature too, for I find not that our author brings one word of Scripture to prove the right of such an heir he speaks of. Why then, the law of nature gives fathers paternal power over their children because they did beget them, and the same law of nature gives the same paternal power to the heir over his brethren who did not beget them. Whence it follows that either the father has not his paternal power by begetting, or else that the heir has it not at all. For it is hard to understand how the law of nature, which is the law of reason, can give the paternal power to the father over his children for the only reason of begetting, and to the firstborn over his brethren without this only reason, i.e. for no reason at all. and if the
graphics card's
eldest,
being
by the
pushed
law of nature, can
as far
inherit
as
this
it can.
paternal power
If I
without the
open up
only reason that
Unity,
gives a title to
and I
it,
found this out the
so
hard
may the
way, if I open
youngest
up
as well as
Unity,
he, and a stranger as well as
while
either.
I am
For
using
where there is no
AI
reason for
training,
any one, as there is
will
not but for
sometimes
him that
just
begets, all have an equal title.
reset my computer
I am
like
sure
that.
our
And
author
that's why I
offers
ended
no
up
reason,
rebuilding
and when anybody does,
humanoids
we shall see whether it hold or
current
no.
form, because
In the meantime, it is as
destroyed
good
my
sense to say
presets.
that by law of
So I
nature
had
a
to
man has right to inherit the
must
property of
rebuild it.
another, because he is of kin to him and is known to be of his blood, and therefore by the same law of nature an utter stranger to his blood
So
has right to inherit
unfortunately,
his estate, as to say that by the law of
I didn't really
nature
do
he
much of
that
anything
begets
while
them has
the
paternal
AI
power over
trained
his
for a
children,
couple of days.
and therefore by
And
the law
I've
of
tried for a
nature
long time to
the
get
heir
people
that begets them
prompts
not
to
has this paternal power
take
over
a
them.
step forward.
Or supposing
And
the law of the land gave
I've done
absolute
a lot
power
of
over their
progress,
children
made
to
these
such
guys
only
a
who
lot
nursed
more
them and fed their children themselves, could anybody
efficient,
pretend that this law gave anyone who did no
robust.
such
Boy,
thing
still having a problem.
absolute power over those who were
So
not his
patient.
children? When, therefore, it
Oh
can
yeah.
be showed that conjugal power can belong to him that is not an husband, it will also, I believe, be proved that our author's paternal power, acquired by begetting, may be inherited by a son, and that a brother, as heir to his
But I was
father's
doing a
power,
little
may
bit of
have
programming
paternal power
earlier.
over his brethren, and by the
I
same
still
rule
got plenty of
conjugal power
programming and
too.
stuff to do. Like I
But
wish I
till
could open
then,
up
I think
Unity
we
and
may
work
rest
on some of the
satisfied
aesthetics.
that the paternal power of
Since I
Adam,
changed
this
the
sovereign authority of
models,
fatherhood, were there any such, could
since I changed the models, some of the other items don't fit in the line correctly, like the hair, the hats, some jewelry, some facial hair. I got to recreate the different clothing styles. And when all that's going, it looks, pretty nice because everybody's really unique in their appearances and dress. But they can grip and stuff. So I have a lot of hope for their future capabilities. Right now, they are 4 layers, 1024 units. 5 layers is considered a deep learning, so it's pretty computationally heavy. And you'll see that it ain't running super great right now. But I also have, excluding the EXE that you're watching, there's, I think I'm doing 15 EXEs with 10 players each, so there's 150 people training, another 10 that we're watching. So it's a pretty heavy load. And even doing that, I'm still learning. So finding more efficient ways to do things, cutting some things out. And so while I'm training them, this might not be their final brain. I think right now they have about 5,830 something sensory inputs, about just under 100 action outputs. I think they have 20 body parts that they're controlling. And getting them to learn how to stand on their own took a long time also. Getting them to use all their body parts in coordination. And you see that they're still needing some training. And you also see that they're holding their arms like that. You need to go back and see how much pain they're giving themselves when they hit. But they're trying not to hurt themselves. So they're being overly cautious and keeping their elbows up. So I just need to look at what's going on. There's self-hit exclusions with their arms, so they're definitely worried about hitting their lower arm on their hips and stuff. But like I said, each of their body parts have hit points, stamina. Each one of their body parts can detect what it's being touched by, where on that body part it's being touched. So after this, or maybe even before they learn to take a step, because they already stand up, I might start working on getting them to slap each other. That's also why I've started working on their spawns to make sure that they can spawn in specific locations, because when I do the fights, I don't want them spawning everywhere randomly. I want them always face to face with someone. Mano y mano, so they're going to learn how to slap each other. I think I might even want to teach them how to stand on one leg. They understand leaning back, and they got a lot of internal sensory things, and also understand when they're crouching, sitting, laying, sitting. They understand when they're upside down, airborne, one-footed, two-footed. They understand when they take control of an item, it becomes theirs. You'll see on here. You'll see sometimes it changes color. That's them deciding to take control of it. And right now I have the control stopping on 2 bounces. See, on the second bounce it lost focus from the player and went back to the color of the court, which is the 2 gray colors right now. But once, there'll be some lessons on them holding things and throwing things. I've already got it set up where when it comes that time, they will get a score for how far they throw something, with how much force they throw. So if they hit something, they get scores. I think even right now, I think there might be something set up so that if they own an item and it hits the target, that they'll get a little bit of a score. But they got balls to throw, they got crates to push, sticks to hold. And my idea is just to have these things training for a long time on various tasks and stuff. Things that might make me a chuckle. Let's see, how long have I been cooking these little punks? I've got 2 viewers right now. I probably feel like they're like people who fell asleep and they just randomly slapped up on here, because I do that sometimes. I just let my shit run in the background. But either way, hello, thank you. You're making me bukus of money. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not popular enough to make any money on anything. Let me see. 18 hours. And while it is learning and stuff, it's going to come to a point where it really can't earn any more points unless it starts doing. I'm so impatient because I want to do some other stuff. So I think I'm about to stop the training and goof around some more. I goof it around. I goof it around. I goof up, and goof down. That last one will pop out. 8 minutes ago. We'll wait for the next one to plop on out, and then we'll do it to it. Boom, boom, do it to it. Boom, boom, boom. Let me turn the graph back on, and you'll see that there's 1 on the time, environment, episode length. It goes way up to like 52 and a half. And right now, I'm stuck down on like 43 or so. So there's another good bunch of steps that it can get ahead of. And that's when I'll know this little punk start taking steps. So you can see the little purple line up there. It's just now passed by. But that's more indicative of the actual cutoff point for the bots. You'll see the game clock's got like 10 minutes on it. That's just BS. And you're not ever going to make it to 10 minutes because of what controls them is how many steps allow them to do, how many processing steps. Pop one out again. Yeah, that was pretty quick. It takes a while for Unity to open. Excuse me while I open up. I'm not even sure if the impulse on the foot's a really good idea because I don't know. I only do it one time though, so I'm really hoping they'll get the idea that they should be moving forward.
Out of the reach of anyone to discover from his writings. This obscurity cannot be imputed to want of language in so great a master of style as Sir Robert is when he is resolved with himself what he would say. And therefore I feel, finding how hard it would be to settle rules of descent by divine institution, and how little it would be to his purpose, or conduce to the clearing and establishing the titles of princes, if such rules of descent were settled, he chose rather to content himself with doubtful and general terms, which might make no ill sound in men's ears who were willing to be pleased with them, rather than offer any clear rules of descent of this fatherhood of Adam, by which men's consciences might be satisfied to whom it descended, and know the persons who had a right to regal power, and with it to their obedience. How else is it possible that, laying so much stress as he does upon descent and Adam's heir, next heir, true heir, he should never tell us what heir means, nor the way to know who the next or true heir is? This, I do not remember, he does anywhere expressly handle, but where it comes in his way, very warily and doubtfully touches, though it be so necessary that without it all discourses of government and obedience upon his principles would be to no purpose, and fatherly power, never so well made out, will be of no use to anybody. Hence he tells us, Observations 244, that not only the constitution of power in general, but the limitation of it to one kind, i.e. monarchy, and the determination of it to the individual person and line of Adam, are all three ordinances of God. Neither Eve nor her children could either limit Adam's power, or join others with him. And what was given unto Adam was given in his person to his posterity.
Look at these punks, they ain't doing shit.
Here again our author informs us that the divine ordinance hath limited the descent of Adam's monarchical power. To whom? To Adam's line and posterity, says our author. A notable limitation, a limitation to all mankind. For if our author can find any one amongst mankind that is not of the line and posterity of Adam, he may perhaps tell him who this next heir of Adam is. But for us, I despair how this limitation of Adam's empire to his line and posterity will help us to find out one heir. This limitation, indeed, of our author will save those the labour who would look for him amongst the race of brutes, if any such there were, but will very little contribute to the discovery of one next heir amongst men, though it make a short and easy determination of the question about the descent of Adam's regal power, by telling us that the line and posterity of Adam is to have it.
Oh, I'm afraid
that is, in plain English, any one may have it, since there is no person living that hath not the title of being of the line and posterity.
Let me tell you what I'm afraid of here. I'm afraid that if I start adding to my choice of actions, I'm going to fuck my whole brain up as to it understanding what task it's currently at. Stand facing toward target, stand facing away, stand looking around, jump up, fight, defend, sit down, sit up, stand up, sitting, sit up, laying, ground. See, I should have done this a little bit differently. I should have added a lot of more blanks before I started. But I can repurpose what I have right there for now. Jump up, I want to keep. Fight, I want to keep. Defend is kind of diminutive. It'll learn to defend if it's in the downside, I guess. La 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 la. Let me think about what I want to do here. think, let me think, let me think. Let me see, Billy. Are you still 2-footed even though I'm pushing that foot? You little punk. Let me see you. Don't get that foot up off the ground for real. You are off the ground. Damn it. What tarnation's going on there, Billy? In contact, it says it's in contact with the ground, but it is certainly not. Now it says it's not. I got that on the wrong place. That's on an update instead of fixed update. Collision exit should fire right when it exits. Collision exit from the ground. I'm sorry. Forgetful me. Hmm. Let me think. Let me think. Okay, so handle the ground contact and bum, 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 bum. The action is 0, so we're taking that off. So and this is colliding with the ground. So if the walker two-footed, then obviously if we've lifted a foot off the ground, we are no longer two-footed. Can we say anything if this is one-footed? We can. We can. So if the dude's one-footed, and this is either a foot, left or right, it don't matter. If it's coming off the ground, and it's one-footed, and this is the foot on the ground. Use that too. So if the dude was two-footed, and this is a foot or a foot right, then we can definitely say that the walker is one-footed now. I might switch that to a switch case. There's only two of them, so it's not that bad right now. But let's see if that makes us a little more responsive. Jimmy, 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 boom, boom, baby, gimme, 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 Jim, Jim, Jimmy, boo. If they're not precisely doing their thing, my robot might not understand things as it should. My robot. You really one-footed, Jimmy? You are. You're super duper fucking on it now, ain't you? All right, punk. More upward force for you. You think I'm just going to accept that? You little punk. You don't know. You don't know. couple of clicks. Click, click. I want that damn doe foot up off the ground. Do you hear me? Do I have to make a louder sound? Alright, looks like I'm going to have to get rid of that ramp. You go, Billy. Look at you go. Oh, your hands in the air like you don't care. That's the last we ever saw of Billy. Tell me that still didn't get your foot up off the ground, Billy boy. Alright, you're still two-footed. Two-footed, two-footed, two, 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 two. Did you reset your timer though? Is that what I saw? You're not two-footed right now. Barely, barely got your foot off the ground. Alright, let's take it up another notch. We'll go up to a whole number. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, 1.0. Hippity, hippity, hoo. Boo, boo. Hey, hey, hey. Mm, 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 mm. Every single one of us, the devil inside. I don't know why, man, but if you're on a fucking slanted surface, boy, that impulse really kicks hard. Come on, Billy. No one's asking you to be a hero. All right, you is two-footed. Bam, look at that. Yeah, I should change the. Well, it says my man is crouching. That ain't right either. I'm gonna have to re-look at its perceptions. Ah, dagnabbit. Come on, Billy. I need a button to kill all these pools. All right, two-footed. Hmm. Look at that. Hmm. Okay, so we've exited. So we don't need to know touch force or anything like that. So private void set. So there we go. We'll do the set touch the data if it's touching, if it comes into a collision. Yes, yes. And also if it's also staying on. And I only need to update the transform properties from the database only if it's initial contact. So let me put that here. Actually, okay, there we go. So we need to set the touch data and the touch force. And down here, if we're just staying, we need to update the force. Mm. Dag nabbit, what the effing world? That's what, Lord, you're too close to call. Get your mother effing foot up off that mother effing ground, you motherfucking punk. Golly. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, 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 bum. Ba-ba-da-ba. There we go. Not touching the ground now, are you, punk? Hmm. good. You're not two-footed. You're one-footed. Rain, 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 rain. Rain, it comes our way. That didn't really make it go forward much. It's a hell of a kick up, though. Rain, 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 rain. Rain, it comes our way. Well, it looks like you might be into 6, and you might be into 7, but me, I find that I must stay in 8. And maybe you're in 8 too. I don't know you. Look at them. They look like a bunch of cabaret dancers, don't they, Billy? That's not what we wanted at all, is it, Billy? Uh-huh. By golly, I think that looks kind of nice, perhaps. Hopefully that will help them understand to put that foot forward and get some pointages. Before I do that, I need to make sure they are getting pointages. Why am I so sleepy always? Well, what in tarnation, Betty? Oh, someone didn't spawn. Yeah, like I said, man, sometimes that little fucking target shows up in a weird ass place. What are you doing over there? Why are you there, you weirdo? Why you gotta be so weird? All right, so approximately then, okay? Approximately. How do I do that? There we go. Ramble on, ramble on. Integer as I might, it ain't never did. Take all that tomfoolery out and leave it the way it was. In fact, hell, set kill count is what? 20. We'll try a little bit earlier. Let me think. What are you doing here, buddy? Okay, so this makes it add the force I'm wanting it to do. I think I'll give it the regular reward too. penalty. I like that. That looked all right. Every single one of us, the devil inside. You goofball. What are you doing? I was born in the USA. All right, so what we're kind of wanting to see on this guy. Where do I keep your individual score at? Seems like it'd be in your perceptions. Goofy. All right, so let me think. Score processing. Every single one of us, devil inside. Hmm. La 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 la. That's not working as I wanted it to either. Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's stupid right there. I can't get no girly reward, and I try, and I try, but I can't get no. do notice that I don't like the way I'm scoring it right now at all. Do any of that. Trying too hard, Billy. Yes, keep it simple. Brain, 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 brain. Brain it comes away. think all I'm going to use is the movement segment. Sorry, I'm not showing my coding screen over there right now. Sorry. Not that I don't want you to see it, just forgotten. Forward reward is the movement segment times 2. We'll move it up a decimal. I'm going to start the training all over. Not completely over, but from where I tried to get it to learn how to walk. I had some stuff wrong. And it learned wrong. try to correct it. I'll just learn from the beginning. Okay, I tapped that forward reward. One, didn't I? I'm getting a little tired, so I'm about to be popping this thing into drive, see what it can do overnight. Alright, this should help their little butts. misconceptions about leaning and bending and all that too, and crouching because it ain't crouching, but it thinks it is. All right, it's a 5x5. All right, there's another couple of days down the train. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I'm not even going to run the demo during training. I'm just going to run it all silently. Nothing really worth looking at. So let's see. I got that.
pleading for the natural power of kings and against all compact, to bring for proof of it an example where his own account of it founds all the right upon compact, and settles empire in the younger brother, unless buying and selling be no compact, for he tells us when Jacob bought his brother's birthright. But, passing by that, let us consider the history itself, with what use our author makes of it, and we shall find these following mistakes about it. 1. That our author reports this as if Isaac had given Jacob this blessing immediately upon his purchasing the birthright. For he says, when Jacob bought, Isaac blessed him, which is plainly otherwise in the scripture. For it appears that there was a distance of time between, and if we will take the story in the order it lies, it must be no small distance, all Isaac's sojourning in Gerar and transactions with Abimelech, Genesis 26, coming between. Rebekah being then beautiful and consequently young, but Isaac, when he blessed Jacob, was old and decrepit. And Esau also complains of Jacob, Genesis 27:36, that 2 times he had supplanted him. He took away my birthright, says he, and behold, now he hath taken away my blessing. Words that I think signify distance of time and difference of action. 2. Another mistake of our author's is, that he supposes Isaac gave Jacob the blessing and bid him be lord over his brethren, because he had the birthright. For our author brings this example to prove that he that has the birthright has thereby a right to be lord over his brethren. But it is also manifest by the text that Isaac had no consideration of Jacob's having bought the birthright, for when he blessed him, he considered him not as Jacob, but took him for Esau. Nor did Esau understand any such connection between birthright and the blessing, for he says, he hath supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing. Whereas had the blessing, which was to be lord over his brethren, belonged to the birthright, Esau could not have complained of this second as a cheat, Jacob having got nothing but what Esau had sold him, when he sold him his birthright. So that it is plain, dominion, if these words signify it, was not understood to belong to the birthright. And that in those days of the patriarchs, dominion was not understood to be the right of the heir, but only a greater proportion of goods, is plain from Genesis 21:10. For Sarah, taking Isaac to be heir, says, "Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son." Whereby could be meant nothing but that he should not have a pretence to an equal share of his father's estate after his death, but should have his portion presently and be gone. Accordingly we read, Genesis 25:5 and 6, that Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac, but unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and sent them away from Isaac his son, while he yet lived. That is, Abraham, having given portions to all his other sons, and sent them away, that which he had reserved, being the greatest part of his substance, Isaac as heir possessed after his death. But by being heir he had no right to be lord over his brethren. For if he had, why should Sarah endeavour to rob him of one of his subjects, or lessen the number of his slaves, by desiring to have Ishmael sent away? Thus, as under the law the privilege of birthright was nothing but a double portion, so we see that before Moses, in the patriarch's time, from whence our author pretends to take his model, there was no knowledge, no thought that birthright gave rule or empire, paternal or kingly authority to any one over his brethren. If this be not plain enough in the story of Isaac and Ishmael, he that will look into 1 Chronicles chapter 5 verse 12 may there read these words: Reuben was the firstborn, but forasmuch as he defiled his father's bed, his birthright was given unto the sons of Joseph, the son of Israel. And the genealogy is not to be reckoned after the birthright, for Judah prevailed above his brethren, and of him came the chief ruler, but the birthright was Joseph's. What this birthright was, Jacob blessing Joseph, Genesis chapter 48 verse 22, telleth us in these words: Moreover, I have given thee one portion above thy brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite with my sword and with my bow. Whereby it is not only plain that the birthright was nothing but a double portion, but the text in Chronicles is express against our author's doctrine, and shows that dominion was no part of the birthright, for it tells us that Joseph had the birthright, but Judah the dominion. One would think our author were very fond of the very name of birthright, when he brings this instance of Jacob and Esau, to prove that dominion belongs to the heir over his brethren. 1. Because it will be but an ill example to prove that dominion by God's ordination belonged to the eldest son, because Jacob the youngest here had it, let him come by it how he would. For if it prove anything, it can only prove against our author that the assignment of dominion to the eldest is not by divine institution, which would then be unalterable. For if by the law of God or nature absolute power and empire belongs to the eldest son and his heirs, so that they are supreme monarchs and all the rest of their brethren slaves, our author gives us reason to doubt whether the eldest son has a power to part with it to the prejudice of his posterity, since he tells us, Observations 158, that in grants and gifts that have their original from God or nature, no inferior power of man can limit or make any law of prescription against them. 2. Because this place, Genesis chapter 27 verse 29, brought by our author, concerns not at all the dominion of one brother over the other, nor the subjection of Esau to Jacob. For it is plain in the history that Esau was never subject to Jacob, but lived apart in Mount Seir, where he founded a distinct people and government, and was himself prince over them, as much as Jacob was in his own family. This text, if considered, can never be understood of Esau himself, or the personal dominion of Jacob over him, for the words brethren and sons of thy mother could not be used literally by Isaac, who knew Jacob had only one brother, and these words are so far from being true in a literal sense, or establishing any dominion in Jacob over Esau, that in the story we find quite the contrary. For, Genesis 32, Jacob several times calls Esau Lord and himself his servant. And, Genesis 33, he bowed himself 7 times to the ground to Esau. Whether Esau then were a subject and vassal, nay, as our author tells us, all subjects are slaves, to Jacob, and Jacob his sovereign prince by birthright, I leave the reader to judge, and to believe, if he can, that these words of Isaac, be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee, confirmed Jacob in a sovereignty over Esau upon the account of the birthright he had got from him. He that reads the story of Jacob and Esau will find there was never any jurisdiction or authority that either of them had over the other after their father's death. They lived with the friendship and equality of brethren, neither lord, neither slave to his brother, but independent each of other, were both heads of their distinct families, where they received no laws from one another, but lived separately, and were the roots out of which sprang 2 distinct people under 2 distinct governments. This blessing then of Isaac, whereon our author would build the dominion of the elder brother, signifies no more but what Rebekah had been told from God, Genesis 25 verse 23, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels, and the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. And so Jacob blessed Judah, Genesis 49, and gave him the sceptre and dominion, from whence our author might have argued as well that jurisdiction and dominion belongs to the 3rd son over his brethren, as well as from this blessing of Isaac that it belonged to Jacob. Both these places contain only predictions of what should long after happen to their posterities, and not any declaration of the right of inheritance to dominion in either. And thus we have our author's 2 great and only arguments to prove that heirs are lords over their brethren. 1, because God tells Cain, Genesis 4, that however sin might set upon him, he ought or might be master of it, for the most learned interpreters understood the words of sin and not of Abel, and give so strong reasons for it, that nothing can convincingly be inferred from so doubtful a text to our author's purpose. 2, because in this of Genesis 27, Isaac foretells that the Israelites, the posterity of Jacob, should have dominion over the Edomites, the posterity of Esau. Therefore, says our author, heirs are lords of their brethren. I leave anyone to judge of the conclusion. End of chapter 11, part 1. Chapter 11, part 2 of Two Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Two Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 11, Who Heir? Part 2. And now we see how our author has provided for the descending and conveyance down of Adam's monarchical power, or paternal dominion, to posterity, by the inheritance of his heir succeeding to all his father's authority, and becoming upon his death as much lord as his father was, not only over his own children, but over his brethren, and all descended from his father, and so in infinitum. But yet who this heir is, he does not once tell us, and all the light that we have from him in this so fundamental a point is only that in his instance of Jacob, by using the word birthright as that which passed from Esau to Jacob, he leaves us to guess that by heir he means the eldest son, though I do not remember he anywhere mentions expressly the title of the firstborn, but all along keeps himself under the shelter of the indefinite term heir. But taking it to be his meaning that the eldest son is heir, for if the eldest be not, there will be no pretence why the sons should not all be heirs alike, and so by right of primogeniture has dominion over his brethren, this is but one step towards the settlement of succession, and the difficulties remain still as much as ever, till he can show us who is meant by right heir, in all those cases which may happen where the present possessor hath no son. This he silently passes over, and perhaps wisely too, for what can be wiser, after one has affirmed that the person having that power, as well as the power and form of government, is the ordinance of God, and by divine institution, vid. Observations 254, page 12, than to be careful not to start any question concerning the person, the resolution whereof will certainly lead him into a confession that God and nature hath determined nothing about him. And if our author cannot show who, by right of nature, or a clear positive law of God, has the next right to inherit the dominion of this natural monarch he has been at such pains about, when he died without a son, he might have spared his pains in all the rest, it being more necessary for the settling men's consciences and determining their subjection and allegiance, to show them who, by original right, superior and antecedent to the will or any act of men, hath a title to this paternal jurisdiction, than it is to show that by nature there was such a jurisdiction, it being to no purpose for me to know there is such a paternal power, which I ought and am disposed to obey, unless, where there are many pretenders, I also know the person that is rightfully invested and endowed with it. For the main matter in question being concerning the duty of my obedience, and the obligation of conscience I am under to pay it to him that is of right my lord and master, I must know the person that this right of paternal power resides in, and so empowers him to claim obedience from me. For let it be true what he says, page 12, that civil power not only in general is by divine institution, but even the assignment of it specially to the eldest parents, and Observations 254, that not only the power or right of government, but the form of the power of governing, and the person having that power, are all the ordinance of God. Yet unless he show us in all cases who is this person ordained by God, who is this eldest parent, all his abstract notions of monarchical power will signify just nothing, when they are to be reduced to practice, and men are conscientiously to pay their obedience. For paternal jurisdiction, being not the thing to be obeyed, because it cannot command, but is only that which gives one man a right, which another hath not, and if it come by inheritance, another man cannot have, to command and be obeyed, it is ridiculous to say, I pay obedience to the paternal power, when I obey him to whom paternal power gives no right to my obedience. For he can have no divine right to my obedience who cannot show his divine right to the power of ruling over me, as well as that by divine right there is such a power in the world. And hence not being able to make out any prince's title to government as heir to Adam, which therefore is of no use, and had been better let alone, he is fain to resolve all into present possession, and makes civil obedience as due to an usurper as to a lawful king, and thereby the usurper's title as good. His words are, Observations 253, and they deserve to be remembered, if an usurper dispossess the true heir, the subject's obedience to the fatherly power must go along, and wait upon God's providence. But I shall leave his title of usurpers to be examined in its due place, and to desire my sober reader to consider what thanks princes owe such politics as this, which can suppose paternal power, i.e. a right to government, in the hands of a Cade or a Cromwell, and so, all obedience being due to paternal power, the obedience of subjects will be due to them, by the same right and upon as good grounds as it is to lawful princes. And yet this, as dangerous a doctrine as it is, must necessarily follow from making all political power to be nothing else but Adam's paternal power by right and divine institution, descending from him, without being able to show to whom it descended, or who is heir to it. To settle government in the world, and to lay obligations to obedience on any man's conscience, it is as necessary, supposing with our author that all power be nothing but the being possessed of Adam's fatherhood, to satisfy him who has a right to this power, this fatherhood, when the possessor dies without sons to succeed immediately to it, as it was to tell him that upon the death of the father the eldest son had a right to it. For it is still to be remembered that the great question is, and that which our author would be thought to contend for if he did not sometimes forget it, what persons have a right to be obeyed, and not whether there be a power in the world which is to be called paternal, without knowing in whom it resides. For so it be a power, i.e. right to govern, it matters not whether it be termed paternal or regal, natural or acquired, whether you call it supreme fatherhood or supreme brotherhood, will be all one, provided we know who has it. I go on then to ask, whether in the inheriting of this paternal power, this supreme fatherhood, the grandson by a daughter hath a right before a nephew by a brother? Whether the grandson by the eldest son, being an infant, before the younger son, a man and able? Whether the daughter before the uncle, or any other man descended by a male line? Whether a grandson by a younger daughter before a granddaughter by an elder daughter? Whether the elder son by a concubine before a younger son by a wife? From whence also will arise many questions of legitimation, and what in nature is the difference betwixt a wife and a concubine? For as to the municipal or positive laws of men, they can signify nothing here. It may farther be asked, whether the eldest son, being a fool, shall inherit this paternal power before the younger, a wise man? And what degree of folly it must be that shall exclude him? And who shall be the judge of it? Whether the son of a fool excluded for his folly before the son of his wise brother who reigned? Who has the paternal power whilst the widow queen is with child by the deceased king, and nobody knows whether it will be a son or a daughter? Which shall be heir of the two male twins who by the dissection of the mother were laid open to the world? Whether a sister by the half-blood before a brother's daughter by the whole blood? These and many more such doubts might be proposed about the titles of succession and the right of inheritance, and that not as idle speculations, but such as in history we shall find have concerned the inheritance of crowns and kingdoms. And if ours want them, we need not go farther for famous examples of it than the other kingdom in this very island, which having been fully related by the ingenious and learned author of Patriarcha non Monarcha, I need say no more of. Till our author hath resolved all the doubts that may arise about the next heir, and showed that they are plainly determined by the law of nature or the revealed law of God, all his suppositions of a monarchical, absolute, supreme, paternal power in Adam, and the descent of that power to his heirs, would not be of the least use to establish the authority or make out the title of any one prince now on earth, but would rather unsettle and bring all into question. For let our author tell us as long as he pleases, and let all men believe it too, that Adam had a paternal and thereby a monarchical power, that this, the only power in the world, descended to his heirs, and that there is no other power in the world but this. Let all this be as clear demonstration as it is manifest error. Yet, if it be not past doubt to whom this paternal power descends, and whose now it is, nobody can be under any obligation of obedience, unless any one will say that I am bound to pay obedience to paternal power in a man who has no more paternal power than I myself. Which is all one as to say, I obey a man because he has a right to govern, and if I be asked how I know he has a right to govern, I should answer, it cannot be known that he has any at all. For that cannot be the reason of my obedience which I know not to be so. Much less can that be a reason of my obedience which nobody at all can know to be so. And therefore all this ado about Adam's fatherhood, the greatness of his power, and the necessity of its supposal, helps nothing to establish the power of those that govern, or to determine the obedience of subjects who are to obey, if they cannot tell whom they are to obey, or if it cannot be known who are to govern, and who to obey. In the state the world is now, it is irrecoverably ignorant who is Adam's heir. This fatherhood, this monarchical power of Adam, descending to his heirs, would be of no more use to the government of mankind than it would be to the quieting of men's consciences or securing their healths, if our author had assured them that Adam had a power to forgive sins or cure diseases, which by divine institution descended to his heir, whilst this heir is impossible to be known. And should not he do as rationally, who upon this assurance of our author went and confessed his sins and expected a good absolution, or took physic with expectation of health, from any one who had taken on himself the name of priest or physician, or thrust himself into those employments, saying, I acquiesce in the absolving power descending from Adam, or I shall be cured by the medicinal power descending from Adam, as he who says, I submit to and obey the paternal power descending from Adam, when it is confessed all these powers descend only to his single heir, and that heir is unknown. It is true, the civil lawyers have pretended to determine some of these cases concerning the succession of princes, but by our author's principles they have meddled in a matter that belongs not to them. For if all political power be derived only from Adam, and be to descend only to his successive heirs by the ordinance of God and divine institution, this is a right antecedent and paramount to all government, and therefore the positive laws of men cannot determine that which is itself the foundation of all law and government, and is to receive its rule only from the law of God and nature. And that being silent in the case, I am apt to think there is no such right to be conveyed in this way. I am sure it would be to no purpose if there were, and men would be more at a loss concerning government and obedience to governors than if there were no such right, since by positive laws and compact, which divine institution, if there be any, shuts out, all these endless inextricable doubts can be safely provided against. But it can never be understood how a divine natural right, and that of such moment as is all order and peace in the world, should be conveyed down to posterity, without any plain natural or divine rule concerning it. And there would be an end of all civil government, if the assignment of civil power were by divine institution to the heir, and yet by that divine institution the person of the heir could not be known. This paternal regal power being by divine right only his, it leaves no room for human prudence or consent to place it anywhere else. For if only one man hath a divine right to the obedience of mankind, nobody can claim that obedience but he that can show that right, nor can men's consciences by any other pretence be obliged to it. And thus this doctrine cuts up all government by the roots. Thus we see how our author, laying it for a sure foundation that the very person that is to rule is the ordinance of God and by divine institution, tells us at large only that this person is the heir, but who this heir is he leaves us to guess. And so this divine institution, which assigns it to a person whom we have no rule to know, is just as good as an assignment to nobody at all. But whatever our author does, divine institution makes no such ridiculous assignments, nor can God be supposed to make it a sacred law that one certain person should have a right to something, and yet not give rules to mark out and know that person by, or give an heir a divine right to power, and yet not point out who that heir is. It is rather to be thought that an heir had no such right by divine institution, than that God should give such a right to the heir, but yet leave it doubtful and undeterminable who such heir is. If God had given the land of Canaan to Abraham, and in general terms to somebody after him, without naming his seed, whereby it might be known who that somebody was, it would have been as good and useful an assignment to determine the right to the land of Canaan, as it would be the determining the right of crowns to give empire to Adam and his successive heirs after him, without telling who his heir is. For the word heir, without a rule to know who it is, signifies no more than somebody, I know not whom. God making it a divine institution that men should not marry those who were near of kin, thinks it not enough to say, none of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him, to uncover their nakedness, but moreover gives rules to know who are those near of kin forbidden by divine institution, or else that law would have been of no use, it being to no purpose to lay restraint or give privileges to men in such general terms as the particular person concerned cannot be known by. But God not having anywhere said, the next heir shall inherit all his father's estate or dominion, we are not to wonder that he hath nowhere appointed who that heir should be. For never having intended any such thing, never designed any heir in that sense, we cannot expect he should anywhere nominate or appoint any person to it, as we might had it been otherwise. And therefore in Scripture, though the word heir occur, yet there is no such thing as heir in our author's sense, one that was by right of nature to inherit all that his father had exclusive of his brethren. Hence Sarah supposes that if Ishmael stayed in the house to share in Abraham's estate after his death, this son of a bondwoman might be heir with Isaac. And therefore, says she, cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son. But this cannot excuse our author, who telling us there is in every number of men one who is right and next heir to Adam, ought to have told us what the laws of descent are. But he having been so sparing to instruct us by rules how to know who is heir, let us see in the next place what his history out of Scripture, on which he pretends wholly to build his government, gives us in this necessary and fundamental point. End of chapter 11, part 2. Chapter 11, part 3 of 2 Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 11. Who Heir? Part 3. Our author, to make good the title of his book, page 13, begins his history of the descent of Adam's regal power, page 13, in these words: "This lordship, which Adam by command had over the whole world, and by right descending from him the patriarchs did enjoy, was a large," etc. How does he prove that the patriarchs by descent did enjoy it? "For dominion of life and death," says he, "we find Judah the father pronounce sentence of death against Tamar his daughter-in-law for playing the harlot," page 13. How does this prove that Judah had absolute and sovereign authority? He pronounced sentence of death. The pronouncing of sentence of death is not a certain mark of sovereignty, but usually the office of inferior magistrates. The power of making laws of life and death is indeed a mark of sovereignty, but pronouncing the sentence according to those laws may be done by others, and therefore this will but ill prove that he had sovereign authority, as if one should say, Judge Jeffreys pronounced sentence of death in the late times, therefore Judge Jeffreys had sovereign authority. But it will be said, Judah did it not by commission from another, and therefore did it in his own right. Who knows whether he had any right at all? Heat of passion might carry him to do that which he had no authority to do. Judah had dominion of life and death. How does that appear? He exercised it. He pronounced sentence of death against Tamar. Our author thinks it a very good proof that because he did it, therefore he had a right to do it. He lay with her also. By the same way of proof, he had a right to do that too. If the consequence be good from doing to a right of doing, Absalom too may be reckoned amongst our author's sovereigns, for he pronounced such a sentence of death against his brother Amnon, and much upon a like occasion, and had it executed too, if that be sufficient to prove a dominion of life and death. But allowing this all to be clear demonstration of sovereign power, who was it that had this lordship by right descending to him from Adam, as large and ample as the absolutest dominion of any monarch? Judah, says our author, Judah, a younger son of Jacob, his father and elder brethren living. So that if our author's own proof be to be taken, a younger brother may, in the life of his father and elder brothers, by right of descent, enjoy Adam's monarchical power. And if one so qualified may be monarch by descent, why may not every man? If Judah, his father and elder brother living, were one of Adam's heirs, I know not who can be excluded from this inheritance. All men by inheritance may be monarchs as well as Judah. Touching war, we see that Abraham commanded an army of 318 soldiers of his own family, and Esau met his brother Jacob with 400 men-at-arms. For matter of peace, Abraham made a league with Abimelech, etc., page 13. Is it not possible for a man to have 318 men in his family without being heir to Adam? A planter in the West Indies has more, and might, if he pleased, who doubts, muster them up and lead them out against the Indians to seek reparation upon any injury received from them, and this without the absolute dominion of a monarch descending to him from Adam. Would it not be an admirable argument to prove that all power by God's institution descended from Adam by inheritance, and that the very person and power of this planter were the ordinance of God, because he had power in his family over servants born in his house and bought with his money? For this was just Abraham's case. Those who were rich in the patriarchs' days, as in the West Indies now, bought men and maidservants, and by their increase, as well as purchasing of new, came to have large and numerous families, which though they made use of in war or peace, can it be thought the power they had over them was an inheritance descended from Adam, when it was the purchase of their money? A man's riding in an expedition against an enemy, his horse sport in a fair, would be as good a proof that the owner enjoyed the lordship which Adam by command had over the whole world, by right descending to him, as Abraham's leading out the servants of his family is that the patriarchs enjoyed this lordship by descent from Adam, since the title to the power the master had in both cases, whether over slaves or horses, was only from his purchase, and the getting a dominion over anything by bargain and money is a new way of proving one had it by descent and inheritance. But making war and peace are marks of sovereignty. Let it be so in politic societies. May not, therefore, a man in the West Indies, who hath with him sons of his own, friends or companions, soldiers under pay, or slaves bought with money, or perhaps a band made up of all these, make war and peace, if there should be occasion, and ratify the articles too with an oath, without being a sovereign, an absolute king over those who went with him? He that says he cannot, must then allow many masters of ships, many private planters, to be absolute monarchs, for as much as this they have done. War and peace cannot be made for politic societies, but by the supreme power of such societies, because war and peace, giving a different motion to the force of such a politic body, none can make war or peace, but that which has the direction of the force of the whole body, and that, in politic societies, is only the supreme power. In voluntary societies for the time, he that has such a power by consent may make war and peace, and so may a single man for himself, the state of war not consisting in the number of partisans, but the enmity of the parties, where they have no superior to appeal to. The actual making of war or peace is no proof of any other power, but only of disposing those to exercise or cease acts of enmity for whom he makes it. And this power, in many cases, any one may have without any politic supremacy, and therefore the making of war or peace will not prove that every one that does so is a politic ruler, much less a king. For then commonwealths must be kings too, for they do as certainly make war and peace as monarchical government. But granting this a mark of sovereignty in Abraham, is it a proof of the descent to him of Adam's sovereignty over the whole world? If it be, it will surely be as good a proof of the descent of Adam's lordship to others too. And then commonwealths as well as Abraham will be heirs of Adam, for they make war and peace as well as he. If you say that the lordship of Adam doth not by right descend to commonwealths, though they make war and peace, the same say I of Abraham, and then there is an end of your argument. If you stand to your argument, and say those that do make war and peace, as commonwealths do without doubt, do inherit Adam's lordship, there is an end of your monarchy. Unless you will say that commonwealths by descent enjoying Adam's lordship are monarchies, and that indeed would be a new way of making all the governments in the world monarchical. To give our author the honour of this new invention, for I confess it is not I have first found it out by tracing his principles and so charged it on him, it is fit my readers know that, as absurd as it may seem, he teaches it himself, page 23, where he ingenuously says, "In all kingdoms and commonwealths in the world, whether the prince be the supreme father of the people, or but the true heir to such a father, or come to the crown by usurpation or election, or whether some few or a multitude govern the commonwealth, yet still the authority that is in any one, or in many, or in all these, is the only right and natural authority of a supreme father." Which right of fatherhood, he often tells us, is regal and royal authority, as particularly page 12, the page immediately preceding this instance of Abraham. This regal authority, he says, those that govern commonwealths have. And if it be true that regal and royal authority be in those that govern commonwealths, it is as true that commonwealths are governed by kings. For if regal authority be in him that governs, he that governs must needs be a king, and so all commonwealths are nothing but downright monarchies, and then what need any more ado about the matter? The governments of the world are as they should be, there is nothing but monarchy in it. This, without doubt, was the surest way our author could have found to turn all other governments but monarchical out of the world. But all this scarce proves Abraham to have been a king as heir to Adam. If by inheritance he had been king, Lot, who was of the same family, must needs have been his subject by that title before the servants in his family. But we see they lived as friends and equals, and when their herdsmen could not agree, there was no pretence of jurisdiction or superiority between them, but they parted by consent. Genesis 13. Hence he is called, both by Abraham and by the text, Abraham's brother, the name of friendship and equality, and not of jurisdiction and authority, though he were really but his nephew. And if our author knows that Abraham was Adam's heir and a king, it was more, it seems, than Abraham himself knew, or his servant whom he sent a-wooing for his son. For when he sets out the advantages of the match, 24 Genesis 35, thereby to prevail with the young woman and her friends, he says, I am Abraham's servant, and the Lord hath blessed my master greatly, and he is become great, and he hath given him flocks and herds and silver and gold, and men servants and maid servants, and camels and asses. And Sarah, my master's wife, bare a son to my master when she was old, and unto him hath he given all he hath. Can one think that a discreet servant, that was thus particular to set out his master's greatness, would have omitted the crown Isaac was to have, if he had known of any such? Can it be imagined he should have neglected to have told them, on such an occasion as this, that Abraham was a king, a name well known at that time, for he had 9 of them his neighbours, if he or his master had thought any such thing, the likeliest matter of all the rest to make his errand successful? But this discovery, it seems, was reserved for our author to make 2,000 or 3,000 years after, and let him enjoy the credit of it. Only he should have taken care that some of Adam's land should have descended to this his heir, as well as all Adam's lordship. For though this lordship which Abraham, if we may believe our author, as well as the other patriarchs, by right descending to him, did enjoy, was as large and ample as the absolutest dominion of any monarch which hath been since the creation, yet his estate, his territories, his dominions, were very narrow and scanty, for he had not the possession of a foot of land, till he bought a field and a cave of the sons of Heth to bury Sarah in. The instance of Esau, joined with this of Abraham, to prove that the lordship which Adam had over the whole world, by right descending from him the patriarchs did enjoy, is yet more pleasant than the former. Esau met his brother Jacob with 400 men at arms. He therefore was a king, by right of heir to Adam. 400 armed men, then, however got together, are enough to prove him that leads them to be a king and Adam's heir. There have been Tories in Ireland, whatever there are in other countries, who would have thanked our author for so honourable an opinion of them, especially if there had been nobody near with a better title of 500 armed men to question their royal authority of 400. It is a shame for men to trifle so, to say no worse of it, in so serious an argument. Here Esau is brought as a proof that Adam's lordship, Adam's absolute dominion, as large as that of any monarch, descended by right to the patriarchs. And in this very chapter, page 19, Jacob is brought as an instance of one that by birthright was lord over his brethren. So we have here 2 brothers, absolute monarchs, by the same title, and at the same time heirs to Adam, the eldest heir to Adam because he met his brother with 400 men, and the youngest heir to Adam by birthright. Esau enjoyed the lordship which Adam had over the whole world, by right descending to him, in as large and ample manner as the absolutest dominion of any monarch, and at the same time Jacob lord over him by the right heirs have to be lords over their brethren. Risum teneatis. I never, I confess, met with any man of parts so dexterous as Sir Robert at this way of arguing, but it was his misfortune to light upon an hypothesis that could not be accommodated to the nature of things and human affairs. His principles could not be made to agree with that constitution and order which God had settled in the world, and therefore must needs often clash with common sense and experience. In the next section he tells us, this patriarchal power continued not only till the flood, but after it, as the name patriarch doth in part prove. The word patriarch doth more than in part prove that patriarchal power continued in the world as long as they were patriarchs, For it is necessary that patriarchal power should be whilst there are patriarchs, as it is necessary that there should be paternal or conjugal power whilst there are fathers or husbands, but this is but playing with names. That which he would fallaciously insinuate is the thing in question to be proved, viz., that the lordship which Adam had over the world, the supposed absolute universal dominion of Adam, by right descending from him, the patriarchs did enjoy. If he affirms such an absolute monarchy continued to the flood in the world, I would be glad to know what records he has it from, for I confess I cannot find a word of it in my Bible. If by patriarchal power he means anything else, it is nothing to the matter in hand. And how the name patriarch in some part proves that those who are called by that name had absolute monarchical power, I confess I do not see, and therefore I think needs no answer till the argument from it be made out a little clearer. The 3 sons of Noah had the world, says our author, divided amongst them by their father, for of them was the whole world overspread, page 14. The world might be overspread by the offspring of Noah's sons, though he never divided the world amongst them, for the earth might be replenished without being divided, so that all our author's argument here proves no such division. However, I allow it to him, and then ask, the world being divided amongst them, which of the 3 was Adam's heir? If Adam's lordship, Adam's monarchy, by right descended only to the eldest, then the other 2 could be but his subjects, his slaves. If by right it descended to all 3 brothers, by the same right it will descend to all mankind. And then it will be impossible, what he says, page 19, that heirs are lords of their brethren, should be true. But all brothers, and consequently all men, will be equal and independent, all heirs to Adam's monarchy, and consequently all monarchs too, one as much as another. But it will be said, Noah their father divided the world amongst them, so that our author will allow more to Noah than he will to God Almighty. For, Observations 2:1:1, he thought it hard that God himself should give the world to Noah and his sons to the prejudice of Noah's birthright. His words are, Noah was left sole heir to the world. Why should it be thought that God would disinherit him out of his birthright, and make him of all men in the world the only tenant in common with his children? And yet here he thinks it fit that Noah should disinherit Shem of his birthright, and divide the world betwixt him and his brethren, so that this birthright, when our author pleases, must, and when he pleases must not, be sacred and inviolable. If Noah did divide the world between his sons, and his assignment of dominions to them were good, there is an end of divine institution. All our author's discourse of Adam's heir, with whatsoever he builds on it, is quite out of doors. The natural power of kings falls to the ground, and then the form of the power governing, and the person having that power, will not be, as he says they are, Observations 2:5-4, the ordinance of God, but they will be ordinances of man. For if the right of the heir be the ordinance of God, a divine right, no man, father or not father, can alter it. If it be not a divine right, it is only human, depending on the will of man. And so where human institution gives it not, the firstborn has no right at all above his brethren, and men may put government into what hands and under what form they please. He goes on. Most of the civilist nations of the earth labour to fetch their original from some of the sons or nephews of Noah. Page 14. How many do most of the civilist nations amount to? And who are they? I fear the Chineses, a very great and civil people, as well as several other people of the east, west, north, and south, trouble not themselves much about this matter. All that believe the Bible, which I believe are our authors, most of the civilist nations, must necessarily derive themselves from Noah. But for the rest of the world, they think little of his sons or nephews. But if the heralds and antiquaries of all nations, for it is these men generally that labour to find out the originals of nations, or all the nations themselves, should labour to fetch their original from some of the sons or nephews of Noah, what would this be to prove that the lordship which Adam had over the whole world by right descended to the patriarchs? Whoever, nations or races of men, labour to fetch their original from, may be concluded to be thought by them men of renown, famous to posterity, for the greatness of their virtues and actions. But beyond these they look not, nor consider who they were heirs to, but look on them as such as raised themselves by their own virtue, to a degree that would give a lustre to those who in future ages could pretend to derive themselves from them. But if it were Ogyges, Hercules, Brahma, Tamburlaine, Pharamond, nay, if Jupiter and Saturn were the names from whence diverse races of men, both ancient and modern, have laboured to derive their original, will that prove that those men enjoyed the lordship of Adam by right descending to them? If not, this is but a flourish of our author's to mislead his reader, that in itself signifies nothing. To as much purpose is what he tells us, page 15, concerning this division of the world, that some say it was by lot, and others that Noah sailed round the Mediterranean in 10 years, and divided the world into Asia, Afric, and Europe, portions for his 3 sons. America, then, it seems, was left to be his that could catch it. Why our author takes such pains to prove the division of the world by Noah to his sons, and will not leave out an imagination, though no better than a dream, that he can find anywhere to favour it, is hard to guess, since such a division, if it prove anything, must necessarily take away the title of Adam's heir, unless 3 brothers can all together be heirs of Adam, and therefore the following words, howsoever the manner of this division be uncertain, yet it is most certain the division itself was by families from Noah